Good evening. I hereby call the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting of October 17, 2022 to order at this time. I would like to invite all who are able to join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you please conduct the roll call?
Councilmember Hostage.
Present.
Councilmember Coors.
Here.
Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Here.
Mayor Middleton.
Present.
5 members present.
All right. Next item on the agenda is presentations. Do we have any presentations this evening? Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any presentations.
All right. Next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items to be removed for a separate discussion. City Council may also remove items from the consent calendar prior to that portion of the agenda. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items a council member or staff would like removed from the agenda? Councilmember Woods.
Yes, item 1I. And I'd also, if we approve the rest of the agenda, I will, for 1J, vote no, just for the record, if it gets to that point.
Okay.
I don't need to pull 1J, I just.
1I, and you would like to record a no vote on 1J.
Right.
Okay. Are there any other items from consent to be pulled? Seeing none. Councilmember Holstage, excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the public. I'm appearing on Zoom because I'm still fighting a cold. I'd like to pull item 1F as in Frank, and then I'd also like to note a recusal on item 1J since I was not present for that conversation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I would like to note that for all that are present, we believe most of you are here for the discussion on item 3D regarding vacation rentals, and that item will be moved forward in the agenda once we have completed the consent calendar. With that, could we get a report of the closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. The City Council met in closed session earlier this afternoon to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda, and there was no reportable action.
Thank you. So the next item is public comment, and before we begin public comment, I would like to make a couple of remarks regarding vacation rentals specifically. To outline for the public, as this may have some effect on what you want to say in public comment. In conversations over the course of the last many weeks, in particular over the last week, with a number of individuals who are very interested in this subject, and a number of email conversations that we have had and phone calls, there's a set of ideas that are starting to surface among 2 members of the City Council, Councilmember Coors and myself, that we would like to make public before we begin public comment. And that is the following concepts to apply for the direction City Council will give going forward. And let me ask, Councilmember Holstage, are you planning to recuse yourself on this, and do you want to participate in this part of the conversation?
I am planning on recusing myself for that item, so depending on what portion of the agenda you're on, I will recuse on when the item is pulled.
I don't think you need to recuse yourself from hearing this, though. So, One, we are looking at a limit of no more than 24 rental contracts for anyone who currently does not have a permit. 2, existing permit holders would get 36 contracts for the next 2 calendar years. That is 2023 and 2024. And then beginning in 2025 would be restricted to no more than 24 contracts per year. New permit holders would need to attest that they actually live in the house that is being rented for at least 90 days per year. That attestation would be subject to audit, and there would be penalties for intentional falsification of that attestation that could include the surrender of a permit. Current permit holders would have somewhere between 5 and 10 years before they would also be required to live in the home that is being rented for at least 90 days per year. There would be a neighborhood cap of between 15 and 20%. There would be the creation of something new known as a junior permit that would be available for 6 to 12 rentals per year, and all fees associated with such a junior permit would be 1/2 of what the regular fee is. Apartments would not be counted towards the totals. HOAs would not be included in these rules and would be allowed to make their own rules. There would be no cap of $2,500 per year or any other cap total to the city, but a neighborhood cap. Those are concepts. We simply wanted to get them in front of you before we begin public comment, and we will have a full discussion of all of those comments once this agenda item comes up. With that, Madam Clerk, please call for public comment. We will begin with those who are present in the audience.
We have a public comment, Michael Slate, followed by Alana Scott and Chad Ingelken.
Hello, City Council. My name is Michael Slate, owner-operator of Elevate Palm Springs, a boutique real estate agency here in the Coachella Valley. And I think it's a shame we're here tonight discussing this topic. We have a thriving city that exists as a result, and has seen a great turnaround as a result of investors having faith in this town. I don't know if you look around Palm Springs very often, but we still have a lot of homes that need investor love and investor time. And it's tough to watch you guys bring something to a head like this that will grind that to a halt. You may think you're doing something for our neighborhoods. You may think you're doing something right for our towns. I strongly disagree, and I work with many people, in this community who disagree as well. Desert Park Estates is a prime example of a neighborhood that you say you grew up in and lived in, but it hasn't looked or felt like a neighborhood in quite some time, until investors started coming into that town and putting into that neighborhood and putting funds into that area and making those homes cleaned up and livable and habitable. As far as the data goes, AirDNA showed that that pre-pandemic, we had 3,300 active Airbnb licenses in Palm Springs, and that during the pandemic, after the pandemic occurred, that number dropped down to 2,300. The market self-regulates. We have interest rates that have doubled, and we have an affordability issue just with our average buyer pool here. So that's going to slow our market and our growth as a city right then and there. This decision and this haggling over details and how long people live in the home, it's just silly. You know, it may work for you as full-time residents, and it may work for you for the town has achieved a certain level that you like it to be at, but we have a long way to grow and a long way to go as a city. We have a lot of empty buildings and a lot of homes that still need renovations. Pardon my voice and my passion. It's hard to get up here and speak in this manner.
Your time has expired.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Alana Scott, followed by Chad Ingleton.
I have the opposite reaction to the Airbnb or the vacation rental situation as that man who just spoke. I've lived here for 5 years. I bought a house in Movie Colony East 5 years ago, and for the first 3 years, it was wonderful. I had great next-door neighbors. 2 years ago, the neighbors on both sides sold their houses, and both those houses became Airbnbs. And since then, it's been a bloody nightmare. I was completely unprepared for what happens when you're living near an Airbnb, let alone having them on both sides. I knew nothing about what to do. And it took me some time, and actually off and on for the past 2 years, I've been trying to find out more about the situation and how to deal with it. People don't believe the stories I've told about living in between two Airbnbs. I think that the city is putting profitability of the Airbnbs or vacation rentals over the residents and the importance of their concern for the residents. I've been coming to Palm Springs since the 50s, and I don't think it's a better city than it was then. I'm in the process of looking for a house back in Los Angeles. I'm going to move back to LA because I need some peace and quiet, and I don't have it here. And I'll end by saying that several members of the city government have told me that they don't live in Palm Springs. And when I've asked them why not, they laughed and said, we wouldn't live here, not with these Airbnbs in this situation here. That's how I feel. Thank you.
Next speaker is Chad Ingleton, followed by Joe Wild and Stephen Smith.
And I would like to remind everyone to please speak into the mic. It really requires somewhat closer contact.
All right. Thank you for allowing me the time this evening. My name is Chad Ingleton. I live off Racket Club Road at 43 at Racket Club. That's a fantastic place. Shares a lot of commonalities that other houses in the city share. Single-family home, technically. It's on fee land. That's a pool, which saved me this summer with all the humidity. But it is in a small gated community, and it is governed by an HOA that does not allow short-term rentals. So my neighbors, I know my neighbors. We have some long-term rental folks that are there, and they're fantastic. But if someone is going someplace, they have a package, there's a sense of familiarity, a sense of friendship with all the neighbors there. My experience is quite different than the folks who don't live in an HOA and share properties that have these HOAs adjacent to them. You know, every weekend, they don't know what's coming, what's going. They actually, in some ways, have to police the adjacent properties next to them, call the hotline. I don't think they signed up to be unpaid Motel 6 managers. You know, and with that, what I also see is that because we allow these things to happen, the single-family house in Palm Springs, I think, is now the most expensive in the valley. I love this city. It has loads of charm. It has loads of character. The folks are fantastic. But this is not the nicest city in this valley. Rancho Mirage, infrastructure-wise, cleanliness, far better than this city. Same with Palm Desert. If you look around this valley, every other city is enacting regulations against these Airbnbs except for Palm Springs. So where are those investment dollars going to go? They're going to come to Palm Springs, drive up the prices. It also dovetails into a larger conversation people have where they say we have a housing shortage. From my perspective, you have a usage shortage. If you were to get rid of all of these Airbnbs, that would unlock loads of excess properties for folks who would like to purchase. Thank you very much.
Joe Wild.
He has time remaining, can I have it?
He didn't have any.
I'm Joe Wild. I recently served on the STR task force. I'm opposed to short-term rentals in residential 1 to 4 neighborhoods. The task force consisted of members with varying positions on this issue, from one extreme to the other with some in between. Surprisingly, we came to majority consensus in our recommendations. An overall citywide limit on short-term rentals coupled with a neighborhood limit. But why the neighborhood limit? Palm Springs is represented by neighborhoods. We studied these in our effort to understand the impact of STRs. STRs comprise over 15% of single-family residences in over 1/4 of our neighborhoods. In one neighborhood alone, the percentage is over 35%. Why does this matter? A municipality, among other actions, develops and enforces a master plan with zoning for growth, management, provision of critical services, etc. The purpose of zoning is to allow local authorities to regulate and control land and property markets to ensure complementary uses. Zoning also prevents the mixing of incompatible land uses, such as erotic dance clubs with schools. Zoning can also allow potential nuisance uses to be located away from residential neighborhoods or other sensitive areas. In my opinion, short-term rentals in single-family neighborhoods is a direct violation of zoning. We need to get back to establishing and enforcing stable, affordable, and desirable 1 to 4 family neighborhoods. The cap of 10% per neighborhood begins that journey. Thank you.
Next is Stephen Smith, followed by Donna Delmas.
Hello, good evening, Council. Thank you for having us this evening. So I love Palm Springs. It's a place where we have come with our family for many years and rented short-term rentals. It's a place where we brought our 5 young adult children from 2 different families that we were blending and made our memories here. We loved every moment of that. Our daughter got married here. My mother-in-law had her 60th wedding anniversary here, and she rented a short-term rental for that. So much did we love the place that we decided to make it the place of our dreams, and so this year we made a big decision. I quit my job, and my wife and I started a business which is based in LA, and so we mortgaged our home in LA to buy a home here, because this will be our future home. And we came to one of these neighborhoods, not like the one we live in LA, where people don't say good morning and we don't know who they are. Just after 5 months of living here, we know all of our neighbors, and we love it. And we also have an economic challenge, because we're not wealthy and we're not yet retired and we can't buy a house for cash, but we use the money for our down payment and we need to rent the house a portion of the year, because we also do have a business in LA and we do travel, and there is time when we won't be here. I really thank you, Council, for considering the way you have and what you shared with us this evening, for struggling with this issue. Because my wife Heather and I want to be a part of this community long term. We intend to retire here. We want our family to bring their children. Our first grandchildren is going to be born in a few weeks. We want her to have the time here too. But if this moratorium does go ahead and it is not backdated, our house will be on the market in a week or 2, and we will have to move back out and then just hope our dreams come true another time. Thank you for giving this your consideration.
Next is Donna Delmas, followed by Bruce Younger and Ann Molina.
Good evening, everyone. Your presentation shaved off about 1.5 minutes of what I wanted to say, so thank you. yes to a moratorium, yes to the limit of permits. And as most of you know, I live in the Racket Club Estates neighborhood. I've been there for 22 years. On my cul-de-sac of 13 homes, they were all lived in full-time. One by one, people either passed away or moved or whatever. We now have 4 homes that are lived in full-time. The rest, the other 9, are vacation rentals. Up until about a year ago, all of those vacation rentals were quiet. They're managed by professional management companies, but one by one, some of them are managed by the owners very unprofessionally. So I had worked with Suzanne and Boris back when the rental office was established, and we set up those rules. So what I'm going to throw out some things that are kind of strange here, but first of all, we have to have better control. And the Brown Act education session that we all have to go to. I'm suggesting you have something like that, an education session for homeowners who are applying for a permit to be educated on the rules. Then they have to sign something and become certified so that they know. And if they're having their home managed by a friend or a non-professional organization, to have those managers come to that session as well, because they're getting very lax. And for the first time in all these years, we've, not just myself, but several neighbors have had to call the code enforcement for 24/7 loud music. Somebody was having a fiesta. They didn't invite us, so we had to, we had to call code enforcement. I mean, what do you,
Your time has expired, Ms. Donna.
Okay, anyway, thank you for all that you're doing.
Bruce Younger.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Bruce Younger. I reside in the Mirrorlawn community in Palm Springs, where I serve on the Board of Directors for the Homeowners Association, and I'm here to comment on Agenda 3D. I had the opportunity to participate in the work group that was formed to discuss the issue of short-term rentals. At the last City Council meeting, I heard some comments made regarding the group that I felt were not accurate, and I would like to provide some clarity to my point of view from working within this group of volunteers. Some comments were made that referenced a lack of representation from the real estate industry. I do not believe that is the case at all. There are three of the group's members have active real estate licenses issued by the state of California. There are also 4 members of VRON PS on the work group. So while the Board of Realtors may not have had a lobbyist on the work group, I feel that the real estate industry was fairly represented within the working group. Another complaint I heard was regarding the work group's lack of diversity. While there was a number of older gay males volunteering for the group, I do not find that an anomaly for Palm Springs. However, there was a great diversity in the opinions and attitudes towards short-term rentals among the participants. There were individuals who thought short-term rentals were the curse and downfall of Palm Springs, to those who thought they were the economic salvation of the city. And there were many varying viewpoints in between. At our first meeting, once everyone had introduced themselves and voiced their opinions on the topic, I thought, this group is never going to agree on anything. And I truly believe that. However, after several long sessions and much thought and debate, to my surprise, they did. The entire group acknowledged the need for some type of cap, and most were in agreement for a neighborhood limitation. There was some difference on what those limitations should be, but there was a majority of a consensus. And I urge you to consider the recommendations of the work group seriously. I would also like to thank the city staff for all their time and energy spent on facilitating the group. Thank you.
And Molina.
Honorable members of the City Council, I am here today to address the proposed moratorium. While I understand the need to enact a 45-day urgency moratorium while Council is revising the city's vacation rental ordinance, I wanted to speak to the 4 proposed effective dates. As I understand it, these dates have been provided as options due to a rush on permit applications in response to the impending ordinance revisions. I am asking City Council to select October 17th, the day of this agenda item, to pause permit applications. I agree with the City Council still allowing annual renewals to go through, but ask them to also consider the responsible STR owners and operators still sitting in a queue for a permit that they have correctly applied for. Thank you.
Next is Jim Gazan, followed by Randy Sturgis and Hank Plant. You have Jim? Oh. Jim wishes not to speak. Randy Sturgis?
Testing. I speak against the restrictions. I was shocked to learn that at-large seats in the committee were equally pro and anti-renters. The committee is civic-minded, no doubt, but they don't begin to reflect the attitudes of Palm Springs voters. If they did, you'd have no proposal here today. We live in a country where a very vocal minority is imposing its will all over America. I never thought it would happen in Palm Springs. When the anti-renters put their views on the ballot, it wasn't just defeated, it was a landslide. The voters saw the millions going to City Hall, the thousands of visitors filling our museums, our restaurants, our hotels, our boutiques. Even the largest hotel in town is against these restrictions. What's more, this committee hasn't even described a real problem. When there were party houses and noise, we got it. And we passed the toughest ordinance in the country, and it's worked. But just saying 2 or 3 out of every 10 houses in a neighborhood might have renters is a phony issue. I challenge you to drive through any of these neighborhoods. You can't tell if the people inside those houses are renters or homeowners. The character of those neighborhoods hasn't changed. I'd like to take you on a trip through time to the 1990s. Palm Canyon was a long strip of cheap souvenir shops, empty stores, and t-shirt shops. There was an empty mall in downtown in the heart of it for over a decade. This was changed by the influx of gays and lesbians who fought for the architecture and the advent of online rentals. We were transformed into a world-class resort town. If this was put to a vote, I think the voters would turn it down. We who speak against the committee do so against our own financial interests. Our permits would become more valuable if this passes. I know mine would, but I speak for it because I think it's better for Palm Springs to have this business. The COVID honeymoon is over. After 3 years, Californians can fly anywhere. Our rental rates are going down, and the number of renters this year will go down. The council should be looking at where they'll cut the budget, not at imposing more restrictions on rentals. Thank you very much.
Hank Plant?
I assume that applause wasn't for me. I'm Hank Plant, and nice to see you again. And I was also a member of the STR group, and I guess I'm one of the older gay gentlemen, or somebody would refer to. I'm okay with gay, but older is something else. I want to applaud you. I think that the concepts, as the mayor called them, that you were presented tonight are brilliant. I think that it is a way to find balance between the vacation rental industry, which we need, and the neighborhoods, which we need. A couple of concerns that I have with the concepts is you talked about the 90-day rule only kicking in after 5 to 10 years. That's way too much, obviously. And the other suggestion is that we really do need a neighborhood cap. And I think the mayor said between 15 and 20%. 20% doesn't solve anything. 15% would make a difference. I mean, I live in a neighborhood that's 17% right now. The street behind me is 50% vacation rentals, a 17%, there are 12 neighborhoods that are above 17%, as you know. So capping it at around 15% or less really would make a difference. The last thing I'll say is I kind of was amused when I read the quotes from Viron in the newspaper. And don't get me wrong, I have grown to really like Bruce Hoban. I respect him a lot. He does a lot for the city, and I mean that. I've told him that publicly. But I got a kick out of reading the quotes that said, well, neighborhood caps, I mean, that's social engineering. Viron voted for neighborhood caps in our STR work group. we took a vote one night. The majority of them wanted 20%. They just wanted a different number, that's all. Some of us wanted 7%. I wanted 7%. We found a compromise at 10%. So anyway, I sincerely want to thank you for taking this on. It's not easy, and I want to thank the city staff because you've done a terrific job on this. Thanks.
Eva Gustowski, followed by Brian Yaklic and Michael Joseph Pitkin.
I'm going to ask that you resist the urge to clap and show respect for everyone.
Hi, my name is Ava Gutowski. This is the first time I've ever done this, so I'm sorry if I mess anything up. The first time I came to Palm Springs, I was 18, and I remember seeing the bougainvillea trees and freaking out because I'm from California, but they were so bright here. I was like, what's going on? This place is paradise. Like, what are these trees? But anyway, I started begging all my friends, all my family to come to Palm Springs with me as much as possible. We would stay at Airbnbs, we would stay at hotels. I fell in love with this town years ago, and I've gotten to see it change over the last 10 years. 3 years ago, I met an amazing man named Michael. He was 86, and he was a film producer. And he would tell me these crazy stories of him being in Palm Springs in the 50s with Audrey Hepburn and Frank Sinatra, and his house was filled with mid-century furniture, and I just fell in love even more with Palm Springs. He sadly passed away from COVID 2 years ago, and I decided in that moment that I was going to buy a house in Palm Springs and make it a place that Michael would want to stay at. And so a couple months ago, I bought my house in Palm Springs. I left my friends and family in Los Angeles to make this house a home that people could fall in love with and experience Palm Springs the way that I wanted them to. I've been working on this house every single day, morning and night. I live alone in Palm Springs. I've gotten to see this neighborhood over the past couple months. I love it here. I have paint and stuff all over my knees, but anyway. Then I found out that this meeting was happening. I didn't even know. My rental application is in process. I didn't get an email or anything. I would have never known. I found out from a friend. And it's insane to see that rentals that are in application, in process, are going to be paused. I want you to realize there are people passionate about adding value to this city and keeping it alive and showing people mid-century modernism and the way that Palm Springs is and the lifestyle of relaxation and friends and family. And yeah, I just want to let you guys know this is going to affect people. It's going to affect me. It's not like I just woke up one morning and said, hey, let me apply for a rental permit and make all this money from renters. People are passionate about their homes, and
I'm sorry.
This would really affect a lot of people. I hope you realize that. I hope you really realize that. This is my whole life going into this. I'm here alone, doing this for a passion.
Your time has expired.
I understand. Thank you.
Brian Yaklic.
Good evening. My name is Brian Yaklic. I live in Warm Sands, Palm Springs. Her previous comments about affecting people's lives. You know, globally, we know that loneliness is the largest problem in almost every community in the world. When you live on a street and you are surrounded by boxes that have nothing in them and have no content for your life or for who you are, there is an emotional impact that is uncountable for our community, for our well-being, for who we are as a people. I have friends that are so beaten down for so many years from non-response from the community. When they feel there's no need to make a phone call, no one cares. It's a sense of loneliness that kills a place and kills a community. It's great to have the weekend warriors come in and hunker down in our pools and make noise and drink beer and go out to dinner maybe once and make very little contribution. They don't go to museums. They don't go to theater. They have a party. And it's in our backyards, at our expense, at our emotional lack of well-being. So it's killing us. Everywhere in the valley, the communities are saying no. They realize that saying that we're filling up our billets and making lots of money solves the problem, but they don't have loneliness. They don't have people who are living in misery like they are in Palm Springs, who don't come forward, who feel that there's this wall between who you are and what they are, and the misery and the loneliness and the constant impact environmentally. Cars running everywhere, smoke, streets falling apart, everything falling to hell. So that is what is happening in our community. I would support expansion of freeze, discontinuing of the entire program. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Joseph Pickens, followed by Rebecca Hendrickson and Jim Caldwell.
And again, a reminder, please do not talk when someone else is talking.
Michael Joseph Pitkin, a resident of Palm Springs, 1 year. I am 57 years old, Democrat, homosexual, HIV positive and cancer, multiracial European, theistic Satanist, unhoused and unemployed male. This is for public testimony. Number 1, consent calendar, E. Number 3, business and legislative, A and B. Number E, this is your notice to cease and desist award at risk agreement to Tilden Coil Constructors, Inc. for the City of Palm Springs Navigation Center Project 2205. Number A, Palm Springs Navigation Center Update, Item 3A. This is your notice to cease and desist contracts with Martha's Village and Kitchen after my being ignored by them 9 times in the last year. This is your notice to cease and desist associations with Well in the Desert after my experiencing blackmail and discrimination by them in the last year. I have experienced extreme civil rights violations in Palm Springs and have, over the course of the last year, repeatedly reached out to several project team members to provide feedback with 20 years of personal experiences, only to repeatedly be ignored by most. Today, I ask for a voice on the Resident Advisory Working Group. I want my critical life-saving needs services addressed first over spiderweb cotton candy once. Lastly, number B, this is your notice to cease and desist proposal We Are One United Inc., United for Safe Youth Initiative, Item 3B. AB 1603 CALVIP Board of State and Community Corrections Focused Deterrence Strategies. Since there is private investigation of me, how about private investigation of past law enforcement deterrence skeletons in the closet who are violating my civil rights from the Department of Defense before creating a new law enforcement deterrence program for youth?
Rebecca Hendrickson.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Hendrickson. I've been a resident of Palm Springs and Little Tuscany neighborhood for 23 years. I support an immediate moratorium on short-term vacation rental permits, a maximum cap of 2,500 permits, and a maximum density of 10% per neighborhood. I live in a neighborhood, I'm lucky enough to live in a neighborhood that has some full-time residents. We look out for each other's homes, we take packages and newspapers in, we are convivial with each other, we're friends, we're neighbors. When the neighbor across the street sold her home in 2021, I was sad to see her go. Then I realized my next thought was, will this turn into a short-term vacation rental? I did not think, who's going to move in? You know, what am I going to share in common with the new neighbors? When will we get to know each other? Instead, dread set in, complete dread, which I was familiar with because we had a short-term vacation rental house behind us for a number of years. And I grew very tired of getting up at 3 or 4 in the morning, getting out of bed to go to my backyard to yell over the wall, could you please be quiet? I got really tired of having the everyday weight on me, wondering about the possibility of an upcoming unknown client. Are they going to be loud? Am I going to lose sleep? Are they going to be quiet? Are they going to be menacing? Why should residents bear the brunt of boisterous visitors in our neighborhood? It's time to instigate new regulations. A lot has changed since 2018 when we had our vote. Residents need to be held in regard. We should not be the bottom rung of the priority ladder. Palm Springs is gutting neighborhoods from residents. Please vote to support an immediate moratorium on short-term vacation rental permits. Please vote to support a maximum cap on permits. And please vote to support a maximum density of 10% per neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Jim Caldwell, followed by Jeffrey Mock and Fritz Cohen.
Good evening. I'm Jim Caldwell, and I am here to discuss item 3D. With so many issues facing our city, why are we here? Why are we talking about this? What is an urgent and immediate moratorium required when the real estate market is already slowing, interest rates continue to rise, and there's a looming recession likely? I'm a full-time resident, and I drive the streets on a daily basis. I see these issues. I see the homelessness, the mentally ill, the drug addicted, the trash in the streets, and the empty storefronts and vacant lots, vacant buildings. I see hotel projects that are incomplete, and I see a vacant lot where a satellite college campus was proposed. Yet we're spending time, money, and efforts to attempt to fix a system that is regulating itself. The ideas of a moratorium and capping of permits appears to be based on the premise that more is bad. Then the assumption must be made that more tax revenue is bad. But I say this more revenue could be used to fix some of the city's problems. I was here on the September 29th meeting. Incomplete data, questions that were not addressed. Admittedly, 5 meetings were not enough. One of the biggest gaps was no economic impact analysis. Yet, 18 days later, with none of these issues resolved, you're considering a vote that would have urgent and immediate impact on this city. I applaud you for trying to look at other options, but we've got to have more notice. We've got to talk to this further. If this must be continued to be a priority for the council, at least take the time to do the homework, gather the data, listen to the public, and then make an informed decision. Thank you.
Jeffrey?
Thank you, Council. My name is Jeffrey Mock. I also was one of the older white men on the work group that seems to be a target here and has been a target on Nextdoor, just sharing my experiences. I have, oh, sorry, I'm taller. Palm Springs has a house and condo population of approximately 35,000 units. Short-term rental permits around 2,500 units approximately, which is about 10% of the housing stock that are short-term rentals. But I found it odd in being part of the work group that the industry that profits from short-term rentals was so heavily represented on the work group, and the general population of Palm Springs very underrepresented. Those people who deal with the quality of life issues and having transients constantly flow through their neighborhood and not being able to have a neighborhood support group because of the next gold rush essentially that's happening in Palm Springs, of people who come here on vacation, love the concept, and wow, I can possibly buy a house here, but in order to do that, I need to turn it into a short-term rental, and that allows me to be a homeowner. I totally understand that process. Prior to moving to Palm Springs in 2019, I lived 30 years in San Francisco, well aware and embracing and living in cities that have a tourism-based economy and understand the need for that, both from the image and the economy of the businesses in the city and also the tax bases of our cities, and I embrace that. I live in Encino, which currently does not allow short-term rentals and only has rentals beyond 30 days. I have friends who own short-term rentals, friends who live in short-term rentals, friends who are adamantly opposed to short-term rentals, and people who are in between. And I surveyed friends throughout the time of being on the work group. In fact, friends were annoyed by my constant talking about it. And just getting as many opinions of my circle of friends as I could prior to the recommendations that came forward. And they were I think, very good recommendations. I would encourage you to do the moratorium. We actually recommended that. It could not come to an agreement, knowing that this very situation would come about once word got out that the city was addressing
Jeffrey, your
changing the
time
rules.
has expired.
Thank you.
Fritz Cohen, followed by Ashley Vuz and Jim Franklin.
Hello, Council. I am Fritz Koenig. I bought a house here in 2014, and very shortly after that, I put it onto the market as a vacation rental. What I discovered was that over the course of a few years, the huge, giant corporate interests had decided that they were no longer interested in helping an owner rent their home, but instead they wanted to become VRBO instead of vacation rental by owner. And that happened with Airbnb as well. And the examples are that I was very restrictive about qualifying people who came in. I wanted to make sure that they would not trash my house, but they wouldn't trash any other house, that they would behave themselves appropriately to what at least my standard of living is, and the people around me are. That's what I bought into. I bought into at a house that had a zoning code. Zoning codes were established to be legal by a decision in Euclid. I think it's in Illinois. It's called the Euclid decision. So yes, cities can regulate what people do with their private homes. You should regulate what people do in terms of vacation rentals. And you're talking about percentages in neighborhoods. First of all, I think it's evident that having a vacation rental next to you is a detriment to your living in that space. You have no idea who's coming over. You have no idea what's going to happen. As she said before, you have to wonder, oh my gosh, is this going to be a giant party or is there going to be something else going on? So I think it's important that you understand that. And if that's your understanding, then proximity should be a decision basis, not just merely percentage in the neighborhood, but you are allowing a special use for a single residential house. Usually that's handled and is currently part of your code, that special use should be subject to hearings involving the local neighbors who get to say what that impact will be on them.
Mr. Fritz, your time is expired.
Thank you.
Ashley Vuz, followed by Jim Franklin and Walter Williams.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ashley. I moved to Palm Springs about 2 years ago with the dream of owning a home and hopefully retiring here one day in the long future. My dream, actually I came to Palm Springs as opposed to other desert cities because they allowed short-term rentals. And that was one of the reasons I decided to buy into the city of Palm Springs with the plan of not only living in the house, but hopefully one day turning that into a short-term rental. And I ended up having to sell the house due to some neighborhood drama. Some people broke in and whatnot. But I was going to buy a house in another neighborhood and turn that into a short-term rental and my retirement house in the future, which I was very excited about. Unfortunately, last week I had to pull out of buying the house that I was in escrow for because they announced that they may not be granting short-term rental permits, and I had no way of paying for it, although I work 5 jobs, including I dance on arenas on the weekends, but that does not pay the housing bills. Anyway, I think that the moratorium would negatively impact young people of lower and middle class who are trying to buy vacation houses and be able to pay them off and one day retire in them, like myself. And I think it is elitist as well, because people who have the money and don't have to rent out their house in order to pay for their vacation houses are still able to do that and leave them empty the rest of the year. And so I ask that you do not ban business and take away people's dreams but you instead build more housing that would allow the housing prices to come down for everybody. Thank you.
Jim Franklin.
I'm coming. Madam Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and most importantly, the people who are the city are here today. I want to talk about two things. The first thing I want to talk about is that my name is Jim Franklin, and I'm here to representing the Greater Palm Springs Association of Realtors. The first thing is 3C, and that's rent control. And we all know rent control doesn't work. The state has put that in. We have the LSAC, we have Costa-Hawkins, we have all these things going. And I know you're gonna tweak it a little bit. I would just ask that you sunset it when the state sunsets it, which I think is 2030. Second of all, I wanna talk about the vacation rental. I think we've come to an agreement here. I think you guys are on the right track with this. It's something that works. So why would you want to fix something that's already working? And I don't know what else to say about it. Everybody else has said all this. So I'll just end with this, that, we've talked about this. You can't enforce this. And, if you say so-and-so can have a vacation rental like my neighbor, then I can't have one. I'm going to do it anyhow. And you're not going to be able to stop me or find it. Rancho Mirage has banned them. They're still doing it in Rancho Mirage. It's a very difficult thing. So my advice is go with the flow, keep things going. And I understand how you can take a neighborhood and say, well, we'll have 15%, 20%. It's not going to work. We're Americans. If you prohibit us from doing something, by God, we'll find a way around it. Thank you.
Walter Williams, followed by Emily Treach and Stephen Lockenbach.
Hello, my name is Dr. Walter Williams. I very much appreciate all the members of the council having to listen to all of these different attitudes and perspectives, and I know it must be difficult making decisions on that basis. Let me give you my perspective. I started coming out to Palm Springs in the 1980s, loved it very much, bought my house here in 1995, invited my parents out to visit. They loved it, and so I said, okay, this will be your retirement home. And they lived there. My father passed away in 1997, and my mom remarried, and I took care of both of them, my stepfather and her, for the last several years. And he died in 2019. And my mother just passed away this July at the age of 95. And so I was very glad to be able to take care of my three parents. And I consider myself very fortunate to live in Palm Springs. During this time, there has been short-term rentals behind my house and next door. And I can say I've never once had a problem with excessive noise. Sometimes you hear music. It's very pleasant to me. I don't have a problem with it. And so I think that just because somebody does have short-term rentals doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a problem or a complaint. They've been very considerate. I also think that we need to have maximum flexibility because of people's different needs and different situations. Now that I'm here by myself, I would be interested in doing the short-term rental in a way that I wouldn't have before because of my parents being here. And so I think it's a little bit unfair to say, well, somebody new can't come in and try it when other people have been doing it for many years, but maybe because of our own situation, we weren't able to. And so I think that some of the points that have been brought up tonight, like noise factors, can be addressed more effectively by dealing with that issue itself. And
your time has expired.
Okay, and so just allow flexibility and for people to be able to do what their situation requires at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Emil Triich. Steve Lockenbach.
Greetings, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say I am a realtor here in Palm Springs, and of course, my position is I'm for vacation rentals. All homeowners only have to look at what the value of their property is to see what investment is done in this community. And to give a great example of that is to look at Demuth Park and how that's been changed in the last 2 or 3 years due to investor coming into the marketplace. But I have a specific issue. I have a listing, went under contract on May 13th. And this was before we heard about anything on this. It's a $2 million listing, it's under contract, it's due to close this week. It's being extended because of this meeting. And so my sellers are frustrated. The purpose of the sale is to go to someone who wants to vacation rent it. So, of course, all of this needs to be addressed. The buyer would like to know, are we going to be able to get it grandfathered in under the old rules, or where is it going to stand? So when you're considering what you need to consider, there are a few of us out here that have homes that are under contract right now that this is in effect. And as I said, we were supposed to close today. It's been extended until Thursday. We're hoping for an answer, but we're also hoping that for something that went under contract before this came up to the city council, that we would be grandfathered in under the old rules. So please give that consideration. Thank you.
Corinne Griswold, followed by Michael Strauss.
Hi, Corinne Griswold. I'm a retired teacher. I've taught 37 years in Palm Springs Unified, and I've lived in the Gene Autry neighborhood since 1977. I've seen my neighborhood go from a vibrant place full of teachers, small business owners, working people with kids, to some parts of it are bordering on a ghost town. The short-term rentals are driving up rents. A friend who's a teacher who's renting saw her house rental go from $3,000 a month up to $6,000. I applaud any kind of restrictions on short-term rentals. I moved into a neighborhood that was zoned as residential. It wasn't zoned as a commercial neighborhood. I like having neighbors that I think it's important. So thank you for trying to put some kind of restraint on the short-term rentals.
Hello, my name is Michael Strohs. I live in Highland Park, Illinois, and I have a house here in Palm Springs in Racket Club Estates. I just wanted to give you a slightly different perspective. My wife and I have been coming to Palm Springs for almost over a decade now. We purchased our house in Racket Club Estates in 2019. It's our eventual forever home. It's where we want to retire. But we use short-term rentals. We come 4 times a year. I was happy to come so I could speak here. But we come 4 times a year, and we use a professional Palm Springs real estate management company. We have never had a complaint. As a matter of fact, I was late for this meeting because I was talking to one of my neighbors on the street. I have reached out to every neighbor that is adjacent to me, behind me, in front of me, beside me. Granted, we have a couple of rental properties, short-term rental properties in addition to ours, but those people know me, and we have never had an issue. They know that if there ever is an issue, we would like to hear about it immediately. They have our contact information in Illinois. We
we want to be part of this community. We hope to be, in 5 years, when my wife retires, live here full-time, or at least live here during the winter. But the fact remains that short-term rentals are not necessarily people that are coming in to make some money and flip a property. Some of us, this is a means to an end so we can live here and enjoy this community. Thank you very much.
Our next speakers are online, so we'll go online. The first speaker is Courtney Cannell.
Hi, can you all hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you, members, for hosting today's meeting. I am an operator here in Palm Springs. I'd really like to urge the council to select today, the October 17th date, rather than backdate to pause permit applications should a moratorium be passed. Now, as an operator myself, I work very, very hard to ensure that we remain compliant within the current enacted ordinance. I'm asking the council to honor the permit applications currently in the pipeline that have been submitted lawfully by responsible owners and operators who are following the laws and restrictions currently within Palm Springs. The city does have a robust permit approval and enforcement process in place to prevent bad actors from operating, and the individuals who have currently been patiently waiting for their permits to be granted should not be reprimanded when following the lawful process. Further, the moratorium has only been recently announced. Know that the mayor has provided a number of other provisions prior to public comment, but we recommend that public input, data, input from the working group that has dedicated their work to this very cause be put together for a recommendation that should be honored here today, as within the past ordinance selected a couple years ago. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Emma DeGrande. Next speaker is Bruce Mink.
Hi. Oh, I'm here. Sorry. Thank you for letting me give public comment today. I'm here to discuss item 3D. I work for a property management company in Palm Springs. Firstly, I'd like to speak to the proposed moratorium. I strongly believe council should select October 17th, the date of this agenda item, to pause permit applications. I understand the need for the 45-day urgency moratorium, but I don't believe it should be punishing responsible owners and operators who've complied with the rules and applied for a permit before this moratorium was discussed. Choosing any other date than the 17th to begin the moratorium harms some owners and operators while granting a permit to others. But there shouldn't be this discrepancy in who receives a permit, at least not until today's public hearing. The council hasn't had the opportunity to hear from the public on this item until this public comment session. And these public comments should be honored just the same as they are for ordinance revisions. And just to speak briefly to those revisions, I'd like to note that the city already has a robust licensing system set up to punish bad actors. Enacting this further legislation, especially the limits on contracts, isn't going to punish those bad actors or prevent nuisance issues. It's only going to hurt responsible actors who've done nothing but comply with the rules. So I'm asking the council to choose the 17th, honoring the permits in the pipeline, and to not support the limits on contracts. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bruce Mink.
Madam Clerk, that speaker is not here tonight.
The next speaker is Jeffrey O'Kyle.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm a full-time resident of Palm Springs and Demuth Park. I live between two short-term rentals, and I've had no problems whatsoever. A few months ago, I purchased another home in Demuth Park, which was in very bad shape. It's Former residents were having drug and disturbance issues, and police were called all the time. I purchased that home in the hopes of having a short-term rental. I'm in the middle of plan check now and will be severely impacted by a moratorium. Allowing those who are in the midst of these plans or under contract to sell should be able to move forward with their plans without changes to the current ordinance. We voted to maintain short-term rentals as written now. I'm against the proposed limitations placed on the number of rentals per year, nor any neighborhood caps. Neighborhood limitations would be extremely difficult to manage. Current safeguards ensure neighborhoods are quiet and peaceful. With the current restrictions in place for STRs, buyers have made recent investments in the market, such as me. The community already voted to uphold STRs. The study group results have not even been digested yet. And finally, the city benefits tremendously in all areas of revenue, TOT, retail sales, and restaurants. Neighborhoods which had been dilapidated are being renovated and are enjoying a lifestyle that they once held many years ago. Current residents are benefiting from all of these factors. And for those who live in HOAs, they're not affected. Thank you for your time tonight.
Next speaker is Joshua Silva.
Hi, how are you? My name is Joshua Silva. I'm a licensed loan officer, a licensed realtor, and an investor in this city. Years ago, if you mentioned you were going to go to Palm Springs, people would ask why. Palm Springs, unfortunately, was the slum of the desert. In 2018, I bought my first residence in Palm Springs, and I moved my family. I had 2 young children that I wanted them to spend their days in the pool like I had when I had grown up going to my grandparents' home. Since then, and before that, I've seen this city go through many changes. I'd also like to address that I did not buy that home until the residents had voted in 2018 to pass short-term rentals. It was a very key component because I wanted the choice at some point in time to be able to rent that property if I chose to. Since then, I've gone on to invest my own hard-earned money as a loan officer and a realtor into this city to the tune of over $8 million. Some of that, and a lot of it, currently in construction. One house is currently on the market because of the recent moratorium at $3.2 million. And I have other properties that will also enter the market. That's called the race to the bottom, okay? When people list, and many people list, they tend to race to the bottom. That's just what happens with loan values, and that's a fact. That's not a debate. Tonight I've listened to a lot of emotions from different sides, most of the emotion from the homeowners. I'd like to ask the homeowners that if your life if you have havoc placed on your life, do you call the hotline? And then I'd like to see some data saying what happens. Like, are these homes, because to my knowledge, this is the most well-run city in the country. The gentleman and council member asked the question in the last meeting, why are we here? And I asked that question, why are we here? This just seems like a few bad Karens are continuing to call in and create problems for a city that is very well run, very well managed, and the investment that people have placed into the city, it doesn't seem to play a factor. I mean, 10%, 5%, 20%, 25%, these are all just imaginary numbers. But I can tell you as a realtor, as an investor, as the person who is an expert in the data, there will be a race to the bottom. Values will plummet. That's just how it goes. So instead of a time
Josh,
that we are currently, yes.
Your time has expired.
Okay.
Next speaker is Bruce Hobain.
Good evening. This is Bruce Hoban, a resident and actively involved in many things in our wonderful city. First, I'd like to 5 years after we passed the ordinance, we are sitting here tonight because Protect Our Neighborhoods, an anti-VR group, chose to sue the city the day after we passed the 2017 ordinance. That lawsuit was won by the city, but cost the city $513,000. That lawsuit also delayed evolving our ordinance year by year because it was felt any changes could jeopardize the lawsuit. So if we want to move somewhere, don't sue the city again. I'd like to talk about two topics. One, loss of community. We have over 9,000 properties that are second homes where the owner lives somewhere else. That is 31% of our residences based on the US Census. Now let's drill down a little lower. Every block, and I repeat, every block is probably different in this city. The Leave It to Beaver homogeneous neighborhoods disappeared decades ago. For example, why not create a 90-day residency requirements for all the people who have second homes? You could get 9,000 more residents back, or you could have 9,000 long-term leases at anywhere from $3,000 to $15,000 per month. I don't think that solves our workforce housing problem. Second, VRUN submitted workable recommendations, specifically calling out any changes in contracts and the fact that we haven't based this on any facts. Yes, 1/3 of the homeowners rent 25 plus times. The tourism industry needs to understand the economic impacts to the owners, overall tourism, city revenues, and most importantly, our local businesses. Unlike 2017,
your
where there
time
was
has
very
expired.
little data.
The next speaker is Bruce Mink.
Madam Clerk, Bruce Mink is not in the room.
Okay, the next speaker is Francine McDougall.
Hi, my name's Francine McDougall. I've been a part-time resident of the Sunmore neighborhood for 11 years. I also vacation rent my property. I like to think that I can see both sides of our vacation rental issues, and to that end, I support a vacation rental permit cap. Although I do hope that if you go that route, that it happens by the beginning of next year, so that so many people have spoken tonight about being caught in the middle of this, and I really feel for them. All my neighbors are full-time residents that I have great relationships with. We walk our dogs together in Ruth Hardy Park, and we look out for each other in general. One of my neighbors is currently in hospice care at home. Last week, I learned that Edison will be cutting our power next week for 8 hours during the day. I've arranged for my neighbor to go to a fellow vacation rental owner's property so he can be in air conditioning and not be worried about his oxygen tanks failing during the power outage. I offer this story just to show that there are good vacation rental owners out there that look out for their neighbors and have relationships with them too. Finally, I'd like to say that I don't see how lowering the number of contracts allowed per year would be helpful in any way to anyone. The work group didn't ask for this, and I've not heard anyone in the press or on nextdoor.com or even in the public comments section tonight ask for less contracts. I would hope that if the City Council decides to go this route, you would complete a financial impact study, not just on TOT, but also on an entire business community. Thank you for the time.
Next speaker is Gauri Tagranyan.
Thank you, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
I appreciate the opportunity. I purchased my property in 2020, July 13, and it took about 6 months or so to get permits. We bought this property to do short-term rentals. We cleaned up the house. It was a really bad house. We're at the tail end of finishing. That's 2 years later. over 800,000 spent. I literally put my life savings into this property. It was one of my dreams to buy a mid-century home, and now that seems like that dream is going to crash. I'm asking you, I'm begging you guys not to do this. It's gonna not only hurt me, but there's a lot of people like me that saw me purchasing properties. They went and bought properties. There's at least 15 people that I know that did the same thing. So please, I hope you guys don't pass anything crazy. And the people that are complaining about this short-term rental stuff, let's have a meeting. Let's sit down. Let's talk face to face. Figure out what is it that's really bothering you guys. Is it the noise? That's already been eliminated. There is no noise. And if they are making noise, you know, they're going to get hit on their license. So, and if we had it backwards, if those people that are upset own short-term rentals, I don't think they'd be complaining right now. So that's my time. I appreciate you guys. This is going to affect my family if this really does pass.
The last speaker is Ali Mohafi.
Madam Clerk, Ali Mohafi is not in the room.
Okay. And that's our last speaker. Adolfo Zamora.
Adolfo Zamora is not in the room either.
That's the last speaker.
You were supposed to call Bruce Mink back. He was disconnected.
Yeah, I called his name again. I'll try again.
Okay.
He was Bruce Mink.
No,
Bruce Mink is not in the room.
You have to call him by the telephone. He called in. He just texted. He had called in. I have his number if you want it. He said he couldn't get through or he was disconnected. Just a moment.
One moment.
All right, I'll bring it up to you so I don't broadcast it to the world.
One moment, I have it.
He is single.
I have it. I have it.
Hello.
It's Mr. Mink.
Yes, hi.
You have 2 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Bruce Mink. I am a homeowner in Palm Springs now for 25 years and have rented a house, vacation rental house, as well as lived in it for that a length of time. I was one of the original people who started to revitalize Palm Springs back in 1997 when property prices were extremely low and the houses were in need of rehabbing. I find that the neighborhoods are more revitalized as people have taken second homes and used them for themselves in addition to using them as vacation rentals, and allowing more applications and permits to come into the system just creates more notoriety of Palm Springs and familiarity with the area. I've spoken to many of a renter who enjoy the city and bring not only their dollars, of course, but their interest in the architecture and in the culture of the vicinity. So I'm in favor of keeping the permit structure strong and opening it up to others if they so choose. Thank you.
Who's the next one? Chris Bell has joined us.
Greetings, Council and Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Okay, regarding item 3D, the city voted years ago to keep STRs and the vote was 70 to 30%. In the last city council meeting on September 29th, I believe it was Councilperson Dennis Woods who stated that announcing that there would be a limitation of the number of permits available would then enact a gold rush of people acquiring the permits. And it seems like that's what has happened. Some are acquiring them just in case they ever want to be able to rent their place in the future. So here we are putting a moratorium on this before you all have figured out if you're going to do 15%, 10%, or 20%. If it's going to be by neighborhood organization, and we know that some of those don't cover all the housing in Palm Springs, or by total number of houses in the city, then I'd assume, no one's mentioned this, that the number would increase as there are new build units that are finished in the city. I'd like to know about that. So maybe instead of a moratorium, we should figure out what we want the bottom line to be here. It was stated at the last council meeting that permits that had been turned in would be processed. And now that has been called into question by the city website, and that's really not fair. A few other people have spoken to that earlier this evening. If the 15 to 20% comes to fruition, the most important thing I think we need to think about is there needs to be a real-time map of neighborhood percentages so that the real estate agents in town and the buyers that want to come be part of this city can understand whether they can VR the house they're buying or not. It's only fair to be able to provide up-to-date information on this, and I'm wondering if the Office of Special Programs Compliance has taken that into consideration and thought about the additional workload that that will create. As we go from pandemic into recession, I hope you'll all consider the financial repercussions of these decisions. I do like the junior permit idea that was stated earlier by the mayor and Councilmember Coors. I do think that 24 instead of 36 contracts a year will not magically make the few problem rentals get better. So I think that changing the contract structure is a moot point at best. Thanks for letting me talk. I hope you make the right decisions. Cheers.
Thank you. The last speaker is Ali Mohafi. Ali?
Hello?
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 You have 2
can you hear
minutes.
me?
Please begin.
Okay, so this is Ali. I'm calling regarding the permits, short-term rentals. It's like, as I see it, it really is going to affect the real estate market, especially in Palm Springs. And it's going to affect like most of the tourists, because I see like there's not a lot of people who's going to go there, so it's just in the hotels. Most of the families would like to go stay like in houses and like, you know, like big houses and all of that. So, yeah, that's all. Nothing else, to be honest, to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That ends our public comments.
All right, thank you. And I would like to thank everyone for the respect shown to everyone else. Next item is the consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without the following items, which were removed for separate discussion. 1F is in Frank, 1I is in Ivan, 1J is in January. Is there a motion?
I think 1J was just a no vote from Councilmember Woods and an abstention from Councilmember Holstage, not a pull.
Oh, okay.
So just
Excuse
recognize
me.
those.
Abstention from Councilmember Holstage. Okay. 1F and 1I.
Okay, I'll move.
We have a motion. Do
I'll
we have
second.
We have a second. All right. Madam Clerk, are we going to be able to vote electronically, or do we need to do a roll call?
Roll call? We'll do roll call vote.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Coors?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Councilmember Hostage?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Middleton?
Aye.
5 ayes and 0 noes.
All right, thank you. 1F was pulled, I believe, by Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If staff can just give a brief summary for the public so that we know what item we are discussing, and then I have a few questions, please.
Procurement Contracts Manager for the City of Palm Springs. So this item F is a brand new 3-year janitorial services contract to replace the expiring contract that we have that will end at the end of this year. So we did RFP a request for proposals to have new firms come in and submit their qualifications. And we had selection criteria that we went through to select this particular firm. And so it's just a replacement contract to keep our janitorial services continued. And I'll stand by for any questions.
Thank you so much, and thanks for your work on this. I just had a few questions since we are changing firms. So could you describe the bids that we received? Typically, I think that they're included in the staff report, but we can't see it just in the staff report, who else submitted bids and where those companies are based.
Okay, so the difference and the reason why you don't see it is because it wasn't a bid process, it was an actual request for proposals. So it's not just price-based. There were 4 companies that submitted proposals: MEK Enterprises, Premier Property Preservation, LLC, R&R Janitorial, and Verde Facilities. And I'm sorry, I don't have with me where their companies are located. I know that Verde is in Arizona, I believe.
Thank you. And I just noted that they're based in Arizona. And so I was wondering if there were local companies that applied for, submitted proposals, and if there's local hire requirements. I see that the staff report states that the 16 staff members will made up of primarily local residents. And so I was just wondering if we had details about the local hire and proportion of local employees.
Yes, so the incumbent R&R Janitorial is local from what I understand. And there is, you guys may be familiar with this, there is a Janitorial Act in California where when a new janitorial firm comes in, they are actually required to offer jobs to the current employees that are already doing the work. So they actually offer those jobs, and that's usually what happens is the staff comes over from one firm to another, if they wish. I mean, they may want to stay with their existing firm. That's certainly their prerogative to do so, but it is a requirement in California that they offer those jobs to those existing staff so those staff don't lose employment. And so in this case, from what I understand, the new firm coming in has offered jobs in 16 of those positions, or the 16 positions they're filling are locals.
Thanks. And do we have information about their pay? I went through every page of this proposed contract, and I couldn't find details about a minimum wage or any other information about pay and benefits.
So we don't have their pay information. We pay for janitorial services on a monthly basis by area that they clean. So they're not really required to give us the actual pay rates for the employees, but they do have to comply with all of the laws and regulations on minimum wage and so forth to their employees.
So based on the information that we have, do we believe the employees are being paid minimum wage or something higher than that? Do we have any information about what they might be getting paid, considering we know how many employees there are and what the costs of the contract are?
We do not. We just do not have that information. It was not, submitted as, it was not a requirement of the proposal for them to submit the actual wages of their employees.
Thank you so much. And for staff and council, I'm really concerned about moving a lot of business to contracted work. I know that we've had to do that to keep up with the need and the demand and just staffing a city of this size with this level of tourism. But concerning to see business that goes to a local company going to an out-of-state company. And I'm really concerned about the pay that we're offering people. We had found out that we contracted for airport services, for example, and some of those employees were getting paid minimum wage, which just isn't enough to live and work in Palm Springs. So I'm hoping that we can discuss policy provisions either through the RFP process where we do consider pay or other benefits to the community, local hire, issues like that, which we care about. So thank you so much for all your work on this. And I don't have any issues with this specific contract. And I know we went through a fair and just process as required by law, but it just raises policy concerns about pay and local jobs. So I wanted to raise them for the council and for staff.
Madam City Manager, did you want to interject?
I was just going to add that we also do have a local preference, so there are additional points for local vendors that do go through the process.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I've sat here for 5 years, however many hundreds of hours we've been doing this. I've never seen our local preference come into play, at least in my vantage point here on the dais. So would love more information about that and looking forward to working on that.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Woods.
Thank you. I just want to echo that because it seems like every single time we have a local company come before us, they're not chosen. And so it doesn't seem like the local preference is doing much. So this is a longstanding problem, and it's something that I would certainly like to see addressed. I understand that there are certain requirements in how we accept bids and having to take the lower, but we're dealing with a region that has the lowest wages in maybe almost the state at this point. So it's just not fair when we have $1 million house prices on average.
Councilmember Woods.
Thank you. Two things. Can you look at page 6 and you look under 5.6, and it's called California Labor Code Requirements. And I want to thank Councilmember Holstage for bringing it up. We brought it up in other contracts, so it's not a new thing. But it says, which require the payment of prevailing wage rates and the performance of other requirements for certain public works and maintenance projects. How would that apply to maintenance of cleaning the buildings? Because there's several buildings under contract here, not just City Hall.
It does fall under the prevailing wage requirements. We do have to turn the project in to the DOL and Department of Labor, and they do have to comply with all of the prevailing wage requirements.
So does that mean, I'm just trying to understand, does that mean that the janitorial services are being paid prevailing wages, or that the staff is, the actual person working?
It's something that we've gone back and forth with the DOL trying to understand, because they make you register the project but then when you go and try to read about specifically what they're required to do with their workers, it falls a little bit outside of the norm for prevailing wage, because normally it applies to construction. But they're pushing it more and more into the maintenance arena, and so the janitorial's starting to fall into that maintenance category. So we went back and forth, my staff member who actually did the solicitation, in trying to understand whether we were even supposed to record it with the DOL or not. And we did find a requirement that we have to record it. Now, how much they actually enforce it or monitor it, we're not certain, because it is kind of a gray area. But it is listed as a prevailing wage
So can I make the assumption then that the firm should be paying
They should be paying.
prevailing wage to the workers who are basically
Yes.
cleaning and maintaining our buildings?
Yes, they
Okay.
could be audited by the, Department of Labor if they are not.
Okay, thank you. The other thing that's come up with other contracts that you might not be aware of is when we had out-of-state contracts that came in, I think we were buying some shade structures at that time for our playgrounds, was making sure that, states have different laws, and we were about protecting lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, all of that, and providing health care for any of their workers regardless of that. Has that been checked with this firm?
I don't believe that it has.
So
for this
if I
firm.
were to approve this tonight, it would be based on that check, that if, I would hope they provide health care, if that's part of
Right.
prevailing wage. I'm not sure what the Department of Labor says, but I would only approve it if we actually verified that aspect of this company. And if we have not verified that, then maybe go back and relook at the other people that have applied. That would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Other comments?
Oh, I was just verifying with the city attorney whether or not we can verify that information. And I think this had previously come up as a discussion point and wanted to see if there was any bearing on that previous discussions.
Right. My understanding, the way our equal benefits law works, which I think I know, is that people have to certify that they provide equal benefits based on a whole host of factors, really anything covered by our non-discrimination ordinance. And on a service contract, if the employee is working on it or in California, California requires it. For when we're buying goods and services from other states, that's going to be more of a problem. So I think in this case, the workers are going to, based here is what it sounds like, but we should have the certification on record for every single
We do.
goods or services. But I think what we talked about several months ago that you brought up and caught, which I appreciate, because I missed it, was when we are contracting with out-of-state companies that currently prohibit, actually affirmatively prohibit, some criminalize parents or doctors for providing transgender health care, that they are not complying with our equal benefits ordinance if their employees do not have access to that, who do any work related to a city contract. And so if they're building shade structures, for example, in Texas, there's no way they can be in compliance, even if they say they are, and that we wanted to make sure those were checked. So I don't know if something has to come back to us on that, or if we're already doing it, but given the way parts of the country are going, I think we have to do more than self-compliance in those cases.
As the city manager indicated, because most of the services are going to be provided here in state, as opposed to the shade structure issue with the Texas company, I think the certification should suffice for this. If the council would still like us to reach out to them, I'm sure we can do that.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you. Just to follow up, thank you, Mayor. That's why my question was about where the workers will be based, because the staff report on page 2 says Verde Facility Services LLC will employ approximately 16 staff members made up of primarily local residents to clean the city's facilities. So we don't actually, unless there's other data that I didn't find scouring through all these pages here, I don't know how many will be based here and how many might be based in Arizona, where not only could they not access trans-inclusive healthcare, but even maybe abortion access or basic healthcare at all. And so I'm concerned about using city and California taxpayer dollars to invest in an Arizona company when we have local companies that are able and willing to provide those services and use local workers. So I know we have to follow the fair process here and consider all of the requests and the, proposals. And just I'm sorry, I didn't catch this. Could you clarify, did the existing contractor submit a proposal?
Yes, the existing contractor did submit a proposal, but there had been a number of performance issues with that contractor that had not been corrected. And that was one of the reasons why they were scored the way they were, is because, well, our facilities are not very clean. They're not in very good shape right now. And a lot of the other proposers that came in actually took photographs of our facilities and indicated the conditions and wondered, why it was in that shape.
Thank you. And I know this is usually just approved as a matter of course, that we've raised some serious issues that we need to always be applying, especially for equal benefit. So I think what my issue here is that I just can't access the scoring or other information about why, even in the staff report, about why the decision was made, who else applied, what was considered, and why. So that's why I have those questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Corsi.
Great, thank you. And in part for the public, but also, equal benefits laws initially were because people in domestic partnerships, when same-sex couples couldn't get married, weren't getting any benefits in employment while married couples were. But it's broadened to include transgender health coverage And our ordinance, and I don't know if there's another one in the country, also includes equal benefits regardless of immigration status, which California residents would be getting, but I would be surprised if Arizona residents are getting. So I would actually, as we talk this through, and thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you for raising this point, Councilmember and Councilmember, suggest that we bring this back at the next meeting when we have certification that they follow our equal benefits law, and that if all the employees work in California, that will be sufficient. If they have employees working in Arizona, then we really are going to need to look at that. And we probably should bring back a discussion item of how we want to do this, which I think is we talked about quite some time ago, but I think we're just, given the unfortunate situation that we're seeing in several states and the targeting of people and minorities, we know a California company, with all the workers here, we're not going to have this issue. And there are other benefits to local hire as well. So I would suggest, I would move that we table this item until such time we have that information, and then we can talk in future agenda development if we want to, giving the city manager and city attorney a little time to think about whether we need a meeting to discuss that or not.
Are we facing an urgency on this matter that a delay of 10 days would be problematic?
I don't think so. We need to start the new contract December 1st.
Then I think we do have some time to take and do that. Not for the next debate that we will have on October 27 regarding this, but prevailing wage is a very good set of laws when we're dealing in the construction industry and some of the other industries where prevailing wages tend to equate to living wages. But when we're talking about gardeners and janitorial services, there is a really open question as to whether or not a prevailing wage is going to equal a living wage. And I believe we should have a policy debate on council as to whether or not we want to contract with anyone who will be paying below a living wage to any employee who's going to be working on site in city facilities.
So if I can add just one final thing, and maybe this is for the city attorney, is as you research it, I know they're, according to the contract before us, they're independent contractors. So they're not an employee of the city, so, but do we have a right, I guess, if the Department of Labor has a right to know what they're paying their workers and to know if they're giving benefits? Do we have the right to ask that question? And if we do have that right, I would say we should ask for it so that we can ensure that it is a living wage, as the mayor has said, rather than not. But I don't know what the law is with independent contractor.
The city council could establish that as a policy, yes.
Thank you. So we have a motion to defer until our next meeting action on this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Coors?
Yes.
Councilmember Hostage?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner?
Yes.
Mayor Middleton?
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes.
All right. So the next item that was pulled is 1 I as in Ivan, and that was Councilmember Woods.
Certainly. Jay, are you coming up? Did you want to say something quickly, or you want to just frame it for the public?
Thank you, Councilman. This is a request from the Public Arts Commission to clean and relocate the 3 sculptures known as the Squiggles, Butch, Ethiel, and Squeeze by the Clement artist. And the proposal is to move them to an islet in Demuth Park. And the cost is $75,000 for the estimated to be $75,000 for that relocation. And so, again, it's the Public Arts Commission has been very active in this regard and is hoping to get these 3 pieces together in one site so they can be displayed as a family.
Thanks, Jay. I think the idea, I think that the Arts Commission's been working on ever since I've been on council, is to have art everywhere in the city, not just condensed in one place. And I applaud that. I actually applaud that. I'm just wondering, those squiggles, some people love them, some people don't, but they're very visible to most tourists who come in our downtown area. And I think moving the park is maybe a good idea, but are they going to be replaced with something else then?
Well, so there's 3 separate locations right now. One is private property and 2 are on public property. The one on the private property by the Regal Theater, the city has a 30-day option to remove those. The city can remove the art piece with a 30-day notice in that case. And the Arts Commission intention is to discuss with them what they'd like to see, if anything, to replace that artwork there. The Art Commission does have plans and ideas on items to replace in the other locations by Francis Stevens Park and Ernest Coffee to see if they're actually, they've queued up quite a few items for discussion in the next, they have reviewed them and have queued up discussions on coming Public Arts Commission meetings to purchase some of the temporary art that was on display here in the city, such as popsicles and the WOW sculpture. And so some of these might be candidates. They may also pursue new art pieces for these sites also.
So I would be in support of this as long as we replace something, and as long as the Arts Commission also focuses on what's going to go in Tockwitz, because that's a temporary exhibit on Tockwitz as well. And we don't have anything queued up to replace that, and that's our main entryway from our airport into the city, and we want to be known as this art thing. The other concern I have is that I think the justification letter they wrote was that the elements were hurting the art or harming the art, but they're moving it to a grass area with sprinklers. And I know our other art that's in grass areas will be worse than where they're currently at. So I would suggest, if we approve this tonight, that either we xeriscape the area around those squiggles where they're going to be, or DG it, or something of that nature, so that we don't, because it will be a worse problem than what we currently have. Other words, as long as they're replaced with something, be it permanent or temporary, and we're looking at Tockwitz, and we want to bring them together with CV Link, I would be for it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So if I want, I can make a motion, make it easy. I would make a motion to approve it based upon the fact that the Arts Commission will actively look at replacement art on the public spaces. I'm not concerned about the private spaces because we have very little control on the public spaces, and that we DG or xeriscape or do something where they're being placed in Demuth Park. Thank you. I'll see if there's a second.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? I'd just like to add that I'm not sure what the appropriate median will be for them to place the artwork so as to best protect it, but would like to ask staff not to explore all of the options and come up with what is most effective. Accept that as a friendly amendment.
It's a friendly amendment, yes.
Thank you. All right. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Coors,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Hostich,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner,
Yes.
and Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes.
All right. So the next item for our agenda, since we have moved forward discussion, or excuse me.
Can we take maybe 5 minutes? Because my guess is this discussion's going to go past 8 o'clock.
I think that may be very wise.
Yes,
Thank you.
for all of our
We
benefits,
will take
including the
5
people who are
minutes.
here.
Let's And as said earlier, we're moving forward item 3D. Once we've finished with that, we will return to the public hearings and stay on order, hopefully for the balance of the meeting. Item 3D is consideration for approval of an interim ordinance establishing a temporary moratorium on the issue of vacation rental permits within the city of Palm Springs and to provide direction regarding potential revisions to the city of Palm Springs vacation rental ordinance. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public. This agenda item, as you just mentioned, provides the City Council with an opportunity to consider establishing a temporary pause on the issuance of additional vacation rental permits, pending the city's study and evaluation of possible additional vacation rental regulations. In addition, as you mentioned, this agenda item also provides the City Council with the opportunity to provide direction to city staff and the city attorney as to what additional regulations, if any, might be appropriate. As the City Council is aware, the City of Palm Springs zoning code allows with regulation vacation rentals within residential zoning districts, subject to the requirements of the Palm Springs Municipal Code, Chapter 5.25. That chapter includes a requirement for a vacation rental permit, as well as significant operational requirements, standards, and a rigorous vacation rental enforcement program. There's been a concern expressed that applications for vacation rental permits within the city might increase in response to the city's recent public indications of its planned study of potential vacation rental regulations. As of October 6th, there were a total of 2,519 vacation rental permits that had been issued within the city. And since September 22nd, which is the day that the September 29th City Council agenda was posted to the public, the city's received 79 new vacation rental permit applications. The City Council under state law is authorized to adopt an urgency measure in order to prohibit any uses that might be in conflict with a contemplated zoning proposal that the City Council is considering or studying or intends to study. And that is the item that's before you, at least part of the item that's before you tonight. The proposed ordinance would require a 4/5 vote of the City Council, and because we have one council member who is not participating, that would be a unanimous vote of the 4 members who are remaining. The temporary pause would last for only 45 days unless it were extended by the City Council by a subsequent vote, and so this pause would really be in effect until December 1st, 2022. And in order to extend it, it would require additional vote for another 10 months if authorized. The ordinance's moratorium does not apply to those properties that have already been issued a vacation rental permit, and it's not proposed to apply to the home share permits, which have not been the subject really of the discussion of the working group for vacation rentals. However, as you heard during some of the public comment, one of the issues that should be addressed by the City Council is when the time period is after which the permit would not be, or permits had been issued. And so some of the dates include September 22nd, that's the date that the September 29th council agenda was posted. Another date might be September 29th, which was the actual council date that the council last discussed this item. October 10th, which is when the agenda was posted for tonight's meeting, or October 17th. The council can pick any of these dates or other dates should the council choose to do so. Council might also wish to discuss the issue of escrows, which was also mentioned during tonight's public comments. That is a brief summary of the moratorium provisions. As I mentioned, this agenda item also provides the City Council with an opportunity to provide direction to us with regard to bringing back potential different regulations. So at this point, I'll ask Director of Special Programs, Veronica Goodhart, to give a summary of what has been learned since the last meeting.
I did want to start by updating the number of applications and permits. So as of today, we have 2,526. There's 302 applications that are currently have been submitted for new applications, with a total of 103 received since September 22nd. If you have any questions or directions, please feel free.
If I could just take a moment. I want to disclose again that I own a home share, which means I rent a room out in my house. I live in the house full-time. And that discussion tonight will not include home shares. It will be just vacation rentals. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Certainly, if the discussion tends towards discussion of home shares, it'd be appropriate at that time to recuse yourself. But at this point, there's no proposal to really discuss home shares in depth.
Great, thank you.
So are there questions for staff? Councilmember Coors.
Sure. Since I was going to say it, I'll ask you since you're here. We heard that if we, impose regulations, at least from one speaker, people will just ignore it because in America you don't have to follow the law, which unfortunately we've seen a little too much of that lately. But putting that aside, I think our staff, you and Patrick, do an amazing job in actually enforcing the law. And if my numbers are correct, I think over 50 homeowners have permanently been banned because of not following our vacation rental law from ever getting a short-term vacation rental permit in the city for the rest of their lives. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And I think dozens have been suspended for 2 years because they had 3 strikes for not following the rules?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to clear that up for the public, that our staff is really good at finding people who break the law, really good at finding people who rent who don't get a permit and pay TOT. In addition to the monetary fines, they're permanently banned, and there are audits to get the back TOT. And I think the few complaints that we now have is also a testament to how great a job you're doing. So thank you for your work. That was my question and slight comment for staff.
So I know we've been at this for a while now, so are there any other questions before we get into comments? Councilmember Woods.
Yeah. Thank you, Veronica and Patrick, for everything that you do to make it livable and make it work for the city. A couple questions. One is, we are actively scouring all of the websites for illegal activity. That's correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we scour VRBO and HomeAway and Airbnb and all of those.
Correct.
Okay. Can you, I think I'll summarize what I heard and you tell me what else that you got from the working group. I was the one that asked, why are we here? What's the problem, right? And what I had heard was quality of life, not a lot of details with that, not knowing a neighbor and feeling a sense of neighborhood. And the other issues like noise and whatnot wasn't part of a lot of the testimony, except for I think 2 people that we heard from. What did you hear from the working group as the reason our current system is not working?
The quality of life actually did touch on the subject of noise. There's a lot of increased traffic. There's increased noise from people having gatherings, not necessarily music. So while we can send a code officer out to respond to noise, the chances of a citation are only going to be high when it is for music. Since the implementation of the new ordinance in 2017, we've only issued a total of 18 citations for noise, and those were primarily between the hours of 12 a.m. And 2 a.m. when there's less surrounding noise to take away from what is really occurring. So the noise is still an impact for some because you have just those increased people in the neighborhoods. So that was the quality of life they were referring to.
Okay, so just to repeat, traffic, not knowing your neighbors, and noise that is not projected noise, that's not amplified music. So let's say I just live in my house. It's not a vacation rental. Am I correct that the noise ordinance that applies to me in my backyard is the same as a vacation rental?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so if I'm in my backyard, the difference between me enjoying my backyard and a vacation rental is that I can actually have some amplified music as long as I don't go beyond the borders of my property.
Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
So really, the noise, whether I live there or not, is the same for a vacation rental. The difference, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is who responds to the noise complaint.
Yes, that's correct. Because there's a difference between a code officer responding for a vacation rental versus a police officer who's responding for noise, and whether or not it's owner occupied or occupied by a vacation rental guest.
Right. So if if I'm having a party and somebody calls and I'm not a vacation rental, the police come to my home, and what they'll do is ask me probably to break up the party. I assume that's probably what's going to happen. And I guess the police chief is over there. He could, he could answer that better.
You are correct. We're going to ask them to break up the party, and then if not, cite them.
Okay, and if I had a vacation rental, it's even more severe because you will not only ask me to break up the party, but you will fine the renters for it as well, correct? The people who are renting the house.
Correct.
Okay, so the other question I have, I just want to make that clear to the public that the noise ordinance is no different than if you have a single-family home than if you have a vacation home. It's just how we respond to it and whether or not you can have amplified music. So the other question is, let's say I have a vacation rental, and what I want to do is I rent it for the weekends, but then all of a sudden I have a 2-month rental. During that 2-month rental time, let's say somebody calls in and complains about noise. I'm registered at a vacation rental. How does the city respond to that?
The vacation rental rules do not apply to leases or any rental periods longer than 28 days. So then that would be a regular noise response call. I would like to point out, though, that noise calls are not a top priority because our police department is very stressed responding to other calls. So oftentimes when these calls come in for noise, by the time police finally do make it out there, the noise has been taken care of.
So I'm calling in about my neighbor who's got noise, and it's a vacation, it's a 2-month rental, he's a vacation rental. How, when you call in, do you know that I have somebody there that's 2 months versus weekend?
We send out code compliance officers. The code compliance officers will ask for a copy of the rental agreement to verify.
Okay, so the other question that I've been asked is, so let's say the 2-month renter, even though I'm a vacation rental, has amplified outdoor music, that would be allowed?
As long as it's within our current noise ordinance.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to clarify that with a lot of people because I think they think there's a difference between a vacation rental and not, and I wanted to hear directly from staff how we handle it. I'll leave it at that for now, and I may come back. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Corsi.
I just want to follow up on Councilmember Woods. And please don't break up his party, Chief. I presume only if the music was really loud and it was after 10 p.m., correct? Just people, you can have parties at your house, don't, with music, just so you know. The other difference is any of us can have a party with 50 people at our house. A vacation rental, being used as a vacation rental, can have 2 people per bedroom and 2 extra guests, I believe, visiting.
Correct. So there's daytime occupancy.
Daytime hours. But at night, a party of more than 2 people per bedroom and 2 youngsters 12 and under would be a citation and a strike against that house, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so that's another limitation, so folks know. So there are a lot of limitations to try and limit the noise, music, number of people, and things along those lines. Yeah, so that was a good point. Thank you.
Veronica, how large is your enforcement staff?
We currently have a total of 4 officers, and we have recently have 2 additional code officers who were hired, who are being trained right now for vacation rental enforcement.
So that will bring us to 6 full-time enforcement officers?
Yes.
And are you aware of any other city that has as many as 4 to 6 enforcement officers?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Woods.
Do you know what the attrition rate is of vacation rentals? We heard something earlier, but do you have any statistics on that? I don't want to put you on the spot, but like how many people give up their permit a year versus how many people apply? And does that?
It's very small in comparison. So right now, currently, we have over 200 that are renewing this month. Every month, we receive an average of 100 to 200 renewals. Since January of this year, I believe we only 10 closures.
Say that last part again.
Only 10 since January of this year.
Okay, great. And do you have an idea? I know last time we asked you, and I don't know if you've gotten to the statistics yet. I think the gentleman from VRUN called in and said that there's a lot of second homes that are not used at all. Do we have verification of any of those numbers?
No, we do not. Again, we came back rather soon after the last meeting. We are diligently working through your list of items that you would like brought back, and we've made a nice progress, but unfortunately did not get to them all tonight.
I understand. I absolutely understand. Thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think we've, no,
I want to follow up on that. So my understanding of the census and other data is if a home doesn't have is a part-time resident and doesn't have a long-term renter or a homeowner with a primary residence, that's what the 40% vacant counts as. So it doesn't mean no one's ever in the house. Someone could be in that house, 4 months a year, come every weekend. That's not where they're going to be recorded. So that's why it's considered vacant. In my understanding, the percentage has been pretty consistent for quite some time. But it doesn't mean it's actually not used. It just means it's not used as someone's full-time residence.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Do you know how many vacation rentals we have that are not short-term rentals, that are long-term rentals in terms of 30 days or more?
No, those were the more difficult to obtain, so we're still working on those items for you.
Do those rentals require any particular license from the city?
No, we don't do any regulation for anything longer than 28 days.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we've exhausted our questions for now, and let's open this up to council member comments. Council member Corrs.
I'll go, and I'll try and be able to read my notes in my handwriting. But just a couple things. Appreciate everyone's comments and listening to everyone else. I think to the comments that, there are more important things we should work on, and why are you even bringing this up and discussing it creates problems. One, that's our job to discuss things. Two, we promised we would look at after we passed the last ordinance back in 2017, we promised we would review it in a year, and because of the lawsuit, we hadn't. But we hear that on almost every issue. If you like the status quo, you don't want us to talk about it. But that is our job. And I think it's just important that we do that, and that's the idea of a pause. I do want to say this isn't just like from out of the blue, right? We had a long study session with a ton of data that we went through, I believe, in March as a council. We had a whole bunch of questions we asked. Most got answered. We had a couple more at the last meeting. Appreciate the working group. But ultimately, the working group talked to each other and got data, and I've probably heard from, emailed, and talked to over 100 people on this issue in the last 2 weeks. So that's our jobs ultimately to do, but we appreciate all the input. And I sort of want to, I don't know exactly where I want to start, but I want to start sort of for me, and I was open to the caps, when they came up from the working group. I was willing to think about those. The 2,500 cap is something I don't think I can support. I try and look at everything through a lens of fairness and equality, and I appreciate some current vacation rental owners like that because it gives them a monopoly. It doesn't cost them anything, right? They can keep their vacation rental forever, although I think city attorney, not that anyone here wants to do that, but we have a lot of leeway here, right? If we wanted to say effective in 6 months, we're not going to have vacation rentals, we could do that. No one here wants to do that, so don't put it on Facebook or in the news. But I'm just sort of saying we have a lot of leeway on this, right? And no one has the right for a long-term vacation rental. You get a permit, which has to be renewed every year. So just keep that in mind. We're trying to come up with what we think is right for our city and our residents and our workforce, and there are a lot of competing interests here, right? I support vacation rentals. I worked really hard on the last ordinance. And the other just big thing, which I forgot to say, is the voters didn't vote 70% to pass the vacation rental ordinance, right? Council passed that, and there was a ballot measure to ban them in any single-family part of the city, any residential zone in the city, to ban them. That's what people voted no on. They didn't want to ban. That doesn't mean they don't want restrictions or regulation or potential changes. Very different. So I just want everyone, especially people who weren't here, what the vote was. It wasn't 70% said, yes, let's have vacation rentals. You know, there were all kinds of rules. And without all the rules that were passed, we might have had a different result in that election. And we want to make sure, I think most of us, probably all of us, but everyone will speak for themselves, that we keep vacation rentals, but we do it in a thoughtful way. And that makes what's best for our city, and looking at 5 years of experience on it. But the problem with the cap for me is it's just not fair. Why should someone who has a vacation rental, and we've heard from people tonight, right? They bought a second house. They live in a house, and now they are renting a house as a vacation rental that they'll never sleep in, be able to do that. And then someone who has a life change in their life and needs to rent it out some of the time won't be able to get a permit. That's just unfair. So with that in mind, you know, and the mayor and I did talk about some other options, and we met with people on both sides, some who don't want any vacation rentals and some who want unlimited vacation rentals. And that's sort of where the idea of 24 rental contracts came from. And I sort of want to share, like, you know, I think Councilmember Wood said, so what are we trying to solve here, right? What are the issues, right? One is density. There are people who feel surrounded. They have vacation rentals on all sides. And less rentals is going to mean less impacts. It is going to have an effect. Yes, we do a great job on amplified music and parties and all of that. But there is a real difference in a 4-bedroom house if it's occupied by 8 and with children, 10 people, 36 different times, not days, but contracts averaging 4 to 5 times, than if it's by 2 people who are living in that house. That's a different impact. It just is. Is it a reasonable impact? Yeah, I think it is. But it will resolve the number, right? So that is one of the reasons I think that's the right number. I think 36 doesn't do that. When we passed the ordinance in 2017, we were really clear, and we put it into the ordinance, that using your home for short-term vacation rentals was a way to help our part-time and full-time residents and provide another option for tourists. But we put in it had to be a secondary and ancillary use, not the primary use of the house. That's not what's happening in a lot of cases. There are people, and we heard them last time too, they never sleep in that house. There are people who buy a second house that they will never go into. When you're renting it 36 times for an average of 5 times, you're renting it more than half the nights of the year. That is not a secondary use, and that was not the intent of the ordinance. Hindsight is always, 20/20, but we should have put a definition with penalties if you weren't using it as a secondary use. So 24 gets you there a lot more. It also makes it not a profitable thing for an investor because we're very clear we didn't want outside investors. We wanted people who are living here part-time or full-time to be able to rent out their house some of the time. People who are using the house as a vacation house and then are going to retire here. We heard from those folks today. That's the history of Palm Springs, right? Many people, that's how they got here. And with 36 rentals, that's not what is happening. So that is why I think 24 rentals is the right amount of time. I think for people who don't have permits, so they don't have contracts that they have to honor, I think that's a right number. Always open to hearing other thoughts. And I think for people who already have a permit, giving them 36 contracts for the next year or even 2 potentially for ongoing guests, et cetera, and then going down to 24 would be a fair way to do it. I do think for new permit holders, we need to define what secondary means. And, the number the mayor threw out is that you're attesting that you're living in the house for 90 days, that you actually are a part-time resident here. So that's sort of where that comes from. I think having current permit holders take 10 years before they have to do that is probably too long for me, but I'm open for that conversation, and we've banted around numbers, and we just wanted to bring the concepts for council, and nothing will be passed tonight, right? It'll be November before we'll have a first reading of an ordinance, and everyone will have lots of time to give input before then and at that meeting, so nothing's going to happen on a decision tonight. The density issue, a neighborhood cap doesn't really solve if you're surrounded by vacation rentals, right? Saying you can only have one next to you does. But logistically, I think that creates so much challenges that I think neighborhood is probably the best way we can do that. And while I don't like caps because I want other people to have the right, I think the idea which we raised at the last meeting of a second sort of junior permit of some number, numbers have banded about from people, and including public comment of 6 to 12, that everyone can have, even if their neighborhood reaches that cap. If you're renting it 6 times, it's when you're going on vacation. And that, I have friends who, they go on vacation in April. They can rent their house for Coachella and Stagecoach. That's how they afford to live here full-time. And I want to make sure everyone can continue to do that. So I think we need something along those lines as well. I think there's some other issues which, just listening tonight and thinking about, if you have a short-term vacation rental, you can't rent that house and have a wedding there because you'd be paying to have an event, and if you're paying an event, more than the number of people who are at the house, right? And I think that is happening, and I think we need to be clear in the ordinance about events at vacation rental houses. And I know there are some people who are doing both, and I think we need to really look at that. It's people who are renting their house, for the maximum contracts and then renting the house for events the rest of the time. And that's a commercial business. That's not a part-time or full-time owner using the house. And that's what we wanted, right? Different people on council now. But that's what we were going for last time. And a lot of it happened, but not all of it happened. So I think that when we talk about the problems, I do think people feel the density, the things I'm hearing. There are more impacts of a vacation rental than some folks, but some of the biggest complaints are part-time owners who come every weekend and start playing music at 8 a.m., and they're allowed to do that. So, you're always going to have some bad neighbors, right? And sometimes they're not the vacation rentals. We didn't want investor-owned, which I think we can better clear up here. And I think there's, what is the impact on housing for full-time folks? And, we've always been a big second home market, but we also need to make sure we have housing for people who want to live here full-time as well. So those are the issues that I think we're trying to figure out, how we keep vacation rentals as an option for our full and part-time residents and make that work. And just a couple things I noted. I've owned 3 homes in Palm Springs, starting full-time in 2000. In the first one, and the second one starting in 2007, third one in 2010 till at least currently. And, the first one, I would say on the block, half of the houses were almost never used, and the other half were mostly full-time residents. When I moved up into Vista Las Palmas on Rose in 2007, I didn't have neighbors. I had people on one side came down from Canada for 2 to 3 months a year. They didn't vacation rental it. People on the other side, I think I saw twice, in the 5 years I owned that house. People behind me. So I don't think just because if we ban vacation rentals, all of a sudden people would have all these full-time neighbors, you know, who were working in Palm Springs and raising kids. That just goes through cycles, right? We see that with schools. You know, when I grew up, they were starting to close elementary schools because the people in the town I grew up in, based on when it was first built, right, in the 50s, well, their kids were now in college, and then they didn't have kids in the school. But that cycle changed, and all of a sudden they needed to build new schools because they sold some of the buildings because new people do move in. So we don't know, you know, and no economic study is going to tell us who's going to move in and who isn't. But just because there are less vacation rentals doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to be a part-time owner, that it's going to be a full-time owner. And, you know, trying to find that balance, right? A lot of people, all my current neighbors are part-time owners, and none of them rent it out who are attached to me. But across the street, I have 3 vacation rentals. And I know one of the owners who's there a decent amount. So, you know, it's going to be different everywhere. And so just when you think, just for people who like, you know, it's going to all of a sudden change dramatically if we make changes, not necessarily. So those are just some initial comments, a little all over the place. But I could read most of my notes, so that was okay.
All right, good. Thank you. And Veronica, we love having you stand, but I think we're at the point where it's going to mostly be us talking. And all right. Other comments? Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Coors. You said a lot of things. I'm not. I might repeat things. Yeah. I think what we're hearing a lot of is frustration on both sides of this issue because there have been people who have really invested a lot of time and money into vacation rentals. And as some of you have come forward, we are hearing that it doesn't actually fit into what is supposed to be our use for these rentals, which is difficult. Because part of having it as a secondary use is also limiting the impacts of gentrification. If we're having people in Palm Springs who are buying up multiple houses to use as vacation rentals, well, you know, that's part of the problem that we're seeing with neighborhoods that used to be very affordable going up in cost. And when a lot of the comments that we get from long-term residents about not liking vacation rentals tend to be focused in that area of town where there are the most. So it is Racket Club Estates, it is District 2 where we have 37% of vacation rentals, and it is very dense. And part of that is because the homes were very affordable at one point. And so people bought them up and they've been good investments. And some people are living in them fairly regularly and visiting Palm Springs and are going to move here later or have moved here since they've bought them, which is great. And we appreciate that. But I think that that's part of why we're in this situation is because there are these really dense areas. And that's why some other areas of town where there's not as many people feel good about it and say, oh yeah, I don't mind the vacation rentals at all. It's like my parents, and they live in the southern part of Palm Springs. They have no issues with the vacation rentals around them, but it's also not densely full of vacation rentals. In terms of the permits, I do really support having a different type of permit for people who are only renting a few times a year. As I noted in the last meeting when we discussed this, there's over 800 permits that are currently existing that are used less than 12 times a year. And half of those are less than 6 times. So there's clearly a lot of people who are here often who are using vacation rentals as a temporary source of income or just to offset mortgage, and we should make sure that we're allowing those without caps. One of the things that was raised in the recommendations by the mayor and Councilmember Coors is allowing HOAs to make their own rules. And I do want to just point out that we have several new developments, and I know at least for Miralon is still developer controlled. And so until they are controlled by the residents. I would like us to be able to make sure that they're included in any kind of neighborhood cap. Because right now they don't get a say. The developer decides everything for them, and it's going to be several years before they do gain control. Let's see. I did want to address as well what this moratorium means. Moratorium would mean that we are temporarily not accepting applications while we address this issue, while we make sure that we're getting it right, and to prevent people from putting in applications and then being disappointed with the changes that we've made. So this is extremely temporary, and it is for the benefit of staff, for the benefit of the council, for the benefit of the public. It's not as dire of a situation as some may think, because the focus, I think, should be on how we change the ordinance. The moratorium is really quite minor. In terms of people that are already in the queue, I do feel for those folks, and I would like any moratorium to start today instead of going backwards. I know that there's still a lot in the queue, but whether somebody decided because they watched our meeting that they wanted a vacation rental, or they just happened to put it in at that time, I feel for them, and I think we should start today for that. There's also was a mention at one point of folks who have been renovating homes who have not been able to apply for a permit yet because we require that the renovation be complete before you can get a vacation rental permit. And it sounds like there's not too many people who are in that situation, so I would like to discuss further with council how we address that situation, because I do understand if you're putting in a lot of effort into a home that may have been a blighted home especially, we do appreciate that investment, and we do want to be able to allow you to offset some of your costs with a rental. So far, I think the decrease in rental contracts is reasonable. Sorry, everyone. I'm also getting this information that's recommended by my colleagues right now as well. I'm a little bit concerned with how we would do the home audits. I would love to hear a little bit more about the legal analysis, if there is any legal analysis that we can do on that, and just make sure that we're not causing any undue burden to anyone by requiring that they're here a certain number of days, and just how that process would work for how we're proving that. And then as well with the transition, existing holders would have 5 years before they would also need to be part of that requirement. That also seems like an excessive amount of time to me. I don't think it needs to be 5 years. I think we can transition that sooner. And I do want to raise up the comment that we got about people who are here as second homeowners who are not using vacation rentals. Why don't we require them to be here a certain number of days? I get that, which is why I'm struggling a little bit with putting a strict time limit on it. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Councilman, it's up to you. All right, so thank you. Well, I want to thank all of the comments first from everyone in the public who came up to speak. Again, I want to thank you for being respectful of those who have opinions that are different than your own. That's important in our city. It's really important on an issue like this. What we're trying to do here is get the balances right and and to ensure this hospitality option continues to be something that's available to everyone. From time to time, those who do not like the idea of vacation rentals accuse us of only being interested in the money here on city council, and that's just simply not the case. But one of the things that, that we know from the hard data is in 2021-22, we had almost double the amount of vacation rental activity in terms of TOT that was collected than we had in 2019, the last year before the COVID crisis came in. Much of that was because families wanted to be able to stay in a place that they thought would be a bit safer. And we had an increase in our hotel occupancy too, but nothing even close to as dramatic as what we had in vacation rental. As I've said before, and will say again, it's a hospitality I and my family enjoy doing. Not here in Palm Springs, but in other places, because it allows very frequently families to get together under one roof who live in disparate parts of our state or our nation or even our world. And hospitality is something that has always been a part of Palm Springs, and I think will always be a part of Palm Springs. It needs to be. Tourism matters to this community. For those who just simply can't accept the concept that a private home should ever be used as a short-term rental, I don't think we're going to be able to come up with rules that are going to be the ones that you want, any more than we're going to be able to come up with rules that will work for those who believe that there should be no restrictions whatsoever. Just let the market decide what will go on. But we've committed to try to regulate this. One of the, I think, really good ways you can judge whether or not a law is working is how long it goes between the time it was enacted and before you have to revisit that law. And in 2017, a set of reforms that were enacted, very significant ones, and we're sitting here 5 years later, finally taking and addressing some changes. That shows how good a job we did 5 years ago. It shows that the commitment that we made to enforcement is working, and it also shows that the individuals within the industry modified their behaviors so as to address the changes that we were enacting. I am absolutely convinced that there will be modifications of behaviors to adapt to what we do now. It matters that we get an ordinance that is something that we believe in. As the tourism capital of the Coachella Valley and of one of the most important tourism communities anywhere in this state, it is incumbent on us to be a leader in how we manage this kind of hospitality option, and I believe we have been, and we're here today because we want to continue to be for the next many years. We do not want to be one of those cities that simply throws up their arms and says, this is too hard of work to do, let's just ban it and move on. That's not who we are, and that's not what we're doing. And I would ask everyone, regardless of where you are on this issue, to step back, and you may think it should be X percent and somebody else thinks it should be Y percent. We're going to have to come to some decisions on where to strike those balances. And what we're trying to do is, once again, strike those balances in a way that works for the greatest number of people. Some of the comments that came into this evening spoke to people who've been working really, really hard to rehabilitate homes and to make their dream come true with the homes that they have. Those comments we've been hearing quite a bit over the last few weeks, and it's why we've done so much work in the last couple of weeks, and particularly this week, trying to find options that make it possible for individuals to continue to get permits. It would be easy to just simply take and impose the limit of, as suggested, 2,500, allow the 300 or so applications that are in the works to work their way through. But as we know, with attrition rates that are measured in the dozens or even less per year, if we did something like that, we'd be looking at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years before we would be able to allow anyone else new into the permit. And I don't think that would be fair. So we're making this a little bit harder on ourselves in order to try to keep that fairness in there. I really appreciate the comments that both of my colleagues have made so far, and I'm sure I'll appreciate the ones that Councilmember Woods will make. And absolutely, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any HOA that is being controlled by the developer as opposed to by the residents is not the kind of HOA that we certainly were contemplating with this. And the time at which we incorporate the moratorium, whether we go retroactive or we go today, is something I'm open to conversation on. But I do think one of the concepts that we've introduced, that someone needs to actually live in the home for a period of time each year, is incredibly important. It roots them in the community. It goes to the historic conversations that we've had of individuals who first buy a home, they spend weekends here, they spend a month here, they spend a couple of months, and they keep building up the amount of time until they're here full time. I don't know how many folks I have ran into for whom that's the story, and it's a wonderful story of Palm Springs, and that's something that we want to maintain. In order to do so, we have to find a way to ensure that you actually do live here some period of time during the course of the year. There are an awful lot of ways that do not require tremendous amounts of intrusion in order to be able to confirm that kind of attestation. And one of the things we know about our staff, if you lie to them, they're going to find out. And you're going to pay consequences when they find out that you're lying. People make honest mistakes, and we will always address those. But when you sign your name saying, I did something and you didn't do it, you should pay a price for that. So with that, I'm certainly open to conversation on any of these issues, but from day one, when I first got involved in this issue, when I was with 1PS, it's been about getting a balance right, and that's what we're still trying to do.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to break the conversation into two parts. One is the moratorium, which is what was on the agenda tonight, and the other part will be kind of input to staff like we gave last time as to where we stand. So the first one, I'm going to come back to the questions I asked earlier of staff and answer that, but I'm going to ask staff a few more questions regarding the moratorium, and I'll ask this, I guess, to the city attorney. If we approve a new ordinance, or changes to our existing ordinance, can we make those changes retroactive?
Generally, yes.
Okay, so there's people in the queue right now, and if we make a couple changes like it's been suggested, we could apply those within a year or 6 months, or anyone new. Okay, good to know. So that's the moratorium question. So the question really is between us up here on council, is a moratorium needed since we can retroactively apply any proposed changes that we want to do? So I'll leave that off. I'll leave that discussion with the moratorium done. I smile. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Kors. You heard me last time. And I won't repeat it, but it's exactly what I had said last time. We should not be counting HOAs in the overall density because that's up to them. The only thing different that they proposed tonight that I didn't propose last time we met was the cap on the number of days, and I'm totally open to discussing that. But I'll just quickly repeat what I said last time. We shouldn't include HOAs or apartments in any, if we're going to do density, which I said last time I don't believe that we should do. I think they should be a secondary use by far, and we needed to find a way to do it. I totally agree with that. We have to disincentivize investments that are not people living there, like the stories we heard tonight. We have to completely find a way to do that. And I have heard, I've done a lot of research since the last meeting. Los Angeles does it because you have to actually it has to be your permanent residence. Now, whether that works here or not may be a different story, but it is a way to say, basically, you are a resident of that community monetizing your property to a degree. We may need to tweak that because a lot of these homes are second homes. I totally agree. We want to talk about not having events. I'm on board with that as far as giving staff direction. I want to repeat something that's been said. My neighbors are very fortunate. They come out maybe 3 times a year. They're a privileged class. That's 1 or 3 or 4 of one of their homes. They are completely privileged not to have to use that home or to monetize that home in any way. But that's not really everyone that lives in Palm Springs. I think Palm Springs has for the full-time residents, I think $50,000 is like the average income. It's not high at all. So people are looking for ways to get into the market. And so the question is, how do you monetize your property? And there are ways that people are doing it. But then there are the people that are pushing it, and they're the investors, and they're coming in. So that's where we have to really talk about, is it really, and this is going to be the tricky part, is it your home, or is it strictly an investment? And I think we need to absolutely work that out. I don't think we can go as far as LA because it probably won't be your primary residence, but we can talk about that. In doing my research, I was astounded, and I would challenge any of you to go onto Zillow Rentals, astounded by what a monthly rent in this city costs. It is more than Santa Monica. Astounding. I give you an example. On Racket Club, which is a very busy street, a house that had a full-time resident that I never met in my 12 years of full-time living here, sold the house. The house was sold to an investor. They put in a pool. They painted the house, probably illegally, but they painted it. It was on Zillow Rental for $25,000 a month. Astounding. It has been since reduced to $15,000 a month. Just shocking. I don't know what vacation rentals bring in a month, but that is, no wonder we have investors coming here. That is that's incredible amounts of money that somebody's getting for a short-term rental. Whether they get it or not, I don't know, but that's what it's listed for. I don't think that's good for us. I don't think an investor buying that property just to make it a hotel is what I think everyone's complaining about. And I do think the constant flipping of a neighbor is problematic, which Rebecca's in the audience and you testified to, and I think that is problematic. So the question is, how do we kind of regulate that as well? I think the proposals that I put forward, that the rest of my council has put forward are really great. It's really working out and hammering the details on those to make them work. People are monetizing their property, but not for their own personal benefit. They're doing it as a business at this point. And I think that's what we really, as I said before, we really have to stop. I love Palm Springs. I think a lot of other people do it. I mean, if you're going to spend $25,000 a month to come here on vacation, you must love this place. We've got to keep it going. Vacation rentals help us, both short-term and long-term. The glory about this, you can do both. You can choose to rent it just on weekends. You can choose never to get a short-term permit and just do the long-term permits, what we just talked about. In 2 months, you paid your mortgage for years. Or you can do both. You can do a hybrid of both. And that's the question I asked to staff earlier. That's amazing. That's amazing profitability on a house that before COVID, in my neighborhood, went for $400,000. I'm shocked. I mean, I'm just absolutely shocked. So I think we're in the right direction as a council. I think we want quality of life. We want to know our neighbors, if they're here or not. And if somebody's here on a weekend, I'd like to get to know them. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. But that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
So we've all had a chance to ask questions and to provide comments. We've got to actually provide direction at staff can take and then come back to us with an ordinance that would be a first reading. And we have two fundamental questions to answer this evening. One has to do with the issue of a moratorium and whether or not we're going to impose one and what date would be. That's independent of the question of what direction to give regarding the ordinance. So I think it would be wise for us to take one of them and dispose of it and then deal with the other. Is there a preference as to which we do first? Moratorium? All right, then is there, just by a quick show of hands, support for the concept of a moratorium? Not getting into the details, but just the concept.
I'm talking about the concept at least, yes.
Okay. Yes.
Go that
right.
far.
Councilmember Woods, was that a yes or a no?
At this point, I'm not convinced a moratorium will do anything. And at my question of the city attorney earlier, it doesn't seem like it's going to serve a purpose. So,
If I could, I may not have understood the full import of the question. Although laws generally can be retroactive, I would say from a legal perspective, as well as from kind of a staff administrative perspective, it probably would be advisable if the council is going to be making changes to our ordinance to adopt a pause as recommended by staff.
can I just ask questions about that? Thank you very much, Mr. Ballinger, for that. A pause. What does a pause mean?
A pause means that either you can stop accepting applications or you can accept applications with clear understanding that the city staff is not going to be processing them. And again, that helps with the administrative burden. It allows city staff and the special programs department to focus their efforts on doing the research that council has identified needs to be done, and also helping the city attorney's office draft the regulations that we're going to be bringing back. In addition, it also helps establish kind of expectations of people who have submitted their applications and the public generally.
So if we, if a moratorium was adopted, and we have, I think, close to 300 applications that have been submitted, what does that mean for those 300?
That is something that the council can address when we come back either in late October or November. You can decide what to do with those, as opposed to if you don't adopt a moratorium, you've got 300 people who have submitted applications who may have expectations as to what the council wants, should do with those applications, and that increases potential liability.
Can you just, thank you again. What is that potential liability? I just want to kind of understand. I'm trying to understand the pros and cons of a moratorium or no moratorium.
Sure, anytime somebody has submitted an application, they believe they may have some sort of a property interest in that application, as opposed to if you've adopted a moratorium, then it's been made very clear that they don't.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Coors?
Sure. I mean, doing this first makes sense in some ways, and then in others not, because, if we're all saying we're not, there's not the support for a 2,500 or any cap, right, but instead going to lower permits, then people will know that, right, and they'll know that they'll be able to get a permit, it's just how many contracts. So that changes the whole equation a little bit on this. I do, one of the concerns, and I don't know which way this comes out, is I do know a couple of folks who applied after our last meeting who don't ever plan on renting them, but feel if they get in and we do the 2,500 cap, it's worth $1,000 a year, when they can rent their house for more than that in a night, to hold a permit. And so, if we had a cap and it would take us all those years, we wouldn't be replacing people with people who actually are going to rent, right? So, and then there are people who, let's be honest, if we have a cap and if we have a neighborhood cap, you can get 10 people, we can get to our 15 or 20% if we just get a permit and we don't have to have any more vacation rentals in our neighborhood. And so, we can have this on both sides, so I don't know what that all means, I'm just sharing. But I'm open to, the reason I'm open to a moratorium is, especially if I think the majority, if not all the council, is not going to put a cap on. So people will get their permits. We're just going to take a 45-day pause so people actually know what they're getting or not getting, right? There are some people who have applied who, if they know they'll be able to get a permit down the road, which may be 24 or 6 for a junior permit, they won't even move forward with their application, right? They don't want to move forward with it. So we have staff working, we're costing them money. People who are building now, most of those, they weren't planning on, they applied sooner than they're ready to, right? Because they were worried about it. People in escrow can't apply when they're in escrow, right? They get rejected automatically until the escrow is closed. So I think a short moratorium, not a couple-year one like we've seen, but, the 45 days. So, because within 45 days, we will have either passed, at least on first reading, what the new rules are, or we won't, right? And then nothing happens for at least some period of time. But I think that just gives staff time to focus on the new ordinance. I think it lets people, I don't see it really, 45 days really causing a major imposition to people, because a lot of those folks who jumped in not for right now, but for, a little bit down the road. So I see it more of as a staff benefit. I get the property rights, but applying for a permit doesn't give you much of a property interest in this case, does it? No.
It doesn't, it's really more about expectations.
Yeah, and just so people know, it's sort of why we ask staff to post that, there's no guarantee you're getting a permit, until we see what council does on the website, and some people didn't like that, but we wanted people to know, right? The more information we can give people, they can make informed decisions. So that's why I'm sort of open to it, but not as much needed if, to your point as well, right, if we're not having a total cap.
Mayor Pro Tem?
But we are still talking about a 15 to 20% neighborhood cap. Yeah. So I think that still applies in terms of the moratorium, not just for staff, but because of that 15 to 20%, because we do have neighborhoods that are already over that. So that would impact potentially somebody applying. So I think we should move forward mostly for staff, because if you're processing applications and trying to do all of this research, that's quite a bit. And if we want to actually get this done by the end of November, then we need to give staff time to do it without processing applications. And just because we don't know what the final outcome is going to be. These are just recommendations. We still are going to wait for all of the public comment that's going to come in about these recommendations. And as we've seen, lots of things can change because 3 weeks ago we were talking about 2,500 and 10%, and here we are with no cap and 15 to 20. So a moratorium is, I think, a smart move.
So I frankly have been trying to avoid using the term moratorium, but it's common usage. So we're not going to reject any of the applications that are currently on file. I think we continue to work on processing, but do not complete and actually issue an application. I would be open to allowing people to continue to file an application, just knowing that it is not going to be completed within the next 45 days until we actually have enacted whatever it is that we are going to enact, so that we're pausing the issuance of new applications, which gives us a chance to make sure that if any of those new applications are going to be subject to some rules that would be different than existing permit holders, that we have a chance to do that. And so that's what I'm trying to accomplish by issuing this pause in completing applications.
So I just have a couple thoughts as we discuss it as a council. The first thought is I don't know about the neighborhood densities you guys are talking about, because I don't know what the densities are, because we had condos in those in the last go around. So they may be very different than what we looked at the last meeting. I don't know what those densities are going to be anymore. You know, in my district, it's mostly single family homes, so the density is very high, right? But in other areas where you have a lot of condos, the density could be really low because the condos are being counted overall. So that information needs to come out. If we're going to do a moratorium, it sounds like we have 3 votes for that, is, my concern is we may change the application process. If we go to an A and B permit or a primary, and it's like, the whole application process may change. And I don't know how people who are currently, I think we heard some things tonight where people were in escrow and they were looking at how they're going to run their finances on the house and things of that nature. That would work out. I heard the mayor say that we won't deny them any permits, but the question is what kind of permit would they get? We, most of this council that's sitting up here has had especially Jeff, Councilmember Kors, has had very in-depth concentration on this whole issue. We, in 45 days, may see a brand new council. And we may not be the people sitting up here to shepherd this through the process, is my concern. So if I were to do any moratorium, it would not be for 45 days. It would be something like 30 days with no opportunity for an extension. Because it would, and if staff needs to bring on extra help to do that, which they may well do, I would say let's authorize that to happen. But that's my 2 concerns about it all.
So, Mr. City, go ahead.
One comment, right? We're, I think, about 59 or 60 days from when there'll be a new council up. So 45 days.
But still, on the 15th, we won't have any.
Well, we might sometimes. We have in the past.
Okay.
Sometimes we haven't. But if we keep processing and keep taking in new ones, it's going to be very hard to ever get a sense where we are on neighborhood caps, right? And so taking a pause from whatever date, I might go earlier, but I could be okay with today. And we brought it up at the last meeting, but we wanted more public comment before we decided, is to give the pause so we can want staff to focus on what we're doing, but also so we have a sense on what the neighborhoods are, right? If you say all condos and apartments, which I was initially thinking, don't count in the neighborhood cap, right? You're going to actually have a lower neighborhood cap in a lot of neighborhood, right? You're going to, 15% may mean, you know, some of the neighborhoods in my district, that's going to mean, you know, right? You're going to lose most of the units are apartments, right? So in a lot of the neighborhoods and condos. So it just changes the numbers from what we've seen so far. And, but I think it takes 4 votes. So if, you know, you don't support a moratorium, I don't think we have one, because it takes 4/5 and there's not a fifth, so it takes 4/4. But I think giving that pause and still taking applications, so we have a better sense of what the numbers look like as we're making a decision and the public has that, makes sense. But ultimately it's your call on that.
So can I ask staff a question? If Veronica can ask you a question. Would what the mayor and Councilmember Kors suggested, which is put a pause, but still take applications. I heard the city attorney say that there's a burden on your department right now, a pretty heavy burden. Does that alleviate that at all? Or should we just kind of freeze it for 30 days or, and give you breathing room to do the research you need to do?
The moratorium would help tremendously. Right now, our staff, every single staff member is fielding phone calls, taking in applications, responding to emails, and it just takes a tremendous amount of time.
Okay, thank you. And city attorney, if I were to make a motion for a 30-day moratorium with no extension, is that a possibility by state law or no?
You could do the 30 days. It's always within the council's discretion to whether or not to extend it or not. You can't really tie the hands of future council, but it would also require a 4/5 vote, as this one does. So essentially, one of you could stop it from it being extended beyond 30 days as a practical matter.
And so both for the city attorney and for our staff, Veronica, is 30 days, if you got additional help, going to give you enough time to do the work you think you need to do? Can you bring on help if you need to? I'm trying to be realistic about this and be very fair with everyone.
I don't think the additional help would really benefit us because what we do is very specialized. So the amount of time that you would take from current staff to train additional staff might end up costing us more time.
Okay, what about the statistics and stuff, like getting how many apartments and all that stuff that council had asked for? Can you bring on a demographer or whatever to help you with that, or no?
We can look at that for sure. That would definitely help.
And Mr. City Attorney, what about yourself and writing the ordinance after we've had it? Because we have to have a discussion again after our staff has brought it to us, right? We'll have to have a discussion, and then we'll have to move into another meeting to approve it to something, unless you come back with a draft, but you have got no direction. So I'm trying to really think realistically, what's our time frame here? Are we beyond December? Are we?
I think that realistically, based on the discussion tonight, we could probably bring something back at the November 10th meeting with enough definiteness that hopefully the council could at least introduce that type of an ordinance on November 10th. And that could then be adopted either on November 29th or if there's further discussion into December if the council needs to.
And does that put too much pressure on you? I mean, I know you guys are, the fielding calls, I can only imagine, is off the hook.
We can definitely work with the city attorney to bring that back. I just feel that if we rush it, it won't be done right.
Right. I wish I could ask the audience questions, but I would entertain a motion then. I'll just put this out there and we'll see where it goes. And I'm trying to, I would entertain a motion of a 30-day moratorium and authorizing the city manager to authorize any extra work that's needed to be sourced out if need be.
If I might, 30 days takes us to, I believe, Saturday, November 26th, after the Saturday after Thanksgiving. And that if we were to add a few days, we would get to Tuesday, November 29th, when we are scheduled for our last city council meeting before we have a swearing in.
And then,
so I would suggest if we're going to that we extend this through the meeting of November, that is currently scheduled for November 29.
All right, I'm totally happy with that. And then the last question I have, I'm sorry to ask so many questions, guys, and I hope it helps you in the audience as well. If we do that and it moved into, let's say it did move into December 15th, I think the Councilmember Corr said, can this council still kind of act on that or not?
There will be some action items that this council will need to take, including certifying the results of the election. And so there will be an opportunity, if the council wishes, at the December 15th meeting to take action on this type of ordinance, yes.
Then I'll take the risky move and I'll say, let's go for a moratorium for what, 29 days?
Until November, till the day after our second meeting in November.
Right.
Say November 30th.
All right, perfect.
Right now it's the 29th.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All right. Then roll call, please.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes.
Councilmember Coors,
Yes.
Councilmember Holstage,
Recused.
she can recuse. Mayor Pro Tem Gardner,
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
4 ayes, 0 noes, and 1 abstention.
All right, thank you. All right, so now we have the second part of this, which is a discussion around specific issues. And
Give Dennis a minute.
I think we need to get our colleague back, but what I'm hoping is we could go through these point by point and see how quickly we can either come to consensus or not come to consensus. Yeah. And
That's what you need to draft an ordinance, I assume.
Yes, some direction, yes.
And staff, we may, on many of these, for the sake of getting to consensus and moving the conversation forward, have some numbers that have some flexibility to them, where we might say 15 to 20 or other variations off of that, knowing that that allows time for debate to continue, and we'll have to resolve that when we get a first reading of an ordinance.
Yeah, those can be easily modified at first reading. It's more the concepts that we're looking for.
All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for your patience. These are tough issues, and they're going to require conversation. What I was suggesting as just a matter of how we go through this is we've got about 9, 10 points that I think cover everything that's been talked about in terms of direction. Go through them one by one without a tremendous amount of debate, and just try to see where do people land in terms of conclusion. If we're not landing anywhere close to the same place, then that's something that staff will get. But on all of these, we're not going to be taking votes. We're giving direction, and there may be some flexibility to the direction that we give in order to allow for the greater debate that we need and resolution when we come back. So first one that I have here is a limit on the number of contracts that would be allowed to those individuals who do not currently have a permit. So, and as I understand it, that's the 2,526 people who currently have a permit.
Right.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Councilman.
So if we make that, we can make that current as of people have permits today, right? In other words, if we're going to grandparent in some people for some period of time to have 36, so people, because they've already obviously started doing rental contracts for next year, can we make that in the ordinance, can that be retroactive to the people who had permits today or some other random day?
Yes.
But today doesn't seem so random because we're talking about it. Okay.
I don't, I think I know where Councilmember Recorder is going. Out of the 2,500 permits that we have currently, I know for a fact, and Veronica may or may not know, several, one individual may hold a lot of them because they've already been grandfathered in. They may actually have a lot of homes here in the city of Palm Springs that they own, and it's their business, right, per se. So I don't see any need to grandfather something like that in. I think we need the statistics to understand whether to do that or not.
And that is a conversation we were going to come to, but this is just, do we limit the number of permits for those who do not currently have permits?
And then we'll talk about what to do with the people who already have permits.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So is there consensus to limit the number of permits?
Discussion, yes.
Okay.
Discussion.
All right. So the number 24 has
Yep,
been
we'll come back to the ordinance.
proposed as being a limit for anyone who currently does not have a permit. All right. And again, for the public, any number we give tonight is not absolutely final until the second reading has been passed. And we aren't to the first reading yet. So, second bullet point is existing permit holders would get 36 contracts for the next 2 calendar years, which is 2023 and 2024. And then it would revert to 24 or whatever number it is that we ultimately agree is the appropriate number. But we would hold them in place for the next 2 years because many of them have already issued a substantial number of contracts for the next 2 years. And I'm a yes.
We can have the discussion on that. I think 2 years is very generous at this point, so I'll leave it at that.
I would just say that there's some vacation rentals that are booked out 2 years in advance. And I wouldn't be surprised if there were some that were 3. It's a really hot market for certain weekends.
The reason I say that, we don't know when Coachella is going to be next year. We don't know when the Stagecoach, so I find that hard to believe. I mean, I'm not, so I just think it's generous.
Staff, is that a diversity that you can accommodate in the report? Okay. Then, new permit holders would need to live in the home and attest that they live in the home for at least 90 days a year. And I am flexible as to whether 90 is the appropriate number of days, but that they would need to live definitely for some period of time.
I'm open to that discussion, but I would like to hear from staff the different ways that you would propose for us to do those checks. And if there is guidance from any other city, that would be helpful.
Okay. Councilmember Coors?
Yeah, I think we should bring that. I think we should be flexible and think about the number of days. If someone attests to it, right? I mean, I think every vacation rental is audited every 3 years. People, I know in some of the bigger cities, right, you have to show, there are places where you have to show, boarding passes that you came here or your credit card receipts that show you're eating in restaurants here or things along those lines. That could be checked in an audit. They're, confidential, but they check people's checking accounts to make sure they're not, moving. And there are people who don't pay their TOT. It's just, that happens.
I get it, but
Yeah.
It's a
I know,
little
it's-
bit
it is.
burdensome. I mean, if I were
Yeah.
a vacation rental owner, I would be like,
Oh, it
you've
is.
got to be kidding me right now.
Right.
With giving
Yeah.
you my receipts for
Right, I'm
my
just saying what
restaurants.
I've heard other
Yeah,
cities are doing. I don't know
yeah.
that
I don't know. I mean,
works, but-
I guess I'm just wondering, I get it, but I don't want this to be overly burdensome on staff or the
Correct. I agree.
vacation rental folks. But I hear you. I'm
Yes.
just,
And it may just be, you're testing
Yeah.
at risk of your license, and yes, some people may try and lie. But, at least we're making it clear that's the expectation, that you're here some period of time. And maybe it's less than 90 days, maybe it's,
Point of it is that we want those folks who are having permits in the future to actually live here for some part of each year. And if there's a better way of proving that, then open to it.
is that enough to get started?
Yep, again, the concepts is what we need.
Okay, and, I know some issues have come up of, do we have with LLCs, they have to actually be real people, right? They can't be a business. So, because some people have said, oh, they're businesses who just create LLCs and are, renting out the house. But my understanding was ours have to be real people, right? Because you only can have one financial interest in a vacation rental unless you had that before 2017, right? And there are some people who still have more than one from that. That's correct. Okay. That helps.
So the next item only makes sense if we, in fact, put something in place that requires new permit holders to live here for some period of time in the home, because this would be a requirement that current permit holders who have no obligation to live in the home at some point in time in the future would be required to be in residence for a certain number of days each year. And the suggestion would be that they would have something on the order of 5 to 10 years in order to make that conversion to either selling the property because they just can't get to the point that they're going to live here for any period of time, or making the move to be here for part of the time. And the suggestion around 5 to 10 years is real estate markets are volatile, give people a long runway in which to make that decision as to what direction do they want to go. But this very much goes to something we were trying to do 5 years ago, and that was to move those who are strictly getting into this market for investment only with no plans to become a resident, that we try our best to move away from that model.
So do we need to give you how long that would be, since we haven't yet necessarily decided that we're going to have any live here requirements, or again,
Those
that there'll be
numbers-
some longer period of time for people with existing permits? And we
Those-
can get
those
input
numbers-
on how long that would be and have time to think about it and hear from the public more.
We can bring forward draft numbers, and you
Yeah.
can make that policy decision based on whatever input you receive and decide.
Okay.
I just want to clarify, when you write the ordinance, it has to be residents of the address that has the permit. I think that's what's really important. It's the address that has, because, right?
Correct. Right. And that's how you stop multiple.
So the next one to lead into it is in 1. This would not apply to apartments because apartments can't be converted into vacation rentals. It would not apply to HOAs where the HOA is homeowner directed, but would apply to an HOA that is developer directed. And in that, we would be limiting the neighborhood cap to somewhere in the vicinity of 15 to 20%. But as we all know, the math on this is going to change as staff goes back and revisits the reports that were produced for the original vacation rental information that included all of those homes. And Councilmember Coors.
So just, Veronica, do you have the information to be able to pull out HOAs and then apartments? Because that's always been a challenge, I know, to get the actual apartment numbers we have.
Yeah, that's right. Talking with our GIS after our last council meeting, they recommended that we work together, maybe from what they said, take an aerial image of our city, and even mentioned that when it comes to apartments or even condominiums, really have to do like on-site visits to really get a true count of how many units are in the apartments, how many units are in the condominiums. So it will take some legwork with staff, but we have the pathway to do that, but really to help get apartments identified and actually how many are in those household counts in the city.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Given that, it may make sense just to use the data we have sort of on the total housing units per neighborhood. Because, I mean, to start doing site visits to everything that might be an apartment building and then figure out if it's a condo or an apartment building sounds like a major task. I'm okay with homeowner-controlled HOAs making their own rules because they're going to be contained and they're having impact on each other. That I'm fine with, but I would probably keep the numbers we had of total housing units, given this is just not a realistic thing to take on in this period.
That makes sense to me, but what I would like us to be able to do, and this will definitely be something for the new council, is to take and look at that in terms of is that information that we can develop in a realistic way, and if we can, then let's do so that a future council can take a look at, do we need to make any adjustments to what these rules are in light of that additional data?
Yep.
Do we have a contract with Esri? Do we have a contract with Esri? I think for the GIS, is that I don't know who our contract is with. Do we know, or?
A contract, but I know that when I access the GIS, it's Esri's there, so, but as far as the contract, I can't get into any details about.
Right. Could I ask Flynn, do we have I think Flynn might know that in planning?
Actually, IT is the one that managed the contract with Esri, but they are our GIS provider.
They are. So they probably have some information. And our housing element, does it break out apartments at all when we did the work on that?
I believe it does break it down by the various housing types, and we'd be happy to provide that information to council.
That would give us a close approximation. And if not that, I would assume the post office with addresses, if it's an A, B, C, or D, or if it's on, I think the information's there, even if it's not completely 100% accurate. I think it gives us a good feel.
So we'd be more than happy to work with Veronica and Patrick in
Great.
providing those numbers to council.
Thank you.
So we're making progress. Next one is the idea of, I don't know if we want to call it a junior permit or a Class B permit, but a permit that would, in the numbers that I've seen, allow somewhere between 6 and 12 rentals, open to anyone, not subject to any caps, and the fees would be at half price, and the idea is to make it possible for, to the extent we can, our residents to have an opportunity to participate in what oftentimes is a really lucrative market and a necessary one.
And it'd be great for the staff who works on this to give some thought on what we call them, right? What you hear people talking about. And we'll get input from the public on that number. And we can then make that call, I think makes sense.
So the next one is actually a no, and that is that we would not have a cap of total number of permits citywide, and the reasoning for that being that we want to make it possible for individuals who are newcomers to come into the market, and if we were to impose a citywide cap, we could go a number of years without anyone being able to participate. Is that, I'm seeing, okay. The last one is one I did not mention earlier at the start of the day, but we did hear from a number of individuals that we should set a defined period of time, such as 2 years, for City Council to come back and revisit this. Obviously, if we were to pass something like that in the last days of this City Council, the next City Council could reject it, but we would certainly get out to the public that we have the idea of sitting down and revisiting this, and give staff direction that to expect that kind of revision.
At the very least, a study session, so we can get input, whoever's on council can get input from the public.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. The other thing that I wanted to add was your comment about using the permits. So if anyone has a permit, then they should actually be using the permit. So no one should be holding on to a permit just so that someone else can't get it.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we want to track that, but
I mean,
it should be used.
Yeah, some ideas, right? If you're not, and you have to submit contracts, obviously, ahead of time. So if people aren't, renting, whatever number, 6 or more for the main permit, they would automatically go down to the small permit, right? Or something like that. Is that enough? So, if you both give some thought to how that might work, yeah, I think that makes sense. I have a couple others that I just wanted to raise. One I raised earlier, which is I think a vacation rental, if you're renting a house as a vacation rental, maybe it's different for the secondary permit, but for the main permit, you can't also rent it out for compensation as an event house where you're having, more people than you'd be allowed to have in a vacation rental. Because that's just adding more use, right? Events definitely, when people have events at their house, blocks away, I hear them, I'm fine with it because it's not that often. But there are people who are renting out their house, I think, a decent amount. A lot of them aren't applying for permits, so we need to also give maybe the department the tools they need on those as well. Because you don't need a permit if you're having your own party or you're donating it to a nonprofit, but if you're getting compensation, even if you're there, you need to have a permit, and your neighbors need to be notified. And I think mixing those with a vacation rental is when it really starts getting a lot for folks. So I'd like to see that. One of the issues I know from staff, and with the new software we're going to have, getting the contract submitted ahead of time, which is how we know if you're actually renting it on a vacation rental, right? That there needs to be a stronger penalty for that. Because those are ones where, of course, if the city doesn't know about it and you get away with it, you're not paying TOT, it's not counting as one of your contracts. So I think we need to look at that being more in, you're breaking that rule, it has to be sort of in the, it's more than just a strike, right? It needs to be a suspension, similar to 3 strikes or something along those lines. So bring back some maybe options on what we do on that, I think would be helpful as well.
Anything else from anyone? We've gone through my list.
The other thing I might add is we talked about reviewing and the number of contracts you can get. But we haven't really, did we want to add maybe also, just as discussion, the number of days? Because, a contract can be 27 days, right? And you could have 24, 27-day rentals, right?
Right.
I'm just curious if we want to talk about that part as well.
Yeah, so the reason I think we're the first city to ever do contracts, and the reason we came up with it was, let's say you did 180 days, let's say, right, half the year. That would be every weekend. And that's a lot for people, especially part-time people who come out and use their homes on weekends. And I think the average is now 4 to 5 days. It's longer contracts, and that, actually tends to be less intrusive than people who are coming to party for a weekend. So that's why we didn't do days at the time, just from the history point of view. You can do a 28 day, so, if someone's usually coming for 3 weeks or a month, you're more likely to get to know them. It's different than someone coming for 2 nights, I think. So that was the reasoning. Not that we can't revisit it. But.
No, good. That's what I put out there.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
Thought about that too.
And staff, do you have everything that you need?
I'm sorry, what was that last one?
No, we're not going to pursue it, I don't
Okay.
think. I don't think.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So again, to everyone in the public, we've given substantial direction to staff, but we've left an awful lot of things to be resolved at the next meeting that we will have, which will be a first reading, and we will explore what are the specific numbers that we need to attach to each one of these. And you've been very good at sending emails and making phone calls, and we're looking forward to continuing to receive them. Thank you. With that, do we need a break before we go? Okay, so we're going to take another do we have any non-agenda public comment?
Yes, I think we have one non-agenda.
We have one non-agenda public comment?
Yes.
Then let's go ahead and try to take that now, or do you want to take it when we get back? When we get back. I heard that. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be back.
I think I understand what the council wanted in terms of the starting point of the moratorium for the, that was adopted earlier. I believe the council's intention was that it be effective today, but I just wanted to clarify that for the record. So if there's a different date, then it would be appropriate for the council to clarify that.
Actually, there was a point of clarification with the folks outside as well. The moratorium, my proposal had been today, but the question also remains is the applications that are currently in process, would those still be processed during this time, or would those also be on pause
Those would be on pause under the ordinance, yes.
under the moratorium ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, so then there would be a delay in folks getting their applications approved.
Correct, and since there's no proposal for an overall citywide cap, it may not be as relevant, but for sake of clarification, we think it's important to have this point clarified.
Okay, so I was initially thinking that the people who were already in the process would be moving forward in some way,
If
but
the
not.
if the
Okay.
council wishes to do that, you certainly can. It's within your prerogative.
I think, given it sounds like, most of the concern, because lots of people weren't needing it right now, they were applying, and given it sounds like a total cap is off the table, 45 days, they'll be able to get them, seems okay, but I'm open to other, like if we're doing a total cap, I would get it. They want to get in before that went in place.
I
But
think the concern that I was hearing was just the timing of it, how long it will take to get how much longer they have to wait.
I think we've pretty well been established the last meeting in November is when we need to get this done.
But yeah, I think for staff direction is once we start again, to do them in the order received. So the people who have already applied are getting them before new people, if that might help folks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, and we will welcome Councilmember Holstage back. Thank you for your patience the next item is going to be non-public agenda or non-agenda public comment.
Madam Mayor, we have one speaker, Michael Joseph Pitkin.
My name is Michael Joseph Pitkin. After my being in Palm Springs, California 1 year, Traylyn Davis at Riverside County Register of Voters states, I need a residential address to complete my voter registration. I have registered 3 times with appropriate papers. I will not register again. I feel the registration numbers are turning fraudulent. The last registration was February 19th, 2022 by Greg Waleski, Denver, Colorado, number 59CT443751. The Riverside County Registrar of Voters states, I have to go to Riverside County Register of Voters Maps Department office, pinpoint on a map where I am at, and they will sign me a special code. Today, I ask for an appointment with your federal or state of California liaison to help me resolve this issue. Next, this is your notice to cease and desist your planned workforce development center at the Palm Springs Navigation Center. I went to the federal contractor Indio Workforce Development Center August 3rd, 2022. I registered for the state of California calsjob.com for their EDD Cal's Jobs unemployment requirements. Right when I finished, I noticed Frankie Nuno 67 was synced with all of my info up on the top right corner of the system Computer 13. When I complained, the state of California stated it is the Fed's vendor office and they do not get involved in the operations of a local office. India, when I asked them, Riverside County Workforce Development Center states it's the state of California's computer program and they can't touch it. Today, again, I ask for an appointment with your federal or state of California liaison to address and resolve this fraud issue before you bring this program or something similar to Palm Springs.
Thank you. No other further comment? Okay.
No further comments.
We will move on with our regularly scheduled agenda. The next item is a public hearing, and that is 2A, to consider an application by Carlos Serrano and Monica May, owners for a historic designation of the Robson Chambers residence located at 695 Warm Sands Drive. May I have a staff report, please?
Mayor, I think we may want to take 2A.
Oh.
And that was item 2B, unless you'd like to change the order.
No,
That's fine.
My apology, I'm misreading the order of the agenda. So let's do 2A.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council, I'll go ahead and begin the staff report. Madam Mayor, if you don't mind.
Please.
This is item 2A, which is relative to amendments to Senate Bill 9, which deals with urban lot splits and two-unit development. Because it's been some time since we've addressed this issue at City Council, I just wanted to give a little bit of background on where we've been and what this ordinance is about. First of all, Senate Bill 9 was signed into law in September of last year and became effective in January. Our city, as well as many other cities around the state of California, adopted regulations to implement Senate Bill 9 in our own jurisdictions. We did that back in January of this year. What Senate Bill 9 does is it requires staff level or administrative approval of the following two types of applications. Number one is the division of existing single-family lots into two lots, or what is called an urban lot split. And then secondly, it allows for the development of two residential units on any single-family lot. And so Senate Bill 9 addresses these two types of developments. I've done illustrations just to show you what this might look like using existing lots within the city of Palm Springs. In terms of an urban lot split, what we would typically see is an example such as the one I've got up on the screen, which is a lot that has greater depth than width. And so it would most likely be what we call a front-back lot split, or the creation of a flag lot, giving access to a parcel behind an existing residence. Another typical example that we might see is where the lot is wider than it is deep, and that would be a side-by-side lot split. And this is using an example in the Demuth Park neighborhood, taking an existing lot there and showing what could be developed with an urban lot split situation. What you'll note in these examples is that the existing residence is retained, and on the newly created lot, you'd be able to develop up to two principal residences on that lot. When you adopted the ordinance back in January, you asked the Planning Commission to appoint a subcommittee to study the issue further to see how it might more lend itself to the development of housing and, in particular, workforce or affordable housing. The subcommittee met between March and July of 2022, and the Planning Commission reviewed their recommendations at their July study session and then finalized their recommendations in September of this year. I'll go through the proposed changes with you, and again, these are intended to facilitate the development of housing under the ordinance. One of the first and most important things that the subcommittee discussed and the Planning Commission considered was relative to the square footage limitation for any units that are developed under the urban lot split or two-unit development. We had in place, back when we adopted the ordinance in January, a 1,000 square foot limitation for each of the new units that could be developed. In considering that, the subcommittee looked at that limitation and also took into consideration what would be appropriate for family housing. What they felt was that the ordinance should allow for at least the development of a 3-bedroom home, which would be able to accommodate families. And so what they came up with was a recommendation of maximum square footage of 1,500 square feet. The Planning Commission further refined this, and in looking at 2-unit development, where you'd be able to develop 2 units on a single-family lot, the Planning Commission recommended a maximum of 1,500 square feet for the first unit, and then a maximum of 1,000 square feet for the second unit that would then be developed on the lot. We also looked at other amendments to the ordinance that would help facilitate development under the ordinance. And so these would include the following. Number 1 is to allow access easements instead of the flag lot configuration or in addition to the flag lot configuration. Greater flexibility relative to the expansion of any existing dwelling on a lot that is impacted by the 2-unit development or the urban lot split. We also simplified privacy requirements for the new units that are created while still protecting the privacy of adjacent residences. The subcommittee also recommended simplifying the architectural consistency requirements, so those only apply where the new units are visible from the street. They also recommended allowing tandem parking on these lots that are created, allowing swimming pools and front yard setbacks if any swimming pools are developed, very similar to what we allow in our single-family zone districts currently, and then also allowing 0 lot line configurations for urban lot split situations. And let me just give you an example of that. This is using a standard lot size in the Desert Highland Gateway neighborhood, and this anticipates that there are no existing dwellings on the lot. If we look at 2 units developed on an urban lot split under our regular standards in terms of setbacks, et cetera, one of the benefits by allowing 0 lot line development for urban lot splits is that it creates more usable side yards that can be used as outdoor space for those residences, while at the same time giving additional separation from any existing residence. And so for those reasons, the Planning Commission has recommended approval of allowing 0 lot line configurations for the urban lot split. Now, this would not be permissible where you're adjacent to an existing residence. I just want to make sure that that's clear. It's only on the interior lot line of an urban lot split that would be permissible. In addition to looking at modifications that would allow for or encourage development under this ordinance, they also looked at modifications that would help to protect neighborhood character. One of the things that they looked at was limiting the overall number of curb cuts so that we don't have the situation where there are multiple curb cuts along a single property. In addition, they look at standards to reduce the visual impact of garage doors. So that's one of the things that we have in there in the standards. And then they also looked at modifications to the landscape standards to allow a greater range of plant sizes, to address privacy on adjacent lots, and then also to provide shade for the residences that would be developed under this ordinance. So those are the things that were proposed to be modified based on protecting neighborhood character. So that concludes my presentation relative to the proposed amendments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the proposed amendments.
Are there questions for staff? Flynn, I don't have a question, but I'm not seeing any other questions, so I'm going to... Okay, then Councilmember Woods.
On page 3, we talked about it briefly, but I just want clarification. It says prohibit second floor balconies to preserve privacy. So when would a second floor be allowed? We're on page 3, bullet point 4 of the staff report. So when would a second floor be allowed?
Certainly, let me go ahead and address that question. Under state law, we do have to allow for second floors on residential units that may be created under this ordinance, but only under certain circumstances. And that circumstance in particular is where the lot that's created under an urban lot split is less than 2,000 square feet. Looking at our existing lots here in the city of Palm Springs, we have rather large lot sizes. And so I don't know that there are any lots currently, if processed under an urban lot split, that would result in a lot of less than 2,000 square feet. So it's very unlikely that we would see two-story units, but just to be on the safe side, the Planning Commission had recommended that we prohibit second-story balconies if that situation should ever occur. But again, it's highly unlikely based on the existing lot sizes here in Palm Springs.
The other question I have, it says revise, if you go further down in the bullet points is, revise the privacy standards for windows and doors inside and rear yard areas to require fencing or landscaping screening. There's many incidents or examples where we don't require that now. So, if you have a side yard, you're saying in the backyard and the side yard, you can't have windows unless you have a fence. Is that what it's saying?
That's what our original ordinance had stated, that it only allowed clear story windows or obscure glass if you were anywhere within 30 feet of a side or a rear property line. The Planning Commission subcommittee felt that that was overly restrictive and that there are better ways to preserve privacy without going to that extreme in terms of the requirement for either windows that are higher up or, again, using some type of obscure glass. And so what they're recommending is that a 6-foot privacy fence be installed and or landscaping that's at least 6 feet in height be installed at a common property line with any existing residence to the side or the rear.
Okay, great. And then the other bullet point was restrict the width of garage doors as a percentage of the overall facade. And I think that when you read the text, that was 50% of the lot, was it not?
Less than 50% of the overall frontage of the residence.
That's substantial.
Going back to the size of the lots that would be created under this ordinance, what you will have is residences that will typically not be greater than 25 to 30 feet, just looking at our existing lot sizes. So in that situation, if you have a 2-car garage in a residence that's 30 feet wide, typically 2-car garages are between 20 feet to 24 feet in width. That would dominate the front facade of the residence. And so what we're recommending is that the garage be not more than 50% of that frontage. So on a 24-foot wide residence, it would need to be 12 feet or less. So that way, the portion of the unit that's the dwelling space or the habitable space is greater than the garage frontage.
So if we went to like 40%, it would almost make that driveway too narrow then on a 25-foot.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Correct. And so we have to be very careful as we look at those numbers while trying to protect the character of the dwellings that are created under the ordinance.
Great. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions? Flynn, I just want to congratulate you, staff, and Planning Commission for doing an outstanding piece of work, and make note that what we're trying to do here in Palm Springs is make SB 9 work. And there is in many municipalities a great degree of controversy attached to this. And so one of the things I would ask is that staff come back in a period of time, I'm thinking 12, 18 months, and report back to us on what's actually happened. How many of these units have been built? Where are they being built? We've done everything that we possibly can, from what I see, to make this work? Is it, in fact, supplementing the housing supply that we need, and most importantly, supplementing the housing supply of those who are working families? I will tell you, I've heard, I don't know how many different comments from colleagues around the state, but the one that has really stuck with me is so much of what this has done in terms of broad legislation is every illegal garage conversion is now a legal ADU. But with that, if there's nobody else, I'll make a motion. Go ahead.
Basically, and Lisa, this might be Mayor, this might be a question for you. I don't think the city of Palm Springs has headway that is, for bus headway that is 15 minutes during peak hours. We don't have anything near that, do we, here in Palm Springs?
Come again.
We don't have any, for buses, bus service, we don't have any intervals of less than 15 minutes. Everything's longer than 15 minutes, I think.
It's 45.
45 minutes. So we really will never, yeah, so that will never apply because.
That's, I'll defer to staff, but some of that may come back to what's been scheduled. And so I don't think we do, but I wouldn't go so far as to say definitely no.
Okay. Flynn, on page 21, the only thing that at 21, page 21, C3, no second floor balconies. I have seen great examples where the balcony doesn't face the neighbor, but it faces the house that's being built, and they create courtyards, and they grow bougainvillea and wisteria or whatever they grow, and I just think a complete prohibition on that. And I would ask your opinion on it, is just to refine that a little more of where the balcony might not be allowed, where it looks maybe into a neighbor's yard, something like that. I've seen great examples of little courtyard buildings with second floors that are little Cinderella balconies or whatever.
If the council wishes, we could modify that language there to achieve what you've just described, Councilmember Woods, and come back at second reading with just that revised language.
So with that, I would make, if there's any more, did you have specific?
Actually, this is a public hearing, so I need, before we move to motions, to ask if there is any member of the public who would like to make public comment.
Madam Mayor, we have no speakers for public comment.
So I believe now we can move forward with motions.
So I'll make a motion to approve with the one change I mentioned about a potential of a second floor balcony where it doesn't impact the adjacent property.
And as I understand it, those balconies could be approved but would not be required to be approved. Is that correct?
Right. That's
okay.
Right.
I'll second that.
If there's no further discussion, roll call, please.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Hostich.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes. Okay. Do I need to read the title? Request for amendments to Palm Springs Municipal Code, Section 962055. I'm sorry. Introduced on first reading on ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs of California, amending Chapter 962 of the Palm Springs Municipal Code and Chapter 93 of the Palm Springs Zoning Code relating to urban lot splits and two-unit projects and determining the ordinance to be exempt from the CEQA.
With that, we will move on to item 2B, which is a request by Casa Verona for a change of zone to undeveloped, an undeveloped 6.44 acre parcel. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. This is a request by Mark Temple for a change of zone and tentative tract map for a 6.44 acre vacant parcel of land located at the easterly terminus of Verona Road. The change of zone would amend the zoning from R1D, which today allows 7,500 square foot lots, to R1E, which would allow 5,000 square foot lots, and would facilitate a tentative tract map for 31 single-family homes. The project site is triangular in shape and is located at the easterly terminus of Verona Road, adjacent to the Whitewater Wash in the northeast portion of the city. As I mentioned, the site is currently vacant and is over 6 acres in size. The general plan identifies the site as low-density residential, with the Whitewater Wash to the north and east designated as open space, and the residential development of the Gene Autry neighborhood to the west designated as very low-density residential, and the Palm Springs Country Club as medium-density residential. The low-density residential designation that is on this property allows a density of 4.1 to 6 dwelling units per acre. The 31 units that are proposed in this application result in a density of 4.81 units per acre, consistent with the requirements of the general plan, which would allow up to 38 units on site. Regarding the change of zone request, the proposal would rezone the property to the R1E designation, as I mentioned, which allows 5,000 square foot lots and certain unique development standards, including zero lot line development and tandem parking and garages. The council will recall that the R1E zoning designation was established as a result of a review of the planned development district process led by the Planning Commission, and sought to allow higher density, smaller housing typologies by right rather than via the planned development districts that we are processing them under previously, and that we're taking a great deal of staff time to get approved. Those changes were adopted by the council in 2019, and this is the first R1E zone change that the council is considering since. Once again, the tract map proposes 31 lots and is consistent with the requirements of the general plan and the zoning designation as amended. The applicant will improve Verona Road from its terminus and along the frontage of the development to the Whitewater Channel, and will build out an internal road network to city standard with sidewalks and curbs and gutters. The proposed streets will become public, and the development will be ungated with a perimeter wall around it. An HOA will maintain the retention basin and other community properties. Although the change of zone and tentative tract map actions before the council tonight are not for site plan approval or for the setting of individual homes, the applicant has provided an illustrative map showing how development and landscaping could occur on the site. As you can see, all lots will meet the minimum 50-foot width requirement of the R1E zone and will generally be 5,300 to 5,400 square feet in size. There are some larger lots around the perimeter just because of the unique configuration of the site, as you can see, with it being triangular, so you have some unique shaped lots there, but generally they're sort of in that range of 5,300 to 5,400 square feet. The applicant is proposing one point of ingress and egress, which you can see here from Verona Road. And as I mentioned, the R1E zone does allow zero lot line development, and it also allows for reduced front yard setbacks of 20 feet for the garage and 15 feet for the principal residence. And so this allows for, because these are narrow lots, narrow development, this would allow the garage to actually be recessed behind the residential portion of the development, and would in some ways help to screen the garage and not sort of create that experience of the street of sort of a bunch of garages in a row. In support of the application, a CEQA initial study was completed and a mitigated negative declaration was recommended. The mitigation measures were related to biological matters around the protection of wildlife, including burrowing owls, before and during construction. A traffic analysis was also completed, which determined that there would be no adverse impacts as a result of this development, and identified a range of 22 to 29 planned trips during peak hours, AM and PM peaks. Following a hearing on September 14th, the Planning Commission voted in support of the applications by a vote of 6-0, finding that the requests were consistent with the general plan and appropriate for the site. The Commission has recommended approval by the City Council, which is also staff's recommendation for tonight. And that, concludes my presentation. The applicant, Mark Temple, is here tonight also to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there questions for staff? Councilmember Woods.
Can't help myself. So I had sent you ahead of time our zoning regulations about where the driveway has to be. Can you just speak to us a little bit about that?
Sure, and the presentation is gone, but on that illustrative map, that plan that had been prepared, the applicant hasn't gone through the process of determining where the driveway would go, but just when you're laying out the location of a home, and he can speak more to this in a minute, it would be at the side of the development, just because of how all of the development standards work together, and because that just kind of makes sense when you're designing the placement of a home. So I know there was concern about whether the driveway could be in the middle of the lot. That just doesn't really make sense. And so illustratively, although he's still going through the process of finalizing, the driveway and the garages are shown at the side of the proposed lots.
So it's great that it's at the side, but I didn't think our code, what I was concerned about, if we have to put anything in the track map, and I'm not sure how we do that yet, that our code didn't allow that it had to be like in the middle of the lot. And that was a concern I had in reading the code, that we have these narrow lots and it will be in the middle of every lot would be a driveway. And that will not be good urban form. If I read that wrong, that's why I had highlighted it in orange or yellow, whatever.
Garages, I'm sorry, give me a minute to look
Certainly.
into that. I don't have an answer to that at this point in time.
My point of that was you get a garage, if I read the code right, and I read it very quickly, you would get a garage, you'd get a driveway in the middle of every lot. You'd have very limited on-street parking available. That if we did a zero lot line, which I would be in support of, and you merge the two driveways together, right, of the zero lot line, you would get more on-street parking potential. You'd reduce that impact of garage door after garage door after garage door after garage door with this type of thing. So that's my whole goal of asking these questions, is not to have that.
And my understanding is that with the R1E designation and the zero lot line that is permitted through that designation, you can reduce the side yard requirements for the building and for the driveway to address the issue that you are talking about. Typically, it would be a 6-foot side yard. In this case, on one side of the building, you can reduce that down to 0 as long as you're increasing it by a corresponding amount on the other side of the building, which is what the applicant has shown in their illustrative plans. So they are showing the buildings closer to one side of the lot with an increased side yard on the corresponding other side.
Which I would agree with. I just want to make sure that doesn't conflict with our code that says the driveway can't be that close to the lot line.
I believe the R1E designation does.
All right, so maybe I meant, okay. I find it interesting that
Correct, okay.
the
I'm looking to Flynn for confirmation. And he
okay, all
agrees.
right. So I just want to make sure that, because, otherwise you really reduce your on-site parking, it's all concrete with one tree, and it's just, I don't think that's what we want.
No.
And I would ask the applicant, I guess, then on the next question. But the last question for staff is that the wash where CV Link is going to be? Do we know?
I'm not aware of a plan for CV Link in that particular location. The applicant is nodding his head.
It is. So will the cul-de-sacs have access to the CV Link?
Perhaps the applicant can speak to that.
Great. Thank you. I'll let council ask.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Temple, if you're... Could you address the CV Link access?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. Appreciate your time and consideration. The CV Link does run across the channel there. There is some height differences, so I'm not too sure, how that's going to access or not in that area. I just not too sure on the engineering side of it, but it might be something in the conditions with engineering. I know there's a pretty good list of conditions on the approval that's being presented.
Would be something you'd be willing to explore to have
Sure.
that? Otherwise, you got to go around and find the access point, and then it makes the whole
Yeah, it's
CV
kind
Link
of
irrelevant.
an advantage to the community there too, so it's kind of a win-win if there's some way to kind of make that happen.
And in your Sorry?
Just real quick, I need to declare we've opened the public hearing before we start taking testimony from the outside. My error. Please go ahead.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, we've now opened.
We now over, okay. I noticed on your illustration, you did not show zero lot line. You do not plan on doing zero lot line?
Well, I don't know if that's totally been determined yet. Part of it is to, once we know the lot size and the lot count, then we are going to kind of get more into the architectural side. Sometimes if you present it all now and then there's a little change, you've got to change it all around. So it's kind of a two-step process to get the tentative map and then to go into the next phase, which is the architectural side.
So would you be entertaining tandem parking, which is a huge advantage to something
and
like
it might be a combination just so it's just not so uniform. Maybe there's some two-car garages, then some singles that are the tandem, and it might even have not all zero lot, but maybe a couple. It just kind of adds a lot to the community if it's just not such cookie cutter and the same going all the way through. So I think we're kind of open to that. And two, just kind of looking around the whole city, there are just some, really awesome projects that are in the process, have been approved architecturally, and just, there's some really neat designs that are out there that, not so cutting edge, but, really good stuff that we want to incorporate too. And the better design, the more success you are. And it just, compounds to the project for it to be better.
Okay, great. I was on the planning commission when we drew up this to get more stuff. This doesn't really take advantage of everything that we came up with. I mean, the whole idea, I think, was that people would drive along the side of the house and park in back or come through an alley, and that you would get these wonderful people in their front porch looking onto the street, and it would be a sense of community going on versus the cookie cutter garage door thing I think that you referenced. So that would get down to the architecture part of it. I just want to make sure that I'm asking these questions to make sure you can do that kind of vision for the whole thing. So thank you, Madam
Sure,
Mayor.
good point.
Any other questions for Mr. Temple? I have one for you, sir. One of the reasons for reducing the size of the lots that's noted in the staff report is to try to make this more amenable to working family housing. It also makes it more amenable to second homes. What is going to be your strategy to try to ensure that this product truly is a product that's going to be sought out and purchased by working families?
Well, I think part of it is, is its location. So I think it just kind of, is going to be a little more price sensitive where it's located, and it is a little bit isolated right now itself. The Serena Park hasn't really taken off like I think all of us had kind of hoped that it has. But, I think the market can take this type of a project, and I think it can be built independently by itself in its current condition.
So I'm glad you mentioned Serena Park. That's a very, very sore subject for folks in that area, and it comes back to something that we've seen in other places, and that's developers that don't, in fact, have the financing in place to complete what they're getting approval for. So what can you say to us and to the public to reassure us that if you get this approval, that you, in fact, are going to be able to build homes here?
Right. Well, one, I'm a long-term resident here in Palm Springs, over 40 years, and we have developed a lot of projects here throughout the years, with the Palm Canyon, Palm Springs Villas, Palm Springs Villas 2, Palm Springs Golf and Tennis Club. There were the 32 units on the canyons. So we kind of have a history of that. And, currently we're developing the high-end home right there at the end of Ramon Road and La Mirada. So it's kind of in our history, and it's certainly our intent to do that. And, you know, a lot of times it's market-driven. The other part, too, is we bought the property in 2005. There was a golf course at the time, kind of went through that, and then there was the Great Recession. But we're probably the only landowner in that in the raw land over there that is the original builder. So, I mean, we kind of staggered, we, weathered the storm, but, we kept our property, paid off any type of bank financing that we had. So, we feel confident that we can kind of move this project along and get it built.
We hope you're right.
Thank you.
Are there any other additional questions? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just a quick question of staff. The applicant indicated a willingness to try and see if he can work to get access to CV Link and to reduce the driveway hardscape garage door impacts. Is that something we can add to a track map condition?
I think we could add that to be resolved through the final tract map application. I'm unfortunately going to have to look to Deputy Mayor.
I think that we can add that as part of the map, in that the map will provide access to CV Link or show where access to CV Link is available. So I think that's the way that we could do this, through a mapping action.
And in regards to kind of reducing the driveway hardscape garage door impacts, or is that something that has to come out of the architectural next process?
That would be the next process. Okay. We'll go ahead and note those comments on the record here as part of our hearing tonight. And then as we go through the architectural review process, we'll accommodate those comments as best we can.
Great.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No public comments.
All right, then I'm going to close the public hearing. Are there any additional comments, or do we have a motion? Go ahead.
I can make a motion to remove staff recommendation, adding whatever condition we in, that he will work to see what we can do for CV Link access, and then a note for the record about the impacts of the garage doors and driveways.
Second?
Sure, I'll second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Councilman Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Hostage.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes. Introduce and waiver further reading of an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, approving case 51527 CZ, change of zone to amend the current zoning designation of single-family residential R1D, 7,500 square foot lot to single-family residential R1E, 5,000 square foot lot for the subdivision of a 6.44 acre lot into 31 single-family residential parcels for further development at the east terminus of Verona Road."
Thank you. We will now move on to item 3A, which is an update on the development of the Palm Springs Navigation Center. Staff report, please.
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, we have an update on the Navigation Center. The last update was July 28th, right after we brought on board our architects, John Friedman and Alice Kim. And they've prepared schematic design, site plans, circulation plan, and landscaping plan for you all to take a look at this point in time. Earlier tonight, I should also mention, you approved on the consent calendar our construction manager at-risk contract with Tilton Coyle, who are here in the audience. And they will help finalize the plans to begin the construction of the begin the construction phase of the project. I'd also like to mention Greg Rodriguez, Linda Barak, Esther Margulies, Stefan Gonzalez, Lauren Rath, Alice Kim will be giving the presentation and answering questions. And if we can go on and have that group join the room, please. IT, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? I'm Alice Kim. It's very nice to meet you. It's been a long evening, so thank you for hosting us, and we will try to make this as quick but as complete as possible. So I'm going to share my screen, and while I'm doing that, maybe Lauren and Esther, you can introduce yourselves. Okay. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves? Oh, you're muted. Okay, never mind.
Oh, I can say hello. Hi, I'm Esther Margulies. I'm the landscape architect on the project, and I hope Lauren gets.
Okay.
Here I am. I'm Lauren with JFAK Architects.
All right, so back to me. So we do have a prepared presentation, and we just wanted to say that we just finished schematic design, so this is still in the early stages, so we look forward to kind of giving you updates periodically for this very meaningful project. So let's see here. I'm gonna go here. So we're just gonna kind of review a few things, site and design goals, but we really also wanted to focus a little bit on the results of our meeting with the Residential Advisory Working Group, which was very, very fruitful, and we were really happy to have that experience, and then just kind of show you where we are with the site plan, incorporating some of the feedback that we got from the ROG committee, and then some current design direction drawings. So I think that you all are familiar with the site, of course. McCarthy Road, there it is outlined in red. A little bit closer up, you can see that there are the 3 existing buildings on site. One is Building C, which is not in scope. That's this larger warehouse. And then we've renamed the 2 warehouses on the site to Building 8 and Building 24. And that simply means that Building 8 is going to house kind of 8-hour-a-day services, such as job training and intake and registration and things like that. And then Building 24 is going to house 24-hour-a-day, 7 days a week services. So including dining hall, kitchen, etc. And then the rest of the site, of course, is going to be given over to 80 residential units, along with parking and some outdoor amenities, and really kind of creating a sort of campus for this property. The property, as we know it now, in its existing state, is here shown in these photos. And we're really looking forward to kind of transforming it into kind of an inviting, welcoming, and secure campus for some of our unhoused friends. So this was the initial site diagram and program that I think that you were shown at a previous council meeting, the one in July. And basically, again, the program is really 80 housing units, 75 of them are actually for individuals, and then there will be 5 larger family units. Again, services are going to be in Building 8 and Building 24, and then the rest of the open space, in addition to the residents, will include a playground, parking, communal spaces, and a dog run. So this is McCarthy Road, and then we have adjacent properties along the south and west and north, and we are looking to use landscape kind of as a very important element for the campus. So just kind of reviewing the goals that all of you, as well as we, have sort of carried forward into the project. We really want to create a welcoming environment that is very dignified, And we also want it to be safe, because really a safe internal campus environment will enhance community safety. And this was one of the things that we stressed to the Residential Advisory Working Group and had really good discussions with them about. Again, the use of landscape is really important. The kind of careful attention paid to circulation patterns to promote safety and transparency, again, because a transparent environment is a safer environment. And then finally, something that perhaps had not been talked about before, we really wanted to create opportunities to celebrate creativity, whether it's creativity of the people who will be residents here, or creativity in the way activities on the campus can actually attract community volunteers to come in and actually interact with everything that's going on at the campus. The landscape goals and ideas I will leave to Esther to talk about a little bit later. But I wanted to focus a little bit on some of the suggestions that were brought up by the Residential Advisory Working Group members. So we met with them, and they had a lot of really great feedback and ideas for us. Some of them had to do with how we could make the outdoor areas really work well for the campus and for the residents. They suggested things like outdoor smoking area, providing some outdoor quiet areas so that individuals could kind of get away and think, or just have solitary activities, to provide outdoor seating with shade, to look at having a community garden of some sort, providing a basketball hoop somewhere, and again, to create areas that are protected from the sun but can still be really wonderful to be in. We talked a lot about the environment as well. So they talked about the concern that if we have so much concrete on the site, that it could really create a heat island effect that's not only not great for the residents, but also not great for their pets. They talked about using softscape planting and trees to block views to and from neighboring residential properties. They talked about making sure that we think about landscape in front of and around Building C, which actually is not in our scope, but perhaps later on will be something that we can help develop. And then to select plants that don't drop a lot of leaves and seeds. So on behalf of the city, of course, we're very sensitive to issues of maintenance and making it possible for the city to actually care for the property in the best way possible. And then again, the art kind of reared its head, you know, the idea of creating outdoor murals and bringing in public art. And one thing that we're very interested in is actually mining the residents themselves to kind of create art and express their individuality in that way. So, you know, it kind of, you know, we talked about a lot of things. The parking and security issues, I think, are self-explanatory. One really important thing that we were asked to consider in the design, and we will be doing so as we move forward into developing it, is the impact of wind on this site. So we know that the wind gets very, very strong at some points in time during the year. So we will be looking at how we can alleviate the pressure of wind, whether by using landscape elements to break the wind and other strategies. The idea to bring solar panels in to place atop the buildings and at the parking lot, those are all great ideas as well. So one thing I do want to say is that we've already begun to incorporate a lot of these suggestions and ideas into the design. I will say that, you know, there is a budget for the design, of course, and so we will have to really hopefully incorporate as much of these things in the built reality as possible. But right now we're very excited about all of the ideas that the ROG brought to the project. So currently, this is the site plan as it stands right now. You can see, again, this is McCarthy Road here. North is up. And the residential properties are really mainly to the west. And so the three buildings, again, are shown here. And one of the most important kind of initial conceptual moves that we made was to create a clear, visible pathway, as well as a physical pathway from the buildings up to kind of this high point of the site, which is in this corner here, the southwest corner. What's interesting about the site is it kind of slopes up. It slopes up from here to here, and so you can really kind of see up this path. And the path also gives us, we're calling it a promenade. The promenade actually gives us a way of kind of feeding all of the units off from this main axis, which is nice because you can look down one of these kind of decks and see all the units. And so we believe that we've sort of created as transparent and as clear a site plan as possible. So parking is here in this southeast corner off McCarthy. And then you can enter building 24 from the campus, or you can enter it from the street. And then building 8, you can also enter from the street, and you can kind of go through the services here and come out this way. So we'll have more detail coming up in a second. But now we've just sort of added some notes onto that onto the site plan to show some of the things that we've begun to incorporate based on our interaction with the resident advisory working group. So a couple of key areas where we have shade. This area here in particular might have some of those meditation kind of little zones. It could have a community garden in the form of planters that are on wheels with vegetables or whatever. We are required to have a fire lane, and we decided to, well, make something of this fire lane since we have to have it. And so there is a basketball hoop at the end of it. And this kind of hardscaped area can actually start to function in a really interesting way that all of the residents can begin to enjoy. There's a playground up at this high point, and there is a dog run here. The two are separated by kind of a landscaped area or a mounded area. And we have placed the family units mostly in this zone here so that they have a very direct access to the kids' playground. So I'm not going to get into the details right now about loading and unloading and things like that. You will see the project again as it progresses. And so this is, again, it's pretty early on, but things are really, we feel, coming into focus. So we have walls, a combination of existing and new walls and fences around the property, and also securing the parking lot from the residential portion of the property that range in height from 6 to 8 feet. And we think that that is high enough to really give both people who live there as well as the community a sense of kind of reciprocal security and safety, and a sense of enough separation, yet still sort of connection that we're looking for. So looking at the circulation a little bit more carefully here, parking takes place off the main road and continues into this area. One of the things that's important to note is that, and again, I'm not going to go into too much detail right now, is that if you are a resident and you need to go get your car and go to work, you will come and you will check into the security office here, and then you will go into the parking lot this way, get in your car, and then exit out. So that you're always sort of checking back and forth with the security desk or with staff who live or who work here as you come in and out of the campus. So that's probably the most important point, in addition to the one I mentioned before, which is that this promenade becomes very, very important as a way of being able to kind of see the whole campus at a glance. If you're a staff member, it becomes important for wayfinding and kind of also just feeling like you are part of a unified community. So those are sort of the important things about the site circulation that we wanted to point out. A note about sort of the public art and community engagement that we see the potential for at this campus, and which there was a lot of conversation about with the residents on the advisory group committee. the idea that there are opportunities on this campus, these focal points where public art can really become placed, created, whether by residents or from the community, and be given a place to be. And we really think that this is a sort of important avenue that we would love to see explored in collaboration with whoever wants to come in and collaborate on this effort with us and the rest of the project team. So one very important opportunity, which you'll see in some 3D preliminary renderings, is, for instance, this long wall of Building C that really faces the campus and becomes a backdrop is perfect for some sort of a mural. And that could be a community mural. It could be something that gets built up over time. It could be an artist that's awarded a commission to come in and actually, engage with the residents and actually create something that is the outgrowth of a collaborative effort. Many, many, many different kinds of things can happen there. So, I do want to mention again, these are very preliminary. We haven't decided on any colors or anything like that, but we did want to give you a sense of start to bring to life the campus and the landscape in 3 dimensions. So if you're a bird hovering over McCarthy Road, this is kind of what the campus would look like from sort of that hovering point of view. So you have the 2 service buildings, Building 8 and Building 24, and then in the back of the site you have that larger Building C, which is so far right now is not in our scope, but again that long wall faces the rest of the campus and starts to provide a really great opportunity for a backdrop. And we've been looking at imagery of Palm Springs and the desert, and also just sort of the culture of Palm Springs and the sort of all of the kind of lore and the really kind of wonderful sense of color and modernity that sort of surrounds Palm Springs, and really starting to look at that as a way of inspiring ourselves to think about how the 3-dimensionality of this campus will come to life. So this is one preliminary sketch. This is how the project is massing out right now. Again, you see the path, the promenade, which is very, very direct and clear, giving you kind of a straight shot all the way up to the high point, which becomes a little bit like a kind of a raised area with the playground and the dog run and landscaping. And then the idea again of Building C's south wall becoming a great backdrop for things to happen. So, and then this is just another view from a different angle. If you're a bird hovering kind of, at the southwest corner of Building C, looking east into the property, this is what you would see. So, I'm going to stop there and let Esther talk for a little while about the landscape.
Sure. Thanks, Alice. So Alice, I think you did a fine job at kind of giving a little bit of the lay of the land of the landscape, and I'll just try to be briefly more specific about how we're going to achieve the objectives that we were reinforced by the resident advisory group about making sure that this project, that this neighborhood really fits into the neighborhood. And I really want to say from McCarthy Road, my goal is that people who pass by, people who live across the street to the east, and people who drive by say, hey, that's such a beautiful place. I wonder what's inside. And we're going to establish that along the McCarthy Road perimeter with really big, beautiful trees that help to filter views in from the 2-story residences and structures on the east side, and think about what happens underneath them with actually what's there now around Building 8 is not so bad as it is. It's green and attractive, and we'll make sure that it is even more beautiful and solidly planted so that it looks and is a beautiful neighborhood from the outside. So then once you come inside, I think we're focused at this point, and this is super preliminary, really kind of like Alice explained, she's looking at building massing. We're looking at vegetation massing. Although we do need to make sure that we're using plants that are coming out of the Coachella Valley lush and efficient plant palette. So that is definitely, it's a really nice and flexible palette, and it provides a lot of opportunity. But on the south and west sides, I think our goals are, again, to have a kind of perimeter buffer of substantial evergreen species, which I'll show you in a sec, and which will provide a visual softening and buffering from the perimeter. And then also those trees should also help filter the wind a little bit, because we heard that during our resident advisory meeting, is there's some very strong winds that sweep across the site. Can't stop them, but at least we maybe can do a little bit of screening. And then once you're down on the kind of flats below in the lower areas, we want to reinforce and strengthen the promenade. Make sure that this is a well shaded walkway, not super so dense that you can't see underneath it or through it. We want to maintain the visibility from building 24 and from the neighborhood up and down. So you'll see that these trees are high-headed shade trees that have a lot of visibility at the ground level. And then we have some accent trees, and we want to do some shading in between the building units, primarily on the south and west sides, to shade those buildings, to shade those houses so that they are cooler at the hottest parts of the day. And then we want to create a series of gardens and garden spaces where people can relax, can go outside. And at this point, we have not shown any kind of seating on the site there. You'll see there's no benches, no seawalls, nothing yet. Everyone's standing at the moment. But in our next round, we'll be able to do that and really articulate how does this campus really function like a neighborhood and like houses in a park. And then on the upper terrace up there in the southwest corner, we really do have a park. It has a kids' playground. It has a completely fenced and gated dog run. And then we did hear that at the residents advisory group about concern about separating kids and dogs. So that's what this triangular mound is in the middle, is as you come up the promenade, you start peeling off to try to make sure that kids safely go to the kids part and dogs know that they are safely going to go into the dog area until they become friends and can mix. So why don't we go to the next slide, or the next picture? And this is the beginnings of the plant palette, which these trees are all coming from that Coachella Valley Water District palette, Arizona cypress, and these are all very drought tolerant, heat tolerant plants. But you can see on the top row, the main goal here is about providing that evergreen dense screening that we're looking for. And then the bottom row, this is about shade trees, the trees that'll be on the promenade, in other areas where we can maintain them in a way that you have good visibility under their canopy, so you can see what's going on and have views through and underneath the trees. And then next slide. I think this is one of the kind of benefits and thrills about working in Palm Springs, all of the fantastic plant material that we see all over the community, the agaves and the aloes and the redbird of paradise and some of the more native species. But you can't ask for a kind of more interesting plant palette than what is familiar and we are definitely still looking at things that are, we've heard some particular species like stay away from bougainvillea, please. It's too messy. So we've done that. This is still preliminary. I'm waiting to we'll continue to get feedback from everybody. But it's a beautiful palette and really, really a privilege to be able to work with it on the site. And that's what I have to say about the landscape.
And I think that's what we have to say about the project for this update tonight. Does anybody have any questions?
Are there questions? Councilmember Woods.
So Will, Building 8 and Building 24, is that how you access the property by pedestrian access?
Yes.
So 24/7, you have to actually go through one of those buildings into the main thing?
Yeah, with
Okay.
security in that building.
Okay, great.
That was easy.
Is this an appropriate time to talk about some of the security precautions that will be taken external to the site?
Sure. And what I probably will be able to answer, but if I can't, Linda's on the line too to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
Go ahead.
So just like Linda does now at her facility in Indio, they monitor the external perimeters of the facility. I think what's unique about this location too is that, as we've mentioned over and over again, this is not a drop-in, drop-out facility, that this really is a residential community. And so the level of people going in and out will be very minuscule, primarily just to either medical appointments or, hopefully jobs, which is a key aspect. So your level of traffic is going to be lower automatically. Additionally, as the architects pointed out, the sight lines on the property, a lot of those were specifically designed so that there's a constant view of the residents, not only near their housing location, but also as they're accessing either the 8-hour or 24-hour building. And then again, I know that once the site is up and running, the conversations that Linda and her team will have with the police department, et cetera, will address any of those concerns that come up.
Yeah, the thing that's very interesting about this building is the aspect of 28 and 24. People coming in after the 28 building closed, they are keyed, like your hotel room key, right, for exit entrance. And so they buzz in, they're buzzed in by security. Forgive me, I'm on my second round of this cold that's going around. But yeah, it's good.
That was Linda Barak from Martha's Village.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Comments?
Thank you, everyone. And I really want to thank you.
There is one more question from Commissioner Holstedge.
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
We can't see, Chris.
We
Sorry.
can't see you, council member, but please go ahead.
Can we
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt Councilmember Woods. I just had my hand raised. But go ahead, Councilmember Woods, and then I'll follow.
Okay, just a minute. I want to thank you. I want to really thank you for working with the working group, the neighborhood working group. I looked at the comments. I think the comments they came up with are great. I want to thank the architects. It's very rare you see Trinine Redius on an architect's drawing, so that's great to see. So thank you for all of that. I think you've incorporated things we've heard all the way along. I really liked what I heard from the landscape architect, that the pedestrian entrance to Building 24 and to Building 8 really needs to pop to make you welcome and feel like you're coming home to an estate or something. So thank you for all that work. That's all I wanted to say.
Councilmember Holstedge?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Your enthusiasm about the design is really beautiful to see and energizing even at this late hour. So thank you for the passion that you're bringing to this project, and also the commitment to placemaking or building homes for people and not making this, dreary or drab or sort of the things that it could be. So really appreciate the inclusion of art and joy and a kids area and dog run and all of those design elements that you described. I have some questions, mostly about programming and services. So I'm not sure if this is the right forum. I know it's very late in the evening and we have other business to attend to. So I just want to ask city staff, council's interested in this, obviously, and we want to make sure that it's what we committed to with the neighborhoods and the community. So what do you propose about if we ask questions about the staffing, or the programming? Now it is included in the staff report. I don't know if the city manager has a recommendation, if you'd like me to ask those questions now, or we do that again later.
I'm just checking with the team and see if they want to take those questions now.
I'll ask questions about the design while you work on that if I can. So Building C, I'm really interested, obviously, for future use. It's a very large building, and wrapped into this is some commitments that we made to the community that there would be some community benefits, like a developer would typically provide, right? And so we had talked about legal clinics or medical services or retail that's accessible to the public. And obviously Building C, for the public who's watching, we can't use the state funds for Building C because of some of the limits. So I'm just wondering, I know that site and I know that Building C is out in that corner there. So for your design, are you thinking through how people might access Building C? Was there thoughts about connecting that to the street in a more direct way? Could you just talk a little bit about the future planning for the use of Building C?
Yeah, and just to reemphasize, Councilmember Hostage, that to your point, that Building C did not qualify under the home key funding, primarily because that component will be the shelter aspect of the campus. So there will be access to that, but due to the amount of beds that will be needed and ideally non-congregate rooms, as well as shower facilities and all that, as well as security, storage, that building will primarily use. In the design of Building 24, there's quite a bit of flex spacing that we can look at for community benefits, whether that's a medical clinic. There's been studies done in the area about really the need for a full-on FQ in the number of individuals that could be served, especially with the Federally Qualified Health Clinics, forget the acronyms, because of two that are located not relatively far, that being DAP Health, as well as the new Palm Springs County Clinic, and then the Cathedral City one in Borrego and Desert Hot Springs, Borrego. And even if Borrego doesn't continue operations, those will still be operated by somebody else. So most of the original programming that we've talked about primarily for the campus is still intact. The community benefit stuff, because it's not qualified portions underneath the home key funding, we haven't made real final decisions on that. What we have noticed too, and that working with the resident advisory working group, is that they've really been more concerned not necessarily about the community benefit aspect of it, but really about what's the safety and security. And really what's heartening is, to your point, Councilmember Holstage, is creating an environment, and Councilmember Wood, you brought this up too, that's a welcoming environment for the residents there. So because what we're trying to do is make them, again, actual residents of our community, and so giving them a welcome home. So, Councilmember Holstage, we'll continue to come back and do these type of updates. So as we develop more of the program and get more finalization, as we can look at possible future community benefits that may be able to occur on site, we will definitely bring those back to you.
Thank you so much. And Mayor Pro Tem Garner and I had a conversation, for example, with First Five, who's interested in investing in housing projects and other projects that the city might do and provide childcare on site. So I think that there are a lot of synergies and federal and state funding and other investments we can make into this area, and I'm really interested in the empty lot as well for some of that work, if we can do that next. Just a few really quick questions. I'll just try to narrow about design. So for the family units and the transitional age youth units, are those being bundled together in separate areas, or that's being thought through?
Yes, and the architect made reference to that. So like near the kids area, that would be the 5 family units. And yeah, I don't know if you can, the transitional age youth units, those will be separated. I'm not sure on the site plan where we've talked about that yet. So probably ideally closer to security, I would imagine, just because of the age.
Thank you. And then do we have details about what the modular units will look like and what we're looking at for modular, and if they'll have AC and other, amenities? Has that been decided yet?
Yeah, so they'll definitely have air conditioning. So that process is beginning now. We wanted to get the contractor on board in order so that they can start finalizing acquisition of the units. The LaSar team has already done quite a bit of research into to the units. Just the couple plants that I have visited in California, Southern California here, they're very well designed. They're very aesthetically pleasing, not only outside but inside. And again, as we would get more examples of those, we will definitely bring those to you as council to show you what those are. And I'm confident, and the architect can chime in here, that as we get even more schematic drawings of those, that those would be in their architectural plans as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll actually have a lot to do with the way the modulars look, so we'll be working pretty closely with the selected modular company. So the next time we come to you, we should be able to show you pretty developed elevations of the actual modulars. I did also want to just say that next time we come, we would be happy to also show you the plans of buildings 8 and 24. That would probably answer a lot of your questions about the programming.
Right.
And in terms of the access to building C, this area right here is seen as a future access because this is actually 20 feet wide. It's quite wide. So that'll probably be the street access from the street to come in and then have a really welcoming entrance for building C as well. So
thank you. That's great. And then, and thank you to the advisory working group, because I think their recommendations are just so wonderful, and that really shows the benefit that residents bring in planning this together. I shared most of their concerns, and I see you incorporated a lot of them. I just wanted to also lift up shade and heat islands and heat effects. I mean, there's a significant amount of, if this is asphalt or concrete with the parking and the fire lane, and the looks like the promenade is not paved, but just if you could think that through in your next phase of, should there be covered parking? Can the fire lane be grass too, or some sort of flex space, right? Like, are there ways to design to really think about the heat? You know, is there going to be shade structures over the kids area or the dog runs? Those are things we really need to plan for. And I'm sure you're completely on top of that.
we're trying.
Thank you. And then I just didn't see in the list of services, making sure it does include childcare. I know that's one thing that Martha's does so well in the Indio campus. I know it's a need in the community. I know you're going to analyze more of the population, but just really interested again in how we can sort of overlap, bring more services, find other funding with you. So I know, and Linda, I'm also on my second round of the same cold, I think, going around. So I understand, and I know you're such an expert in this. So I just wanted to lift that up too, especially if there will be families on site.
Right. And definitely keep your eye on that lot next door for childcare, just saying.
Yeah, Greg, is the county interested in the lot next door for us?
I am. I can't speak on behalf of the county, but
Well, that's 2 out of, I don't know, 150.
Yeah. It's a resource issue for us, but I know that I actually know of 2 nonprofit housing developers that are looking at it, and both of those actually have a childcare component within many of their projects. And it's something we definitely will assist with. The county definitely can provide some level of incentive funding for developers like we do in any other project. And then obviously would look at, the Catalyst Fund from Lift to Rise to provide pre-development money. So there are opportunities that the county would be involved in.
Also First 5.
And definitely First 5. And Tammy Graham, who's the director of First 5, and I talk on a weekly basis about elevating childcare facilities. And primarily, it's the eastern part of the county that really is latching on to a lot of those projects. So.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. And I just have one final question, the density of the unit. So I think we've always been set on the 80 unit number. Is that right, from financing and applications for grant funding? And then it looks like some are 2-story and some are 1-story. So is that just something we're gonna get more information about, the density and, details at the next phase?
Yeah, I think you'll be at about 100, 150, about 100. Because remember, you have families, so you have 80 units, but some of them could have 2, 3, and up to 4 people. And so when you have a family, that's the variable. Does the mom have 3 children? Does the mom and dad? So I would say from the 80 to the high point of 100 when you count the family. I sound terrible. I am sorry.
keep trying to interrupt you. I'm sorry, Linda. And Councilmember Holstage, the reason for having a combination of 1 and 2 stories is because of, in order for the site layout to work. If you notice on where the grass section is for the child's area and the dog run, there's an easement there that we can't build on. And so in order to make the entire campus work, not only to get the number of units that we went on there, but also more importantly, again, to keep those sight lines and make the flow work, as that's why we did the element. We also think it breaks it up and makes it look, you know, a little more interesting. We were very conscientious too, and I say we, this is all the architects, we're very conscientious about making sure that we didn't have 2-story facilities next to, say, the property lines where residences are on the western part, or like where the Rosa Parks apartments are on the northern part, even though Building C kind of blocks all that. So did a really good job of, again, making sure that it's the privacy is protected for not only the residents on the campus, but also those in the surrounding areas as well.
Thank you. I think it looks really beautiful, and I support the density, and I always just look to see if there's more that can be done there, additional density to be added. So I know that was where my question came from, not the opposite, Greg.
Yeah.
But thank you so much. This looks fantastic, and I think it's excellent work.
Are there any additional questions? Councilmember Woods.
Just one to remind the community who hasn't been following up, so they're not misled in any way. You said this is a community they live in, but it's really a transitional community. So just can you clarify that for the audience?
Thank you, Councilmember Woods. That's very good. So the whole concept of this is to get people in and out into permanent housing. And we know, though, we know the Housing First model works. The issue we have is the lack of not only permanent doors, which I know the city is getting very good about working on, and already in the works, but also those transitional doors. Additionally, too, if you look at some of the acuity of individuals is the amount of casework and staff time that it takes to manage people in a housing first situation. So having a number of units on one location not only helps with that staffing level, but then additionally, more importantly, you have the wraparound services on site. So the likelihood of people falling out of service, whether that's medical, behavioral health, substance use treatment, most of the substance use is mostly referred off-site, of course, but the likelihood of people falling out is far less. Your ability to deal with workforce development is far greater when you have a navigation campus center like this. There's not a lot of these around the country. They're starting to pop up more and more, but it's a proven model in the locations that they have. But to your point, Councilmember Woods, is ideally, you know, when the shelter portion section is open, ideally, we're hoping people wouldn't even spend longer than a week in a shelter bed, that they would transition into one of the transitional units, one of the 80 units, obviously full services that they're achieving. And then an immediate housing action plan will be developed by Linda and her team, where, you know, how do we get them stable enough and able enough to move into a permanent unit off-site on that way.
So are there any additional questions or comments? All right. Is this an information item or one that requires a vote?
Just information item.
That's the way I read it, but okay. So with that, thank you, and Greg, thank you for staying for the entire meeting.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay.
Good night.
Thank you all. Wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, we are down to our last 2 items, but we are to 11 p.m., so we also have agenda development we need to do. Is it the pleasure of council to continue with these 2 items and try to get them completed? All right, then in the interest of time, we will move on to 3B, a proposal from We Are One United, and in the interest of time, ask for an abbreviated staff report.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We have Mr. John Epps, CEO of We Are One United, who can present additional information on this item. Thank you.
Very brief. My name is John Epps. I am your friend. I want to thank you for this opportunity, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. On behalf of We Are One United, we are here in Palm Springs to ask for your assistance. We have been granted a $2.1 million grant by the Bureau for State and County Corrections to do violence intervention and prevention. Forgive me, it's been a long day. But keeping in mind, the three things that we want to do to try to address that are, first and foremost, deploy community resource teams that will work with the community. We're already doing that work. Also, to provide job and economic development. And I was very happy in our previous presentation to hear you talking about childcare, because that's one of the areas that we specifically want to address. And the third area is leadership development. One of the things that we've seen, unfortunately, is too often nonprofits come into communities, they get a grant, they work during the time of the grant, and then when it's over, it's over. And so what we want to do is build in the community the infrastructure and the leadership that will allow it to sustain and continue to endure and provide the services that they do. So in a nutshell, that's what we're here for. As part of our grant, we need to, number one, have partners, and we're asking the City of Palm Springs to be one of our partners. And number two, we have to match that $2.1 million with $2.1 million. And there was some concern about how do you do that, or why would you do that? And we believe that when an opportunity for this kind of funding comes to a community, it's an opportunity for our partners, including the city, to support us and to help us carry that out. And finally, I just want to say, I really believe that investing in this community, we're talking about things like the Navigation Center and all those things that we're doing, is another way to continue to strengthen the resilience of the people who are there. So I want to thank you very much. I hope that was long enough. And if it wasn't, I'm glad to answer any questions.
Are there questions? Councilmember Course.
Well, first a comment. Thank you for what you're doing, and I think, you know, getting a grant like this could really be game-changing for so many of our youth. So it's exciting to see. Just some basic stuff. So I know you're based in Highland. Are you going to open an office in Palm Springs? Or do you have one already?
Yeah, we are actually looking at a facility right now in Palm Springs, right off of Sunrise and Arenas, and so we're looking at that. But we're also trying to have a diversified campus. One of the things we want to do is change the mindset of the community, and so we are working with the three dominant groups, the Filipino, African American, and Hispanic community. And what we're trying to do is create opportunities for them to work together. So we're also looking at deploying different parts of our program in different communities. So we really want to have multiple campuses. And we think that also will help in terms of trying to mitigate some of the issues that are occurring with the gangs and violence. We really believe that we have to do that.
And just one thing, as you're looking at, I wanted to raise offices to the extent there's city space and community centers or things. I think that would be a great sort of partnership. And my understanding on this grant is in-kind things like space, you get to match the value.
100%.
So it's a way to hopefully get you more match, that way as well.
Yes, sir.
With less money needing to be expended for rent. So just want to raise that for you and staff, to look where that's possible. I think there may be some good opportunities there.
Thank you.
And I know if, to the extent our staff works or the police department works on things, that can be counted in kind for your match as well as contributions from the city, as I understand it.
I believe some of the things that we do with them, we just have to be very careful that they don't directly receive any of the funding that comes from the grant.
Yeah. because the more creative to help you get the match quicker.
Thank you.
I think the better. On that, I know initially we were looking at a smaller first grant, so could you, at least what we had talked about, right? So can you talk a little bit about what the money would initially go towards?
I think three things. One, salaries. We have really tried to recognize that you to some extent get what you pay for in this business. Too often in the nonprofit world, we bring in people at less than good wages, and then the result is that they get stressed out and we wind up losing them. So we want to make sure that we bring in quality people and that we treat them with the respect and dignity that they deserve. We also really need to get our startup going in terms of equipment. We want to be able to equip our resource team with equipment, laptops, things that they can take out to do data gathering. We want to do a lot of asset and access mapping. For 3 years, I worked at the Regional Access Project Foundation in what we call the Center for Nonprofit Advancement. And one of the things that we identified is a lot of the resources that we think will help this community already exist in this community. So we want that team to be able to help empower the people in that community and to identify what skills, what resources, when you talked about the other matching resources, that are available so that we can get the maximum impact for our dollars.
Great. And I appreciate you talking about paying people who work in the nonprofit sector what they're worth, and they're worth more than you probably could pay them, but they're making good wages and respected for their time because this work is so critical. Having spending most of my career in the nonprofit sector, I appreciate you're saying that because you want people to be excited and motivated and valued. So
Thank you.
That's really terrific. And I have one other question which left my brain, but it's 11:10, so I will take that. Oh, one thing I didn't notice in this, and I was just wondering, and I know it was, you didn't send us everything, and appreciate that we could get through it, but sort of the matrix. How many youth do you think you will be serving in each of those sort of three areas you talked about?
Well, we plan on deploying about 30 representatives in the CRTs. That will include members of the community. We're working with COD. They're going to help us with some internships. So we plan on deploying them in the community. We expect to touch over 500 youth. We hope to create several, at least a couple hundred jobs that we think will come out of this. We're already talking with a couple of the unions, IBEW, it's 11 o'clock, and SEIU about training and apprenticeship programs. And then we really, again, we mentioned the childcare thing. We're working with the Early Learning Consortium in Riverside County to talk about how we can create sustainable childcare in this community, because we see one of the areas that really holds back economic development in underserved communities is the lack of available childcare.
Great.
Does that help?
That does.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just wanted to get a sense and have the public have a sense of how many, lives you're going to be touching.
Oh, thank you very much.
So, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, and I think Jeff said it all, so I won't repeat any of it with the late hour, Jeffrey. This is a 3-year program?
It is. It's actually 3 years plus 6 months.
Okay.
So we started July the 15th officially, and we end December 31st, 3 years from now.
And then it's a $4 million program, and is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're getting the state grant.
Yes.
And I assume there's reporting requirements that are going to have to go back to the state?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you, 500 youth, I didn't know we had that many youth in our city, actually.
Well, I think when you look at our high schools, when you look at those who are up and coming, I really, and I think the other part of this is when you look at the problem of violence intervention and prevention, it doesn't stop at the border, right? We can't just say, well, only you, but not you. This is the guy you hang out with on the corner at night. So it really encompasses a little bit broader in terms of working together. So we want to work with folks like the Boys and Girls Clubs that are local. We want to work with the churches. We want to work with the other agencies that are providing services to families and children in particular to make sure that we deal with both the physical, mental health, and economic development of those youth.
So I noticed in the staff report, it said you're going to try and touch youth between 13 and 17 years old.
Yes. Well, okay. That's just one of our populations. That's particularly dealing with the violence intervention and prevention, because that's the group that right now is kind of our hot spot. But we recognize that working with the older youth is an essential part of that. I grew up in Philadelphia. I'm from Philly, so it's really like much later for me than you think. But and one of the things I know I benefited from was the advice of people who have been there, gone through that. And so when we work with the folks in the community resource teams, we're not looking for the perfect, counselor. We're looking for the guy who has that learned experience of having been in trouble, that they will help us to really help to speak to those youth, because those are the ones they find credibility with. The ones who've been there, done that, and can say, that's not what you want to do.
So 13, and our chief can maybe speak as well. I thought some of these kids, when we were having a lot of gun violence, were actually younger than 13. Am I wrong in that?
It's pretty rare to have somebody younger than 13 dealing with gun violence. However, fights at school, bullying, that kind of thing, that is a little bit more common, which is obviously a precursor, or can be a precursor for someone developing into a little bit more sophisticated crime. But Mr. Epps is right. The 17-year-olds, the 18-year-olds are the ones that we're really struggling with at this point with gun violence.
Great, thank you. No, it's great. I really appreciate it. And my last question is, do you have outcomes you're trying to, are there like measurable, I think Matrix was mentioned earlier, and I don't want to repeat that, but are there measurable outcomes you're trying to go for?
We are. We want to, some of the statistics are the obvious ones. We want to see a reduction in violence in the neighborhood, cut down in the number of gun, involved crimes. But I also think that we are looking at programs that have been successful across the country. And some of the things that they've been measuring is academic achievement, because we recognize that a lot of this starts in schools, and a lot of this comes back to not really getting the educational support that they need that will help them. So we're looking at academic outcomes, we're looking at social outcomes, we're looking at mental health, number of cases, how many people we can counsel, what kind of counseling we're doing. So we're measuring all of that. We have a very robust database. I'm a former IT guy. I taught for 19 years at UCR, so I'm pretty good with data and analytics. And so, yeah, we're going to be able to work with companies like Esri to actually map out what we're doing. We already have applied for a grant with them for $1 million, so which is mostly in kind and support of Esri software training, support services. So we want to be able to very much demonstrate the change, because we believe if people recognize that change is possible, then they'll become part of the solution.
And then the last thing is, I think in your budget here, maybe it was just a very quick thing, I think it was only for 4 or 6 months, or was that just to use the 400 you're asking for?
Yes.
Because your program is longer than that.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was kind of the ask.
Yeah, I think it was 4 months total.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's using this funding from the city to run the program for 4 months, and then, okay. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Japps, I just want to thank you for your work and your professionalism, and I can't tell you how pleased I am that we are doing something that is directly working with our at-risk youth, and so thank you. And the City Council is going to approve this program, but don't believe for a moment this is the last that we want to be involved in working with the youth of our community.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking forward to the partnership.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much, John. I know it's late, but I just really want everyone in the community to know how this type of project has been years in the making. And it started, conversations really started when we saw this uptick in violence in the community and the death of 2 young men. And all of the conversations that we've had over several years led to people like John stepping up to lead this organization and to search for grants. And our new chief of police, well, not even new anymore, chief, but our chief of police coming in and letting us know about this grant. And it's really heartwarming to see how far we've come since July of 2020 to really improving the lives of not just the young people in our community, but everyone in our community. Because I think everyone needs to understand that if we are reducing violence and we're improving the lives of the young people in our community, we truly are impacting every single person in our city and even the region. So thank you so much for bringing this forward and for all of the work that you're doing. I'm really excited about what's to come.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Holstich, patiently
Thank
waiting.
you. Thank you, Mayor, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to echo my colleagues' comments. Thank you so much for investing in the city of Palm Springs. We know that investing this amount will just pay dividends to our community over time, and also probably reduce costs for policing and incarceration, and just create better outcomes for our most at-risk communities. So we so appreciate you and your work. And I just wanted to congratulate Mayor Pro Tem Garner for this excellent work and really responding to the violence that we've seen in District 1 and bringing forward such an amazing program in partnership with community and an incredible organization and bringing them into the city. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, who's not good at patting herself on the back or being self-congratulatory about all the work that she's done, but she has done an incredible job, and I just wanted to thank her for all of her work on this.
And may I say that our conversation a couple of years ago at the conference table at RAP still resonates with me as well.
Thank you, sir.
So I think it's appropriate for a motion.
Yes, I will make the motion to approve the full request.
And would Councilmember Holstich like to second this, given her background?
Thank you, I would. I will second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Councilmember Hostage,
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods, Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. We will move on to item 3C, an urgency ordinance and a non-urgency ordinance of the Palm Springs City Council prohibiting annual residential property rental increases that exceed 10% or 5% plus the local CPI, whichever is lower. So with that, staff report, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, I know the hour's late, so I'll try and make this quick, even though I know this is an important topic. As the Council is well aware, the residents of the City of Palm Springs have expressed serious concerns over significant rent increases and have requested rent control This agenda item provides the City Council with the opportunity to adopt either an urgency ordinance, which would become effective immediately tonight, establishing rent control, or a regular non-urgency ordinance, which would establish rent control, and that would become effective 30 days after the second reading of any such ordinance. The housing affordability gap in Palm Springs is significant, where residents earning the median income cannot afford the prevailing rents or to acquire a home at the median home price. Such conditions lead to overcrowding, substandard living conditions, and in some cases, homelessness. The contributing factors to the housing affordability gap include income, housing prices, total housing units available, owner versus rental rates, age of units, and vacancy rates. As a result, we're bringing forward a proposed ordinance that would establish a cap on rent increases that is similar in amount to the state rental law that was adopted in 2019 called the Tenant Protection Act, but this ordinance narrows the scope of the exemptions that are included in that state act. Before going on to the specifics of the ordinance, it's important to remember some of the state regulatory framework within which we are operating. Under state law, the Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act, it preempts local rent control ordinances for all units that were built after 1995, as well as single-family units and condos. So it's important to remember that to a large extent, we are precluded from regulating rent control on those residential units. Otherwise, the city retains general police power over regulating rent control. The Costa-Hawkins Rent Housing Act does not bar rent control over multifamily apartments that are built after 1995, and so we retain that authority. In terms of what this rent ordinance does do, it prohibits increases in rent on certain residential property, specifically all residences other than single-family residences, condos, and post-1995 units in excess of 10% or 5% plus the local CPI, whichever is lower. It also prohibits more than one rent increase in any 12-month period unless we are preempted by law. It requires written notice of rent increases in accordance with the State Tenant Protection Act. It allows a landlord to appeal any rent increase limitation based on a claim of fair rate of return to our Rent Review Commission, and that is a provision that we believe is required by the California and federal Constitution. The proposed ordinance provides that rent increase restrictions do not apply to certain dormitories and residential property that is owner-occupied, units that are regulated by the city's current rent control, transient occupancies, and institutional facilities. The rent control ordinance also makes it clear that proposed rent increases are not going to be effective if the landlord fails to comply with provisions of the ordinance, including failure to provide the required notices, or if the landlord fails to maintain the property in compliance with safety and habitability requirements, or fails to make repairs that are ordered by the city or other competent jurisdiction. The proposed ordinance provides for remedies including civil citations, as well as prosecution as a misdemeanor or a civil injunction, and those can also be enforced in addition to the city by tenants themselves. The proposed ordinance establishes a fee for the regulation of the rental, the properties that are subject to this regulatory provision. The exact amount of that fee would come back at a subsequent meeting and be adopted by resolution. The ordinance also regulates the increases in the amount of security deposits. It provides that security deposits are also subject to the percentage increases that are provided for other rent, and it also prohibits landlords from demanding security deposits that are more than 1 month's rent in the case of unfurnished residential property and 2 months' rent in the case of furnished residential property. The items before you are two ordinances. One is an urgency ordinance, which, as the council recall from earlier discussions, requires a 4/5 vote. If the council is not able to make the findings that are contained in the urgency ordinance in terms of the need to take action immediately, there is also before you a regular ordinance that contains all of the same provisions in substance as the urgency ordinance, but it would be adopted in the normal course, which means it would be introduced tonight. We'd bring it back for a second reading probably at the next meeting, and it would become effective 30 days thereafter. That consists of my presentation. I'm certainly available to answer any questions.
Are there questions? Councilmember Coors.
Just questions you want? Which is fine. I can combine them, whichever you prefer. I'll start with questions. I know the urgency ordinance needs to be passed, very similar to what is in front of us, right, to do this immediately, and I think there's a need for that. But I do have some questions if we wanted to do something further beyond the urgency ordinance, right? So we wouldn't necessarily be able to vote on that tonight, but we can give direction, I assume. Or...
Absolutely. If the council wants to give us direction on other provisions, you can certainly do that.
So, and those could include a different amount for rent control, correct? I just want to make sure. And I know we passed rules if someone was evicted from a apartment when it was going to be turned into a hotel, right, to make sure they got a certain amount of notice, that they got relocation assistance, a certain number of months' rent. So we could add that to any, like, if someone was taking an Ellis Act or an Ellis Act kind of eviction or something like that.
Yep, you could give us direction to look into those and bring back
Okay.
those types of relocation protections for other types of residential units.
Okay, because those are things I'm interested in, but I also want to make sure we do I support doing the urgency item now. And just one comment, though, is, all the urgency ordinance does is it takes the existing state law and the levels they've set and just includes certain types of housing that's not included in it now. And that could include some of our, lowest income housing. And I think we've heard we repeatedly talk about the need for more affordable housing. And for 2 meetings on vacation rentals, all the people who want vacation rentals want us to have more affordable housing from other means. But losing our affordable housing and people not being able to pay rent just is such a huge concern, which is why I think we need to do the urgency ordinance tonight. But I will say, for people who are on fixed income, and we have so many seniors or in stagnant, low-paying jobs, a 10% a year increase is going to be really tough to survive, but 100% increase becomes impossible. So it's not a lot to do, but I feel we should do that urgently. So a little comments I threw in there, Mayor.
Okay. Well, in the interest of time, why don't we just try to go quickly through each one of us with whatever our questions or comments would be, and who would like to go next? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but just I think that this really is something that's needed. One of the things that's not included in the state law is individual landlords. So if you only own one unit, then you can increase the rent however much you want. And we're seeing this all over Palm Springs, and I see it very much in my condo complex because there's many of us who are renters there. And there was someone evicted just recently, and there's 2 apartments next to me that are constantly turning over, and what we've been told every time is the rent just is increasing so quickly that people are not able to stay in these units. So being able to protect tenants who might be renting from individual landlords, I think, is really important. And I live in a 560 square foot 1-bedroom apartment. All of the units in Palm Springs Village are exactly the same. I have a landlord that charges me $950, which is very reasonable. My friend who moved in 6 months ago pays $1,700. And that is not uncommon for new tenants that have moved in there. And I just want to really stress how dire it is right now in Palm Springs.
Other questions, comments? Councilmember Woods?
Next. Councilmember Kors alluded, but I'm still not clear. What does this do that state law doesn't do?
This narrows significantly the number of exemptions that are contained in the Tenant Protection Act of 2019. For example, properties that are subject to regulatory agreements, those are exempt from rent control.
Properties that
are subject to regulatory agreements. In other words, we used to have housing authorities or redevelopment agencies. Under the Tenant Protection Act, those properties are exempt from the 10% cap in the state law. This ordinance removes that exemption and subjects those types of rental properties to the same cap that are applicable to other properties.
So it just expands kind of the exemptions.
Correct.
It captures the exemption. Security deposit, I think you said in the staff report, either 1 month or 2 months if it's furnished, but that doesn't include maybe that's separate from maybe requiring first and last month's rent.
Correct. That's separate from first and last month's rent.
And so this doesn't address any of that then? Okay.
Other than defining the deposits, no.
Right, and this doesn't address interest on a deposit?
Correct.
Okay, maybe it's something we want to talk about in the future. We talked about eviction and relocation. The last question I really have in understanding is administration of this. I think it was brought out in the staff report is how are we going to administer it, I think, and how are people going to know about it? We can put it on the website, but do we have we set up the mechanism to do this yet, or is this something we have to work on?
It's something they'll still have to work on. My understanding is that this was a program we did have at one point in time that staff did administer, so we'll need to revisit that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
I know, Deputy Mayor, when we started doing notice, unlike state law, you only notice property owners when there are things, and we added tenants as well. I think we came up with a way, right, to figure out the apartments that were, that was one way we were finding apartments, because notice to all individual apartments, right? I think we can get those addresses through our GIS, might be a really good idea. It's not in the urgency ordinance, but, doing a mailing, if we do pass this, let them know what their rights are and who to contact if they feel their rights are being denied. Because I think it took a little while to do that, as I recall initially, but we were able to do that after a lot of work, so thank you for that, by the way, Flynn. I do remember that.
And for the city attorney, one final question. I just want to make sure I heard it clear and everyone hears it. Anything built after 1995, this doesn't apply?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And that's state law, correct?
Correct.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Any further comments? Councilmember Holstage?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I agree with my colleagues' comments. Happy to support the urgency ordinance now. And we've talked a lot about, even tonight when I was watching the council on TV, talking about the housing supply and housing stock and tracking sort of how many empty units we have, how many rental units. And so I'm really interested in, one, supporting this ordinance, which is urgent and it's really a crisis for tenants. And thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Garner for sharing her experience as a renter on council. That voice is so important. And I also have a renter as my council fellow, Lauren Wolfer, who's done a lot of work trying to collect information for the city and for my office about rent increases. And it's been hard to just understand from a data perspective what policy we need to solve this issue. I mean, it's clear we need just a lot more supply. The demand is too high for the need. And so one, I'd love to also either if we support this now as a regular ordinance, or if council wants to propose different caps or different amounts that might make more sense. I know that the house that I moved into in 2015, I think the rent was like $2,400 a month. And it's a 3-bedroom house with a pool and a yard. It's now probably more like $5,500 or more. So it really is a dire situation for people. And so I'd just be clear, because people say all kinds of things. I don't pay that amount. That's the amount that it would cost on the market. And so it's really unaffordable for nearly everyone in the city. So I'd like to support the ordinance, the urgency ordinance. I'd like to discuss if there are lower caps that we should consider, because we know that rent has increased by, threefold or more in the last decade, or even just the last 3 years pre-COVID. So the 10% is really on top of, 20% or more. And then I'd like to see if there are other things that we can include, policies that Councilmember Kors and I and others, including Mayor Middleton, when we were on the Housing Policy Committee, we worked on or talked about. So I know that the city, I agree with Councilmember Kors, we had relocation assistance that the city has discussed and considered. Some cities are doing a rental registry to collect information about what rentals exist. And I think that would be really helpful for the city of Palm Springs as we talk about which are vacant, which are vacation rentals, which are long-term rentals. We really need to get a hold on how much long-term rentals we're losing out on and what the supply is. So I think a rental registry would be really helpful. I'm really interested in providing notice to tenants in addition to or included in this ordinance. We did that with the moratorium on rent during COVID, and that was really helpful because like the staff report notes, many tenants don't know about their rights or the changes in the law. And frankly, as a tenants' rights attorney who's been out of it just for a few years, it's really hard to follow all the changes in state and city laws. So I think notice to tenants would be really helpful along with this. And then, we've had conversations about legal assistance for tenants. I've personally represented tenants who are being evicted from a few flips or a few apartment units, more than a few. It's just almost impossible to access legal assistance for tenants here in the city. The Human Rights Commission used to provide free negotiated mediation between landlords and tenants, and it no longer does. I know we do that with the Fair Housing Council, but they're not here. So I've had conversations with legal providers like Inland County's Legal Services who are interested in doing tenants' rights clinics here in Palm Springs. I think they would just need help with some funding. So sorry, it's very, very late. I'm working 12-hour days. My baby wakes up still at night, so I'm very tired. So that was a lot. But to summarize, support the urgency as it is, and interested to hear from council if they'll consider lower amounts. Really would also like to include relocation assistance, a rental registry, notice to tenants, and have the council explore legal assistance. And then I had a question just for Jeff Ballinger, for the city attorney. Often what I'm hearing from tenants and what I'm seeing nationwide as a trend is that landlords are, to get around some of these caps, they're including additional fees like pet rent or other fees, fees to pay your rent by credit card, et cetera. Lots of different fees and fines sort of on top of rent. So could you just explain for the people who are watching if this would include additional fees that a landlord could add on, like pet rent? We're hearing pet rent could be up to, $50 or $100 per pet per unit, which is obviously a significant amount if you have, say, 3 cats or something like that. So for the city attorney, is pet rent or additional fees included in the cap under state law or under this ordinance?
It is. The definition of rent includes all periodic payments as well as any security deposit, any non-monetary consideration, including but not limited to, and then it lists a number of items, and it includes consideration demanded or paid for parking, pets, furniture, and subletting. So it's a fairly expansive definition of rent.
And that's under the state law, and then our ordinance mimic the same language from the state law.
This is in our ordinance.
Okay, in our ordinance, so
Yep.
ours is more.
Yep.
Okay, that's really helpful, so that is good for me. So I'll see what council has to say, and I look forward to the conversation with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Woods.
Mr. Ballinger, can you just talk about when maximum allowable rent actually happens in our city and how this dovetails with that?
Well, so this would allow, as I mentioned, only one rental increase per 12-month period. And so if there's been a rent increase that a landlord has imposed within the last 12 months, the landlord would have to wait until that 12-month period is reached, and then they would have to calculate the percentage amount for the last 12 months and the CPI that's based on the last 12 months when they go to increase the rent, if they're going to do that.
So just, I want to be clear to the public, because I think it's been in the paper. If I'm renting an apartment and I'm not at the maximum allowable rent that the city has established, and that maximum allowable rent is above 10% of what I'm currently paying, the landlord would not, with this ordinance, be able to bring me up to the maximum allowable, which is beyond 10%?
If you're talking about a piece of property that is regulated, say, by a regulatory covenant, correct, they would not be able to bring it up to what might be otherwise allowed under that covenant. Instead, they would be limited to the percentage amounts that are contained in this ordinance.
Great, thank you.
So I'm going to keep my comments very short. I'm going to vote for the urgency ordinance. I'm doing so in spite of the fact that I believe rent control is not the appropriate vehicle to increase the housing supply to the level that we need to get to. But we are a long way from that, and there are measures that need to be taken at this time. But we are in a crisis in this state because we have not built an adequate supply of housing. We have for over 200 years relied on the private market to build that housing, and what we hear consistently from those who are in that industry is that they do not see the advantage of building additional houses. And we've got to do something to change that, or we will be here forever, consistently trying to change rules in order to get fairness that we would have if we had adequate supply, because the economy would be working. Councilmember Coors.
Since they're sort of, and yes, I agree. This helps keep some affordability with existing units, but it doesn't get us the huge amount of units the state needs, our city needs, the whole valley needs. What I'd like to suggest, and I know it's late, is just vote on the urgency item and then just see if if people want us to bring back something separate from the urgency item. So I will move the urgency item.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I will second.
All right. Roll call?
Councilmember Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Councilmember Hostage?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes, with a caveat that basically it's mimicking state law.
Mayor Middleton?
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes.
In the interest of further direction, we've had a lot of conversation already around concepts and ideas has staff heard what seems to be the overwhelming view of council as to what we need to do going forward?
I've heard about half a dozen ideas, so unless there are any objections to any of those, I've written them down and I can bring back a staff report with a discussion of those in one of the next council
If we
meetings.
miss something, we'll come back to it.
Should I read the title? Should I read the title?
I'm sorry?
Should I read the title?
Yes, you can.
Adopt an urgency ordinance entitled, "An Urgency Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs prohibiting annual residential real property rental rate increases that exceed 10% or 5% plus local consumer price index, whichever is lower."
All right, thank you. We are now to City Council and City Manager comments, reports, and agenda development. And as we all know, this City Council is heading towards its last 3 meetings, so I'd like to spend as much time as we can on agenda development to make sure that our friends and colleagues who are not likely to be with us after 3 more meetings get the things covered in these 3 meetings that they want to cover. So I'll start with Councilmember Coors.
Well, if we're going to midnight every night, I'm just kidding.
Mayor and council, I might ask that we also have displayed our future agenda lists.
Please.
Yeah. And just to follow up on that last piece, so Jeff, City Attorney, sorry, Mr. Ballinger, whatever. So you're going to bring something back based on the various comments regarding eviction coverage, a different cap, et cetera.
Yeah, I don't want to promise it at the October meeting, but possibly in November, either the first or second meeting in November.
Okay. Just seems, since we've been talking about it, if there's room for that in this window, that would be good to have. The only thing I really wanted to, I don't think we'll have our vacation rental draft ordinance, by the way, now till November 10th, so that's changed a little. Add is, I know, one of the things we talked about that sort of went on back burner was Blue Zones, which is a health project that's run now as a nonprofit through Adventist Health. And council member, I think then mayor, so it was a while ago when we started, Holstage and I worked with them a lot, and we brought a bunch of healthcare and philanthropy and tourism through the valley on it, and we decided we put it on back burner as we were trying to do other priorities. So the county, especially due to Adventist Health running Blue Zones, has decided to do trial projects in 5 cities in Riverside County, 1 in each supervisor district. And to know, we can all guess which city it is in here. It's the one the supervisor and his chief of staff live in, Coachella, which is great. They're doing it, but Blue Zones reached out, and there's an opportunity if we will fund, we can tag on to the feasibility study for Palm Springs, which really involves reaching out to the community, doing the research. It's not a staff-driven, it's driven by them. If there is the interest in the community, which given our community, I anticipate there will be, it's funded through philanthropy, right? They hire the staff, it's not city-run. So we have an opportunity to tag on if we pretty much decide at our next meeting. I think the cost of the full feasibility study and process is $85,000 versus if we did this on our own. So, it would be nice to have an East and West Valley City doing this. So I'd like to bring that back for council to consider that. They've already sent the proposal, which I shared with our assistant city manager on what that would look like. So if we can bring back that at our next meeting, I think it's a relatively short item. But if we want someone from Blue Zones who presented before, I can arrange to have them as well.
All right, any others?
If there's support of staff, of council for that, we can go ahead and schedule that. I see nodding heads.
Okay.
We can't see Councilmember Holstage anymore.
Yes, we've lost Councilmember Holstage.
Because we have this
There
up.
she
Yeah,
is.
we have to go back and forth. Hi, we can see you again.
Councilmember Holstage, your hand is up.
I was just waving hello.
Can we split screen it? Is that possible?
I know, and I can't actually even see your screen, but I have it pulled up here if it's identical to the one that was emailed to us.
It is.
I'll pull that up.
Are there any agenda items that you wanted to raise for upcoming meetings?
I would. So just to note for the council, for my schedule, I may not attend and for the public as well. I have an election, obviously, the 8th, and then if I win that election, I may have meetings for caucus in Sacramento on the 10th during the day. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to attend the 10th. I hope I will. If I'm able to, I will on Zoom. But if there are items like sidewalk vending and food trucks is one thing that I've asked for almost 5 years. I'd love to see that come earlier if it can. Same with childcare zone text amendment. I don't know if I can commit to that meeting. So just to flag that for staff and the council and the community, I would like to participate in those. I do have a new request if I can. It's one thing I've talked about for a while now. I'm really concerned, leaving aside the substantive issue of the vacation rentals, which I'm recused from, really concerned about the ongoing trend of the city of having and convening meetings, stakeholder groups, task force commissions without women, without people of color, without people impacted by the issues. Huge concern. I've raised before the need to maybe mimic like a state bill that's been passed to require a certain amount of diversity metrics, or at least collect those metrics. That's one thing that the California Voting Rights Act work group recommended. We're going to get better decisions on all of these issues, and more will come up if we actually have women and people of color and other people with diverse experiences on our boards and commissions and task force. I just think it's absolutely wrong for the city to convene a task force with 9 out of 10 men on it and no people of color. So I do not want to see that happen again, and I don't think saying it for 5 years is enough. And I'd like to see us bring forward a policy where at least reporting that data. If not, we have a policy that actually requires certain seats for certain demographic groups or other policy in a way that the city attorney's office would recommend. So I very much would like to see that come forward as well before, in the next few meetings if possible. And that's the only request I have. And we have been pretty good about not asking for new council items. So really that's all I have at this time.
Anyone else?
I was trying to pull up the email, and I'm not finding it right away. Can we actually put the screen back up? There we go, thank you. I'm just wondering if the dress code can't just be a simple consent item? Does it need to be anything more than that?
It's an ordinance, and I'll bring it back in a way that can be done on consent. It'll just call for reading the title.
All right, and is the same with the turf conversion? Does that need to be a long discussion of any sort?
I don't know that it needs to be a long discussion. However, we would like the council to weigh in on the proposal that's coming forward out of the Sustainability Commission.
Okay. I may not be available November 1st. I might be available by phone or Zoom, just to let everyone know, and I'll accommodate whatever we can on that. A couple things that had been, one is I see our adult laws and are coming up. I just want to make sure that's done before the end of the year. We had, I had been asking for, traffic calming options, that we expand them from what we currently have, which is basically just speed bumps, that we expand those to other things. That should be very simple to bring forward. I can't see that as being difficult. It's just expanding the toolbox of options for people. I had hoped that we would deal with bus stops in the general plan update. I don't see the general plan update on this before the end of the year, so maybe we can just bring up something about bus stop standards so that our planning commission is more directed about that. I think Sunline has got a bunch of stuff, but we're all over the map with that, and we're not creating a really good transit system for people. I think it's very simple. And the only other thing that has come up that's been on the back burner for a very long time, and it's on the list here, is our architectural guidelines. And I don't know where planning is at with developing those or not.
We have scheduled to begin the rewrite of the city's zoning code in 2023. You've already allocated funding for that. What we would like to do is do the design guidelines at the same time that we're doing the update to the zoning code so that we can have those go together hand in hand.
Okay, and that's something you'd run through our planning commission and our ASC as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And then we also have the architectural committee, the community architectural committee that will participate in that.
Okay, so maybe if we're not going to look at the general plan, which it doesn't appear we are, something on bus stops, it could be very simple. And then traffic calming options, which is, again, could be very simple on that. I don't think that those are difficult items. Thank you.
Do you have anything? Okay. All right. I've got a couple of things that I want to mention. We do have a very strong possibility of having a city council vacancy created as a result of the November 8th election. And I would like to ask that, with the consent of my colleagues, that we have the city attorney give us a briefing at the October 27th city council meeting regarding all of the options that are available to city council for filling that vacancy. And again, this would not be a discussion of what we will do, but a discussion of what are all of the legal options of what we can do. And I think I see head shaking on that.
Is that like more of a presentation, or is it an agenda item?
I think it should be a agenda
So we
item.
will take input on our okay.
So that we can take input.
I wasn't sure what you're thinking.
Okay. And the last item I have is something that I don't believe that we can get to on this council, but I'd like to surface the issue so that we set it up hopefully soon after. I was in Washington, D.C. This past week, and Monday, October 11, was Indigenous Peoples Day. It was a federal holiday. We have tended to try to keep track with federal holidays. I think it's something that we definitely should be looking at here, particularly given the importance of the Agua Caliente people to our community. So I would like to see us bring forward discussion on adding that. I believe we have already added Juneteenth as a holiday, and I'm fully supportive of, glad we have done that. Lastly, and this was a reminder that came to me last week, the most holy day in the Jewish calendar is Yom Kippur. The Jewish population of our community and our city has been absolutely instrumental to the development of our community. And I think it is past time that we close City Hall on Yom Kippur and celebrate well, it's not a celebration, and join with our friends in that holy day. And I will use the words, paraphrasing that I heard from one of my friends. It's long past time that we have to remind you each year how holy this day is to us. And that's all I had.
Mayor,
Yes.
just, obviously you'll look at this list, but just, I don't know if like given the first draft of vacation, rental ordinance is going to be on the 10th, and that's going to be a lot longer. And we have, I don't know what's ready that you can move up, but obviously you'll figure that out so we don't have an empty meeting and a crazy meeting. I did want to ask the rest of council, we moved the meeting that was going to be December 1st to Tuesday, the 29th. And I know
It was already the 29th. Did you want to?
no, it was initially on the 1st, and we moved it to the 29th. I wanted to see if people could move it to the 28th.
That's what I thought you wanted to
Check.
say.
And the reason I'm asking is, one, I know it's more convenient for the mayor who has a conference as well, but after, after a couple of years of COVID, the first awards for employees in the tourism industry is the night of the 29th. And it's one that normally council members, go to. We want to be supportive of the workers. So if that works for staff and council, great. If not, we can keep it on the 29th. Does 28th work? Good. Does it work for you?
Let me look.
And I can't see Councilmember Holstage. So she might be nodding or shaking her head no.
We
Or
can't
she might
see-
say, I'm going to be done by then anyway.
That works for my schedule as it is now.
Okay.
Wait, can you repeat what you're trying to do?
Move from the 29th, that Tuesday, to the 28th, that Monday.
On November.
Yeah.
Monday, the 28th. I'm not sure that would work, but will email me and we can talk about it, I guess, or
Okay.
the city clerk can email me in. No, I won't be here
Okay.
for that. It's just, I won't be in town.
You can keep it on the 29th then. You'll be in town
The
29th?
29th, I'll be in town, yes.
Okay.
I believe on
Yeah, if it doesn't work for everyone.
So, well.
You're not sure? Do it by Zoom.
Yeah, I could do it by
Either
something.
day.
I'll figure it. The airport with it in front of my face.
All right. I think we have reached the,
Sorry.
Teresa.
Just a couple more comments. One, we did want to just confirm it looks like we would be able to bring back the options for appointment if we have a vacancy on the council at the next meeting, and confirming that was your desire.
Yes.
Thank you. We also would have a couple more items that we can add to that agenda. And then last but not least, I wanted to share with you all, Mayor and Council, that we have been working with the Arts Commission and have a mural that is submitted for Acrisure Arena. But we've been recently notified that there is a little more time in that process to submit our final mural. And I think I would like to recommend that we move that, run that by a few members of the tourism industry, just to have a look at the design that is submitted and let us know, give us a look-see, and if there's any red flags, to please let us know before we finalize, since we have a little more time. So we'll go ahead and proceed with reaching out to a few members of the industry. Just wanted to let you know.
All right. So at 12:08 a.m. on October 18, our October 17 meeting is adjourned. Please be safe out there. We will come back in 10 days on October 27th at 5:30 in the afternoon. Thank you.